This audiobook contains 141 censored sentences and 364 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis: My hero's journey didn't kick off with a dream of justice, but with the sight of a towering hero. 20 meters tall, she was none other than MT Lady. Everyone knew me as Izuku Midoriya, the kid with a useless quirk, trainer only good for teaching poodles tricks. In a world of explosions and superhuman strength, I was a punchline, a Deku. But punchlines don't get into UA, and they certainly don't land internships with giant goddesses. To hit my target, I needed a miracle. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and they say to be a hero you need a big heart. Girls with big hearts are truly special, so I'm definitely on the right path. 1. Chapter 1. A big heart. Look at the size of that thing. It's going to crush the station. It's a villain run. The world was noise and panic. Izuku Midoriya was planted in the middle of the sidewalk, deaf to the sirens and screams. An office worker berated him as he passed. "Move along, kid. Watch out." Izuku didn't even flinch. His gaze was fixed on the sky, beyond the monster destroying the elevated train tracks, because something far berated important was descending from the heavens. What is that? It's a hero. A new one. A kick. That was the first thing he registered. A beige, high-heeled boot connected with the villain's jaw with a crack that silenced the crowd for a split second. The camera in his mind zoomed out, devouring the image. The boot, the purple-wrapped calf, the knee, and then the full extension of strike. A universe of power and promise in a single motion. Good heavens, a man next to him whispered. What strength? Another breathed. The arc of her kick was what broke something inside Izuku. It wasn't just berated. It was perfect fluidity, a lethal grace. The heroine landed, and the asphalt groaned under her weight. She stood tall, haughty, colossal, a goddess of power and presence. My debut day, and am already taking out the trash. Her voice was a melodic thunder. Berated winked for my new fans. She blew that wink, and the flash of a dozen cameras immortalized the moment. Izuku felt the air leave his lungs. His hand clenched into a fist. Wow, he thought, and it was the most honest prayer he had ever uttered in his life. I need that in my life. Purpose hit him like a freight train. It wasn't some vague dream of saving people. It was a tangible, monumental goal with a powerful presence that defied physics. It's All Might. All Might is here. The crowd's focus shifted, ready to place its worship upon a new target. But his god had already been revealed. As MT Lady began to shrink, her job done, he turned away. He didn't look at the symbol of peace. He didn't care. "Hey, watch it. You psycho." Someone yelled as he pushed his way through. He ran. He ran with the fury of a convert, an unforgettable image still berated behind his eyes. He had a plan. He had a mission. And the first step was to get home. "Mom." Izuku burst into the apartment, slamming the door against its stop. Silence and the smell of stale air greeted him. The only light was the blue flicker of the television. "Turn it off." His voice cut through the gloom. On the couch, a figure stirred under a blanket. "Izuku, you scare me. Are you okay?" "Imperfect. Turn off the TV." The click of the set turning off was deafening. The room was plunged into near darkness. "Why are the curtains drawn? It's the middle of the afternoon. How long have you been sitting here?" "I was just resting my eyes." Sweetie Inko's voice was a fragile murmur. "No, you weren't resting. You were disappearing." Izuku walked toward her, his shadow blanketing her. "It's over." "What's over, Izuku? I don't understand." "This," he said, gesturing broadly at the room. "The darkness. The silence. The blanket in the middle of summer. All of it." And getting into Yue Inko's laugh was a broken, joyless sound. "What? Oh, honey, I know it's your dream, but we've talked about this. Your quirk, forget about my quirk." He snapped, the harshness of his own voice surprising him. He knelt, searching for her hands under the blanket. "My quirk doesn't matter. My strength will matter. My will is what will matter. I'm going to be a hero. You can't the other kids, they have incredible powers, and they'll have you. He interrupted. You're going to help me. Me? Inko finally pulled her hands out. They were cold. How can I help you? I can barely help myself. Exactly, Izuku exclaimed, as if she had just grasped a complex equation. That's the point. Look at you, Mom. Ever since he left, you've been sinking into this couch. That's not true. I work, I clean. The house is spotless because that's all you do. His voice rose, not with anger, but with desperate frustration. You don't live. You survive. When was the last time you went out with your friends? Or bought yourself a new dress? Or laughed out loud? The tears welling in Inko's eyes were the only answer he needed. That ends. Today, Izuku continued, his tone now lower, more intense. Tomorrow, 6 in the morning, you and me, at the park, we'll go to run. Inko shook her head, tears rolling down her cheeks. I can't. Izuku, I can't even run for the bus. I'm fat, I'm tired, I'm old. You're not old, you're stuck, he shot back. And you're not going to run, you're going to try. And you're going to fail. And you're going to get up and try again. And he'll be right there, screaming at you to do it. Why? Why are you being so cruel all of a sudden? Cruel? Izuku's voice cracked for an instant. Is it cruel to want my mother back? The one who took me to the park to see the heroes? The one who told me I could be anything? That woman wouldn't give up on a sofa. He stared at her, his green eyes, so much like her own, burning with a frightening conviction. This is the deal, Mom. It's a contract. I help you get your life back, pull you out of this hole. I get you in shape. I give you back your energy. I force you to live again. In return, you give me a reason. Every time I see you run, one more meter, every time you lift something you couldn't before, you'll know that I can do the impossible. Your progress will be my fuel. That's insane, Izuku. You're putting a terrible amount of pressure on me. Yes, I am. Because you need it. We need it. He squeezed her hands. We're going to get strong, Mom. Both of us. Together. We're going to destroy our weaknesses. Do you accept? Inko looked at him. At her son. At this feverish, determined stranger who had replaced her timid little boy. She saw the plan in his eyes, a selfish, desperate plan, but one that, for the first time in years, included her not as a burden, but as a key component. She felt a pang of something she had long forgotten. Possibility. What if I throw up? She whispered a last, pathetic line of defense. Izuku smiled, a sharp, hungry grin. Then you'll throw up. And then, well, keep running. Do we have a deal? Slowly, with the weight of a decade of inertia on her shoulders, Inko Midoriya nodded. We have a deal. Good. He jumped to his feet. Now, Senshiredo, she was racked with spasms. Izuku stopped, jogging in place, not moving closer. Done? Are you finished complaining? I hate you, she gasped, catching her breath. I hate you with every fiber of my being. Use that hate. Picture my face at the finish line. Come on, Barato. Weakness isn't going to walk away on its own. Month 6. The scrap heap beach make Barato noise. The refrigerator isn't scared of your efforts. Izuku's face was bright red, strain visible across his back beneath his shirt as he pushed the rusted appliance. A few feet away, Inko dropped the truck tire she'd been dragging with a heavy thud. You know, she said, her breath heavy but controlled. I think my arms are looking better than yours. More to find. Izuku stopped, letting go of the fridge. What did you say? You heard me. She smirked, flexing a bicep. I've been putting in the work. While you're playing with appliances, I'm sculpting. That's a tire. I'm moving an entire ecosystem of rust and 10-year-old rotten food. Excuses, she teased. Admit it, I'm catching up to you. When you can move this monster, we'll talk. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a date with tetanus. And he went back to pushing with a grunt that now sounded genuinely offended. As he pushed, Inko watched him and smiled. She could make fun of her son in the middle of a dump and feel incredibly alive. For his part, the image burning in Izuku's brain with every inch he gained on the refrigerator was that of a giant heroine winking at him. Wider shoulders, stronger back, he repeated to himself, I need a solid foundation for a solid future. Month 10. The home gym, are you sure this bar isn't going to bend? I feel bad for it. Inko was sitting on Izuku's back as he did push-ups. She casually flipped through a magazine. The bar is fine, he gasped, straining to push up. It's you who weighs less. Liar. It's because you've gotten absurdly strong. Though, I think we should work more on your obliques. In this picture, Mirko's costume really suits her and it looks spectacular. Noted work obliques. And about your primary motivation, she continued, lowering her voice slightly. I did some research. MT lady. She's 2066 centimeters in her giant form. That's a massive opponent, Izuku. You're going to need a strong strategy. Izuku missed a rep, his chin nearly hitting the floor. Mom, what? I'm your Barato coach. I'm here to help you with everything you need. She patted his back. Now come on, Timberato. Think about structural integrity. He let out a tired groan and kept going, his face flushed with embarrassment as he continued. They had found their rhythm, a strange symbiosis of physical training and sarcasm-based family therapy. Exam day, don't trip on your way in. It will be a bad first impression. Inko's voice was calm, with a hint of amusement. They were standing in front of the gates of UA. Only if you promise not to buy a tub of ice cream to celebrate getting rid of me for a few hours, Izuku retorted, adjusting his backpack. Deal. She gave him a quick, firm hug. Now go. Kick some Barato. Metaphorically, of course. You don't have permission to actually fight anyone yet. He smiled. They'll try. He turned and disappeared into the stream of applicants. The air vibrated with nervous energy and youthful arrogance. His eyes scanned the competition. A guy with glasses and engines in his legs. Weird. A pink girl with antennae. Weirder, but could go idiot. He looked away from the ash blonde. Today was not the day for old rivalries. Okay, Izuku. Game plan, he told himself. Written exam, piece of cake. Practical exam, improvise. Find a loophole. Exploit it. I can't destroy anything. But what else is there? Help? Rescue? There have to be points for Barato than just simple violence. His line of thought was cut short. A girl with brown hair. A stumble. A startled sound. Time froze. She's going to fall. But she didn't. She floated a breath away from the pavement. Quirk. Anti-gravity. Interesting. She stabilized herself, touched her fingers together, and landed. A violent blush covered her cheeks. Instinctive reaction. Good reflexes. Sharp. The girl just stood there, mortified. Izuku watched her, and his brain, now wired with a very particular logic, made a final connection. Censurado pure logic. She's definitely one of the good ones. The decision made itself. In a hostile environment, an ally is a valuable resource. And an ally who, according to his flawless logic, was intrinsically good, was a treasure. He shook off the intensity, trading it for a slightly goofy but genuine smile, and closed the distance between them. Hey, his voice sounded more confident than he felt. That was awesome. Almost took a spill there, huh? 2. Chapter 2. User manual. The girl blinked, her large brown eyes fixed on him, the blush of embarrassment still coloring her cheeks. Izuku's smile faltered slightly. Maybe I came on too strong. Maybe my comment was stupid. Oh, she said, her voice a bit shrill with surprise. Thanks. Yeah, I almost wiped out. How embarrassing. Tripping before I even started. She scratched the back of her neck, a nervous laugh escaping her lips. The tension broke. No, not at all, Izuku hurried to say. That was an incredible reaction. You use your quirk to save yourself. That's pro-level stuff. You really think so? I just panicked. She waved her hands in front of her. Im ohaku uharaka. It's a pleasure. Izuku Midoriya. The pleasure is all mine. They shook hands. Her grip was firm. Midoriya-kun, you must have an amazing quirk to be so confident. You walk like you already know you're going to pass. Izuku let out a short laugh, this one loaded with a decade of irony. Not at all. You're completely mistaken. Uraraka's smile wavered. Oh, I am? Yeah, my quirk is well. It's pretty useless for this, he shrugged, feeling the familiar weight of shame. It's called trainer. It's literally for training animals. Dogs, cats, maybe a hamster if it misbehaves. It's trash. He braced himself for the look of pity for the awkward well. But Uraraka's reaction completely floored him. Her eyes widened, not with pity, but with dazzling admiration. What? Are you kidding me? I wish. Wow, she exclaimed, doing a little hop on the spot. But then, that means your whole physique. Oh, that. Izuku looked down at his hands, at the calluses covering them. That's thanks to my mom. We started working out together 10 months ago. She wanted to lose some weight, and I needed a shot. All I have is the physical training I did with her. Uraraka's silence lasted only a second before it was replaced by a torrent of words. That's even more incredible. Way more than having some strong quirk. To make it this far with just your body, without a combat power, that shows tremendous willpower. It's amazing. Izuku didn't know what to say. No one, ever, had looked at him like that, as if his deficiency was actually his greatest strength. People used to call me Deku, he blurted out, not knowing why. It means useless or the one who can't do anything. Well, they're wrong, Uraraka declared with a fierce conviction that took his breath away. To me, it sounds like Dekairu. Like you can do it. You're like a Deku who never gives up. Deku, the word that had always been an insult, a reminder of his uselessness, sounded like an honorary title on her lips. He felt a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with his training. I like it, he said, surprised by his own honesty. I like how it sounds when you say it. The blush returned to Uraraka's cheeks. Well then, Deku-kun, let's get ready. We have to give it our all. He nodded, a genuine, confident smile forming on his face for the first time. Together, as they walked toward the auditorium for the briefing, Izuku couldn't help but think his theory was correct. A big heart. Definitely. President Mike's voice boomed through the hall, explaining the rules of the practical exam. A mock battle in a fake city where they would accumulate points by destroying 3 types of robots. After the talk, the applicants were led to different battle zones. Izuku and Uraraka ended up in the same one. In front of them, gigantic metal gates blocked the view of the artificial metropolis. The tension was palpable. Uraraka gave him a nervous but determined look. He returned it with a nod. "Giolo!" roared President Mike's voice over the loudspeakers. "What are you waiting for? There's no countdown in a real battle." Chaos erupted. Hundreds of applicants shot forward. Izuku, used to running, pushed through the crowd and looked for Uraraka. He found her a few yards ahead, looking around, overwhelmed. "Uraraka, over here," he yelled. They regrouped behind the corner of a building. "We need to score points fast," she said. "What's the plan?" "You make them float. It'll smash them," Izuku proposed. It sounded simple. It was their plan A. The problem was that reality was more complicated. The first 2-point robot they encountered was too agile. Uraraka barely managed to dodge it and couldn't get a hand on it. Izuku intercepted the second one, a 3-pointer. He jumped and landed a punch with all his might. The blow slightly dented the chassis, but the robot barely flinched and countered with a mechanical arm that nearly took him out. His physical strength wasn't enough to destroy them in a single hit. They managed to take down 3 one-point robots through sheer persistence, but cost them precious time. 3 points. We have 3 miserable points. Izuku's voice was a choked cry, drowned out by the roar of a nearby explosion. He ducked behind the wreckage of a 2-point robot, pulling Uraraka down with him. I know. Don't yell," she gasped, wiping sweat from her brow. "They're faster than they look." "They're not fast, we're slow," he retorted, peeking his head out. He saw a group of 1-point robots rounding the corner. "There, Plan B, the distraction one. I don't like Plan B." "Me neither, but Plan A was a disaster." "Now," Izuku sprinted out to the right, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Hey, you scrap heaps. Your manufacturer was a hamster and your mother smelled of burnt oil." The robot's optical sensors swiveled toward him. It worked. As the machines lumbered in his direction, Uraraka broke from cover and ran toward a 3-point robot that had its back to her, her hands outstretched. "Got you," she whispered, touching its metal chassis. The robot stopped, its lights flickered, and then it began to float slowly into the sky. "Deku-kun, I got it." "Good. Now drop it on the others." "Release," she shouted, pressing her fingertips together. The 3-point robot fell. The problem was, it fell with the grace of an autumn leaf, not the force of an anvil. It bounced comically off one of the one-point robots and landed on the ground with a dull thud. Intact. The other two one-pointers turned toward Uraraka. Oh, she muttered. Prononce. Izuku yelled. Run. They regrouped behind another pile of rubble, their hearts hammering against their ribs. This is an absolute failure, Izuku said, looking at the timer projected in the sky. Less than 4 minutes left. My plan is falling apart. My life is falling apart. I'm going to end up training poodles for rich ladies. Don't say that. Uraraka tried to stay optimistic, but her face was pale. We're just not in sync, and I'm starting to get dizzy. What? Before she could answer, a larger robot, a two-pointer with pincers for hands, emerged from the smoke. It fixed its single red eye on them. Look out! Izuku shouted. They moved, but Uraraka, weakened by her quirk's overuse, was slower. The robot fired one of its pincers, not at her, but at a concrete wall beside her. The wall exploded outward. Centuredo, soaking the fabric of her pants. My leg, she sobbed, her face contorted with pain and nausea. It hurts, and everything is spinning cold. Sharp panic lanced through Izuku. They were failing. She was hurt, and the two-point robot was advancing on them, its red eye locked on its immobile prey. You can't run. I can't fight. It's going to crush us. Izuku's voice was a high-pitched shriek of despair. The robot was less than 10 meters away. I'm sorry, Deku-kun. I'm sorry, Uraraka cried, trying in vain to get to her feet. There was no time. There was no plan. There was only instinct. No choice, hold on. Without a second thought, he lunged for her. He lifted her off the ground in a tangle of limbs. It wasn't a heroic, graceful rescue, but a clumsy, desperate grab. One arm under her knees, the other around her back, her cheek pressed against his shoulder as he ran. The contact was total. The torn edge of her uniform, the warmth of her form against his. He ran. He ran like he'd never run before, not even with his mother shouting at him in the park. Panic fueled the muscles forged over 10 months. I have to get her out. Have to get her to safety. She's hurt. She's dizzy. I failed. I failed. I failed. And then it happened. As his mind screamed in panic, something else cut through. It wasn't a thought. It was information. A cascade of cold, precise data flooded his brain, overlaying his terror. What is this voice? It's not a voice quirk analysis initiated. Prolonged contact focused concern detected my head. What's happening? Quirk name, Zero Gravity User. Ochako Uraraka. Izuku kept running, dodging a piece of upturned asphalt. Sweat stung his eyes, but the information kept flowing, as clear and crisp as an instruction manual projected onto the inside of his skull. Linked physiology. The pads on her fingertips activate-deactivate the effect. Nausea is a direct side effect from the disruption of fluid in the semicircular canals of the inner ear. The vestibular system is not conditioned for gravitational fluctuation. Inner ear? Vestibular system? What are those words? Stop. Current limits. Mass limit per activation, 3.1 tons. Prolonged overuse leads to severe nausea. Untapped potential. Latent ability to tag multiple targets independently. Release can be sequential or simultaneous via a single mental command. Release all. User currently releases each object individually due to habit and lack of training. Suggested evolution path. 1. Vestibular conditioning through balance exercises, yoga, balance beam, ice skating to eliminate nausea. 2. Mental focus exercises to increase mass capacity and the number of tagged objects. Analysis complete. The cascade of information stopped as abruptly as it had begun. Izuku stumbled and nearly fell, but he managed to duck into the shell of a collapsed building, a small oasis of relative safety. He gently set Uraraka down. She groaned, clutching her leg. He ignored her for a second. Centuredo, the hands that had, somehow, seemed to steal his friend's secrets. There was no coldness in him. No calculation. Just pure, absolute bewilderment. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. A nearby building collapsed, and from the dust and rubble, a shadow rose, blotting out the sun. It was gargantuan, The 0-point robot. The insurmountable obstacle. And it was heading straight for them. There was no time to process. It was time to act. Deku-kun, it's the giant robot. We have to run. Leave me here. No. Izuku's voice sounded strange, distant. No, wait. He looked at the mechanical colossus, then at Uraraka, then at the mountain of rubble surrounding them. The information, the user manual that made no sense, was still floating in his mind. Tag multiple targets. Release all. It sounded insane. It was insane, but it was all they had. Uraraka, listen to me. He knelt in front of her, grabbing her by the shoulders. I think I know how we could do this. It sounds crazy, but please, please trust me. She looked into his eyes, saw the panic and the bizarre certainty warring within them. Hurt and scared, she nodded. What do I do? Your quirk. Use it. Touch all the rubble you can. Quickly. Don't think, just touch. This whole pile. The steel beams, the chunks of concrete, everything. What for? I can't lift all of it at once. Especially not this much weight. You don't have to lift it. Just tag it. Trust me. He yelled, his voice nearly breaking with urgency. Driven by his desperation, Uraraka obeyed. She crawled across the ground, ignoring the shooting pain in her leg, and began frantically touching every piece of debris within her reach. With each touch, a faint pink light flickered over the object. Faster, Izuku urged, watching the 0-pointer get closer, its massive feet making the ground shake. Ikent inimo, Deku-kun. I'm going to pass out. That's enough. He yelled. Now look at me. When I tell you, I want you to shout release all. Got it? But that doesn't. Got it. Igriga-jis. Izuku took a deep breath. He stood up, and to his own surprise, ran out from their hiding spot, directly into the giant's path. Hey you, giant tin can. The robot's eye locked onto him. It changed its trajectory, now focused on the small, noisy pest. Closer, closer, just as the robot's foot was about to crush him, Izuku screamed with all the air in his lungs. Now Uraraka? From their shelter came her desperate cry. Release all. For a second, nothing happened, and then the entire pile of rubble stopped glowing. Gravity reclaimed its due. All at once, dozens of concrete chunks and steel beams, freed from their gravitational tethers, fell in unison. It wasn't shower. It was an avalanche, a concentrated demolition bombardment. The cascade of scrap metal slammed into the 0-pointer's head and shoulders. The giant staggered, its circuits overloaded by the multiple, simultaneous impacts. It listed to one side, letting out a horrific metallic groan, and crashed into a building with a boom that vibrated the entire mock city. At that exact moment, a deafening siren blared across the battlefield. The exam is over. Izuku just stood there in the middle of the street, gasping for breath, staring at the wreckage they had caused. Uraraka, from her shelter, stared at the same scene. There were no smiles of victory, no cries of triumph, just two pairs of wide eyes, fixed on the impossible result of a shared madness. It worked. It actually worked. The silence that followed the siren was heavier than the previous roar. Izuku was still standing, looking at his hands. The trembling had returned. Deku-kun he turned. Uraraka was limping toward him, using a piece of pipe as a makeshift crutch. Her face was a mixture of exhaustion, pain, and absolute awe. That she said, stopping in front of him. How did you know? Nobody knows that about my quirk. I didn't even know that. It was like you read my mind. Izuku shook his head, still in shock. The adrenaline was fading, leaving only a cold bewilderment. I don't know, his voice was a raw whisper. I swear on my life, Uraraka, I have no idea. But you did it. Tag, release all. Those words. When I carried you, he swallowed, trying to find the words. I started seeing things. In my head. They weren't images, they were data. Like I was reading the instruction manual for your quirk. He tried to explain, clumsily and haltingly, what he had seen. The exact weight limit, the issue with the balance in her ears. The untapped potential to release objects en masse. Uraraka's eyes went wide as saucers. Realization hit her. So your quirk, it's not trainer. It's not for animals. It works on people. Deku-kun, that's an incredible quirk. Her excitement, her joy for him, felt like a punch to the gut. All the insecurity he had crushed for 10 months, a lifetime of being the useless kid, came rushing back to the surface with brutal force. "No," he said, taking a step back. "No, you don't understand. This has never happened before. Ever. What if it was a fluke? A stress-induced hallucination? I don't know." He looked at her, pure desperation in his eyes. I can't tell anyone about this. Can you imagine? If I go and say, "Hey, I think my quirk analyzes other people," and then it never works again, he'll go back to being him. The useless kid who made up a power for attention. The original Deku. I don't want to create expectations I can't meet. Not again. I can't handle it. She saw the raw vulnerability on his face. The confident facade had shattered, revealing the scared boy underneath. Uraraka's expression softened, her excitement replaced by a deep, warm empathy. "I understand," she said, her voice soft but firm. "I won't say a word. ITLLB our secret." The relief Izuku felt was so intense his knees almost buckled. Thank you, an idea, born of desperation and hope, sparked in his mind. "Hey," he said, meeting her eyes. If this was real, maybe we can Barato. Under controlled conditions. If you want, we could train together. That way you can improve your quirk based on whatever I saw. And I could try to Barato out what exactly mine is. What do you say?" For an answer, Ochako Uraraka gave him a radiant smile, the most genuine one of the entire day, one that outshone the pain in her leg and the chaos around them. "Of course, Dekakuen. Count me in." The pact was sealed. Izuku hadn't gained a weapon, had gained an accomplice, a training partner, a friend. As Recovery Girl arrived to tend to the injured, he looked at her again. The girl with the round face, bright smile, and Iron Will, who had just kept his deepest secret without a second thought. And as he watched her, he confirmed his initial hypothesis with simple, irrefutable logic. A big heart, he thought. Definitely. 3. Chapter 3. First lessons in zero gravity. A week later, the air in the Midoriya apartment had changed. It no longer smelled of stillness, but of ginger tea and the warmth of effort. Inko Midoriya, wearing a barato and leggings, was in the middle of the living room, trying to hold her balance in a gravity-defying yoga pose. "Izuku, are you sure this is warrior pose? I feel more like confused flamingo about to fall over." Izuku, sitting on the couch scrolling through his phone, smiled without looking up. "You're tilting your pelvis forward, Mom. You have to align it with your heels. Tighten your core. Tighten your core," she huffed, wobbling. "That's your answer for everything. Headache? Tighten your core. Existential dread? Tighten your core. It works, doesn't it?" Before Inko could answer, the sound of the mail carrier in the hallway and the clink of the mail slot caught their attention. They both froze. They looked at each other. It was the day. Inko abandoned all pretense of yoga and ran to the door. She returned holding a thick envelope with the red seal of Yue in the center, as if it were a dangerous artifact. She placed it on the coffee table with reverential care. While Inko said, her voice trembling, "Are you going to open it, or am I?" Together, Izuku decided, his heart hammering in his throat. They broke the seal with clumsy fingers. Inside wasn't a letter, but a small metal disc. As soon as Izuku touched it, the disc hummed and projected a three-dimensional image into the air. The towering, muscular figure of All Might, wrapped in his brightly colored hero costume, materialized before them. "I am here, as a projection. All Might." Inko and Izuku shouted in unison. The symbol of peace's hologram beamed. "Greetings, young Midoriya. I have come to inform you of the results of your entrance exam. On the written test, you achieved an excellent score. Congratulations." Izuku held his breath. Inko covered her mouth with her hands. "But, as you well know, the written exam isn't enough to get into the hero course. What matters is the practical test. And on that test, young man, you scored 0 villain points." The air rushed out of Izuku's lungs. The silence was filled with a crushing weight. 0. After all that, 0. However, All Might continued, and his signature smile widened even more. "There's another variable. We observe more than just simple destruction. A true hero also saves others from danger. And for that reason, there are rescue points. A screen appeared next to All Might, showing a grainy recording of the exam. It showed Izuku shouting, and then the avalanche of debris burying the zero-point robot, just as it was about to crush the hiding spot where an injured Ochako Uraraka was. For saving another applicant from certain danger, neutralizing a threat that no one else dared to face, Izuku Midoriya, you are awarded 60 rescue points, one of the highest scores this year. The screen changed, showing the final result: 60 rescue points, 0 villain points. Pass. Welcome, young Midoriya, All Might concluded. This is your Hero Academia. The projection switched off. The silence lasted for a second. Then, Inko let out a cry of pure joy, a sound so full of pride and relief it made the windows rattle. She jumped on Izuku, hugging him tightly. You did it. Izuku, you did it. You made it. Laughing, overwhelmed by a wave of happiness that washed away all the tension, Izuku grabbed her by the waist. In a move that would have been unthinkable a year ago, he lifted her off the floor as if she weighed nothing and began to spin with her in the middle of the living room. Inko's laughter filled the room, a melody that had been absent for too long. It was a perfect moment, a shared victory. When he finally set her down, Senshirado, where I am so excited. My parents are building a shrine in my honor. Kidding, but barely. It's thanks to you. And your 60 rescue points. I saw it on my results. Izuku smiled, relief a warm feeling washing over him. Izuku, it was both of us. Hey, the plan's still on. Tomorrow, the beach. We need to figure out what happened. Ochako, he'll be there, partner. Ready for secret training. The next morning, sun painted Dagoba Beach in a soft golden color, and the sea breeze was cool. The section Izuku and Inko had cleared looked like a private training ground. Uraraka was already there, stretching her leg, which now only showed a pale, pink scar thanks to Recovery Girl's quick work. Deku, she greeted him, her smile as bright as the sun. Uraraka, everything okay? Better than okay. I still can't believe we're in. I feel like I'm going to wake up any second. My parents cried, like actually cried. My mom, too, he admitted, scratching his cheek. Well, after she calmed down, they laughed, but a moment of awkward silence settled between them. It was different now. They weren't fighting for their lives. They were just two teenagers on a beach with a huge, strange secret hanging in the air. So she said, wringing her hands, secret training? Secret training, he confirmed, getting serious. We have to replicate what happened. Understand the rules of my quirk, if they even exist. He pointed to a rock the size of a soccer ball. Let's start with something small. Try to make it float. It'll touch your arm. See if anything happens. She nodded, focused. She approached the rock and held out her hand. Izuku, with a nervousness he hadn't expected, gently placed his hand on her forearm. The contact of his skin against hers felt strangely significant in the daylight. Uraraka touched the rock. It floated a couple of inches in the air. Izuku frowned. No, I don't feel anything. I don't see anything. It's like I'm just touching your arm. She let the rock drop. What did we do differently in the exam? Well, for starters, you were injured and I was carrying you like a sack of potatoes while running for my life. He reflected. There was panic, adrenaline, and full contact. He grew thoughtful. And the posture. What I saw at mention balance. The vestibular system. Maybe posture is important. Posture? She repeated, confused. Yeah. Stand up straight. Feet shoulder-width apart. Like you're about to take a punch. She tried, striking a somewhat clumsy fighting pose. She was tense, nervous under his scrutiny. He sighed, frustrated. No, not like that. You're all stiff. Relax. He walked up to her and, without a second thought, Senshirado, his hands landed with surprising firmness on her shoulders. And align your stance. Your center of gravity is off. You need to feel it here. He guided her, gently adjusting her posture until her stance was stable, powerful. Uraraka's heart was hammering against her ribs. Focus. The training. Stay focused on the lesson. They were at her sides. The blush that crept up her neck was so intense she was sure he could feel it. Izuku, for his part, was fighting his own internal battle. One part of his brain, the analytical part forged in 10 months of training, was completely focused on the task. Low center of mass, straight spine. This will maximize her stability and reduce strain on her lower back when manipulating heavy objects. The other part, the part that was a 15-year-old boy, was in distress. Okay, perfect form. Hand position here. They fit perfectly. Focus, Midoriya, on the science, the biomechanics. Science is very, very precise in its measurements. He removed his hands after a moment that felt like an eternity. His voice came out slightly strained. Like that. Stay like that. He took a step back. The atmosphere between them had shifted. There was now a mutual understanding between them, a tension that had nothing to do with the Barato robots. Now try it again, Izuku said, trying to make his voice sound normal. He stepped forward and placed a hand on her right shoulder. The contact was an ignition point. They both focused, the earlier awkwardness replaced by intense concentration. Okay, Uraraka whispered. She touched the same rock as before. It floated. And this time, Izuku felt something. Whoa. He pulled his hand back as if had gotten an electric shock. What? What's wrong? She asked, alarmed. I felt it. In my arm. Right where I was touching you, he explained, his eyes wide. It wasn't like last time. There was no manual. It was a sensation. Like a weightless electric current. A zero-gravity tingle. Did you feel anything from me? She shook her head, confused. No, just my quirk working like always. So it's one way, Izuku muttered to himself. I feel a reverberation of your power, but you don't feel mine. How strange. He rubbed his chin. Sensorido, he placed his hand back on her Barato. She focused on the engine and touched it. The metal block shuddered, and, with a grunt of effort from her, it slowly began to rise. I've got it, she said, breathing heavily from the strain. But then, she wobbled and put a hand to her head. Oh, the nausea is stronger. Izuku closed his eyes, concentrating on the sensation on her shoulder, on the connection. The information didn't come as a flood, but as flashes, like real-time diagnostics. You're leaning, he said, his voice calm and confident. You're compensating with your left hip because your injured leg is weaker. The manual says the nausea is from the fluid in your ears. Don't fight the feeling, flow with it. Straighten your back, breathe from your diaphragm, find your center, like I showed you. Following his instructions like a steadying point in a storm, Uraraka adjusted her posture. She took a deep breath, feeling her feet settle into the sand. To her absolute astonishment, the wave of nausea receded. It didn't vanish, but became manageable, a background noise instead of a deafening scream. It's working, she said, incredulous. Deku, it's working. He smiled, his eyes still closed. I know. I'm seeing it. The trust between them grew, solid and tangible. Izuku opened his eyes, and his gaze fell on his true target, the rusted, wrecked chassis of a car, the junkyard prize. Okay, Uraraka, the ultimate test. The car? Deku, c'est impossible. It weighs tons. The manual said your limit is about 3 tons, he countered, his voice vibrating with excitement. That thing has to weigh more. We're not going to launch it to the moon. I just want to make it float. 1 inch. I want to see if I can do more than just feel and diagnose. Do what? I don't know, he admitted with brutal honesty. Give your quirk a push. Overclock it. He looked at her, and she saw the madness and genius shining in his eyes. She nodded, her own heart pounding with a mix of fear and exhilaration. Let's do it. They positioned themselves in front of the car. Izuku didn't just put a hand on her shoulder. He placed both hands, one on each shoulder, a firm and steady grip. Get ready, he said in a low voice. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Uraraka cried out, a deep, strained sound, and Barato both palms against the car's rusted metal. At the same time, Izuku gritted his Barato, tensing every muscle in his Barato, and focused with an intensity he had never known. He wasn't trying to see the manual. He was trying to write in it, to push his own energy, his own will, through his hands, through the connection, and directly into her quirk. Push harder. Push through the limit. Sweat beaded on Uraraka's forehead. Her knuckles were white from the pressure against the car. The muscles in Izuku's arms trembled from the strain. And then, for one glorious instant that seemed to last an eternity, it happened. With a groan of tortured metal, the car's frame lifted. An inch. Two. It hung suspended in the air, trembling, defying gravity and all logic. Then the connection broke. The car fell with a dull, final thud that sent sand flying. Simultaneously, they both collapsed. They fell to their knees, exhausted, breathless, their muscles screaming in protest. They stayed like that for a long moment, panting, staring at the sand. Finally, they looked up. They looked at each other, and a disbelieving, euphoric, and utterly exhausted laugh erupted from both of them. They were sitting in the sand, their backs against a giant tire, looking at the car they had moved. The sun was higher now, warming their skin. The initial shock was giving way to an overwhelming realization. You didn't just read it. Deku, Uraraka, finally said, her voice barely a whisper. You enhanced it. You pushed it. It was like your power and mind connected, merged for a second. Izuku looked at his hand, spreading his fingers apart. He no longer saw it as something foreign. A slow, genuine smile, full of a newfound power, formed on his lips. I think my quirk isn't coach. It's something else. He paused, searching for the right word, one that didn't sound ridiculous, one that fit the magnitude of what they had just done. A booster, maybe, he said, testing the word. Or an amplifier. A booster, Uraraka repeated, and the word seemed to fit perfectly. I like it. They fell silent again, but this time it was a comfortable silence, full of meaning. This Izuku began. We can't just keep this a secret because of my fear anymore. No, she agreed, looking at him seriously. This is a secret weapon. Our secret weapon. If anyone knew we could do this, would be a target. Or an experiment, he finished. No one can know. No one. It's our advantage. Our secret, she said, and held out her fist. He bumped his fist against hers. The pact was sealed. No longer forged in fear, but in strategy and absolute trust. They were a two-person team with a potentially unstoppable combo. Later, as Izuku walked back home, his body aching but his mind racing a mile a minute, his main goal, the one that had started it all, came back into crystal clear focus. Booster, he thought. I like it. With this power, and with Uraraka as my partner, the possibilities are endless. I can help her become an incredible hero, and she can help me become whatever I need to be. The path to the top of the hero world, once a distant fantasy, now seemed like a map spread out at his feet. The magazine covers, the rankings, the internships with the best agencies, an image of a giant, blonde heroine winking at him filled his mind. Yeah, he told himself with a determined smile. The internships, definitely. For Chapter 4, the mother's manual Inko Midoriya, her hair pulled up in a high ponytail and dressed in athletic clothes that fit a new, firm body, moved through the kitchen with the efficiency of a five-star chef. She sliced strawberries with a quick, precise rhythm, tossed them into the blender, and measured out the protein powder without even looking. Izuku, sitting at the small breakfast table, watched her over his own bowl of oatmeal. Mom, your arms look stronger than mine, he commented without thinking. Inko paused and flexed a bicep, admiring it with a satisfied smile. That's from carrying the weight of your critiques on my running form for 10 months. It builds character and deltoids. Now, make sure you eat all of that. And a smoothie. If you're going to be training your friend, you'll need double the energy. Izuku, who had just put a huge spoonful in his mouth, nearly choked. He coughed, thumping his chest. How did you know? She turned, leaning against the counter with a confidence that was entirely new. She gave him a mischievous smile, one Izuku hadn't seen in a decade. I'm your mother, Izuku, and you're not as subtle as you think. I heard you on the phone the other day, talking about vestibular conditioning and maximizing potential. I didn't think you were talking about a dog. She came over and ruffled his hair. I'm happy for you. It's been a while since I've seen you so alive. Having a training partner is good. Keeps you honest. Yeah, Izuku managed to say, his face red. Something like that. Just make sure she eats well, Inko added. She'll need the energy to put up with you. Now drink up. It tastes awful, but according to the internet, ITLL make us invincible. Izuku drank the thick, greenish smoothie. It did, in fact, taste awful. But seeing the light in his mother's eyes and the strength in her posture, he thought that maybe, just maybe, the internet was right. Later that same day, the comfortable normality had evaporated. They were in the living room. Inko was reading a book on the sofa, and Izuku was standing in the middle of the room, silent. He hadn't moved for 5 minutes, simply staring at her. His gaze wasn't empty. It was intense, analytical, like a scientist observing an unpredictable chemical reaction. Inko slowly lowered her book, one eyebrow arched. Is something wrong? No, he answered too quickly. Are you sure? Because you're looking at me like you're thinking of selling me for new weights. Silence. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, nervous. Izuku, honey, can you stop looking at me like I'm a piece of furniture you're thinking about moving? You're genuinely starting to scare me. He took a deep breath, as if preparing to jump off a cliff. Mom, what happened in the exam with Uraraka? What happened at the beach? I think I can do it again. You mean your quirk? She asked, intrigued. The one that lets you read manuals? Yeah, but I need to test it. I need to understand it. I can't rely on luck or panic. And he hesitated. I need you to help me. Inko closed her book and set it aside. Me? How? You want me to yell at you while you lift the sofa? Because I can do that. I've had practice. No, I need something else, he swallowed. I need you to let me read your quirk. Inko blinked. Once, twice. Then a nervous laugh, almost a squeak, escaped her. What? Are you kidding me? I'm completely serious. Why on earth would you want to read my quirk? She stood up, pacing the room restlessly. What are you going to find? That I can't attract the remote control with 80% accuracy? That sometimes, if I concentrate really hard, I can find my keys without moving the couch cushions? Izuku, your quirk is supposed to be for training, not for this. That's the point. I don't think it is. I think the trainer label was a mistake, a misdiagnosis. He exclaimed, frustration and excitement mixing in his voice. Want me to try it on you? Yeah, just for a moment. And concentrate. It's the only way. Inko's face went from bewilderment to the deepest, most absolute blush. She crossed her arms over her chest. Absolutely not. No way. Izuku, that's so weird. I'm your mother. You're not going to put your hands on me to read my soul or whatever it is you do. It's not reading your soul. It's analyzing a quirk. It's science. He insisted, desperate. Well, find another test subject for your science experiments. Your friend. For example, I already used the device on her. It worked. He admitted, instantly regretting it when he saw his mother's expression. You tested that equipment on that poor girl too. Izuku Midoriya. It was for science. And to save our lives. He defended himself. Mom, please. This is important. It's the most important thing that's ever happened to me. He took a step toward her, and his voice lowered, losing its desperation to gain a persuasive tone. Think about it. Your quirk, minor object attraction. Is that all it is? Really? Haven't you ever been curious? Not even once in all these years have you wondered if it could do more, if there was something inside, waiting? Have you never wanted to know what your true potential is? That last question hit its mark. Inko's indignation faltered. The word potential hung in the air between them. For years, her potential had been defined by being a wife, an employee, and a mother. The idea that there could be something more, a measurable, real potential hidden inside her, was a dangerous idea, and a terribly tempting one. She bit her lip, looking at her son, at this determined, slightly crazy young man who had pulled her out of her stupor. She saw the plea in his eyes. It wasn't a weird request. It was an invitation. She let out a sigh that seemed to carry away her last shred of dignity. Fine, she muttered. But if this gets any weirder than it already is, we're stopping. Understood? Izuku's smile of relief was blinding. Understood. Thank you, Mom. You won't regret it. Oh, I think I'm already regretting it, she grumbled. The execution was as awkward as Inko had feared. Izuku, in his scientist mode, tried to direct the operation with a seriousness that only made it even bravado ridiculous. Okay, stand up. In the center of the room. Feet apart. I feel like I'm in a police lineup. Inko complained. Am I supposed to do a pirouette? Or are you going to show me a suspect's mugshot to identify? Mom, please focus. Izuku begged, his face turning red. This is my experiment. I need controlled conditions. Right, your experiment, she muttered. He took a deep breath. Okay, now I'm going to stand over here. Stay still. Where would I go? The door is blocked by your equipment. Izuku ignored her and got into position. The room grew quiet and focused. All right, I'm going to place my hands on your shoulders, he announced calmly, just like we practiced in training. He steadied his focus and slowly rested his hands on her shoulders. Cinchuredo, his voice barely audible, right behind her head. Now try to use your quirk. Concentrate. Pull the keys from the coffee table. Inko closed her eyes, more to avoid dying of embarrassment than for concentration. She took a deep breath and searched for that small, familiar feeling inside her. That little tug that was her power. She found it and pulled. She felt the quirk activate, an almost imperceptible flow of energy heading toward the keys. At the same time, Izuku focused with all his will, not on panic or adrenaline, but on pure, cold intention. Read, analyze, connect. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the connection was made. The flow of information, clearer and faster than with Uraraka, flooded his mind. It was as if his own mother's quirk was an open book to him, written in a language he suddenly understood perfectly. It lasted barely 5 seconds. Izuku snatched his hands away as if had been burned. He took 2 steps back, his eyes wide with shock. He was pale. Inko opened her eyes when she felt him pull away. She turned, worried. Izuku, are you okay? What happened? He couldn't answer. He just raised a trembling hand and pointed to a notepad and pen on a bookshelf. Inko handed them to him, and without a word, he sat on the floor and began to write with a feverish speed, as if he feared the information would vanish from his brain if he didn't get it onto the paper immediately. Inko stood and watched as her son filled an entire page with diagrams, notes, and terms she had never heard him use. When he finished, he tore the sheet from the pad and held it out to her, without looking up from the floor, as if he were afraid to meet her eyes. With trembling hands, Inko took the paper. What she saw left her breathless. Full quirk analysis. Enhancement mode, quirk name. Minor attraction user. Ainkeo Midoriya linked physiology. Generation of a low-power telekinetic vector from the user's center of mass. The concept of small objects is a purely mental barrier imposed by years of limited use and a subconscious lack of confidence. The quirk has no inherent mass limit, only an energy output limit. Current limits, PRE training attraction of 1 single visible object. Maximum perceived mass, 500 grams, 1.1 pounds. Effective range, 10 meters, 33 feet. Trajectory control, none, straight line toward user. Untapped potential, attainable 1. Multiple attraction, latent ability to tag and attract up to 10 objects simultaneously. The number can increase with training. 2. Fine vector control, ability to manipulate the trajectory of attracted objects in a 180-degree arc in front of the user, allowing for dodging obstacles or creating complex movements. 3. Vector inversion, most powerful latent potential, involves inverting the attract vector to repel. Instead of pulling, the quirk can push. This would create a short-range telekinetic impulse to deflect projectiles, create a shockwave, or even provide a small personal mobility boost. Suggested evolution path. Phase 1, mental control. Daily focus meditation to break self-imposed mental barriers. The goal is for the user to believe in her potential. Phase 2, fine control exercises with multiple small objects, marbles, grains of sand, to learn to attract and move each one independently. Phase 3, inversion visualization exercises to conceptualize the act of pushing. Start with light objects, a sheet of paper, a feather, and gradually increase the mass. Inko read the page once, twice, 3 times. Her eyes, however, kept returning to a single line, to 2 words that changed everything she thought she knew about herself. Vector inversion. She looked up from the paper, her eyes meeting her son's, who was now looking up at her from the floor with a feverish intensity. "Repel," she whispered, her voice incredulous, fragile. "You mean push." A slow, manic, and utterly triumphant smile spread across Izuku's face. He jumped to his feet, his pallor replaced by an electrifying energy. "According to the manual, yeah," he said, his voice vibrating with excitement. "Mom, your new training isn't just going to be yoga and protein shakes. Starting today, you're going to learn to meditate. You're going to become a Zen expert. And tomorrow, you and I are going to buy every single jar of marbles we can find in the city." Inko stared at the paper and then at her own hands. All her life, she had seen them as the hands of a wife, an office worker, a mother. Hands that cleaned, that cooked, that comforted. Now, for the first time in 41 years, she saw them as something more. The hands of someone with a hidden power, with an unknown potential. Hands that could do more than just pull. Hands that maybe could push. And for the first time in decades, she asked herself a terrifying and thrilling question. Who am I? Senchuredo, and the enemy was Inko Midoriya's own mind, a far more stubborn adversary than any rusty refrigerator. Izuku, having turned himself into a makeshift guru thanks to an afternoon of internet searching, tried to guide her with the seriousness of a Zen master. "Okay, Mom. The Zen Mind in 5 minutes tutorial says to try guided visualization," Izuku whispered, sitting cross-legged on a cushion. "Imagine your thoughts are leaves floating down a quiet river." Inko, her eyes shut and her brow furrowed in concentration, snorted. "The river reminds me I have to do the laundry. Did I add the fabric softener? I don't think so. See? Useless. My mind isn't a river. It's a to-do list with rapids of panic." No, that's okay," Izuku hurried to say. "If a thought appears, you acknowledge it and let it go. Look, a thought about laundry. Goodbye, thought about laundry. Now I'm thinking about how I haven't bought you new socks," she said, her eyes still closed. "And how chicken is on sale, but fish has omega-3s, which they say is good for brain function, and mine clearly needs help if I can't stop thinking about fish when I'm supposed to be achieving nirvana." Izuku sighed. This was harder than the entrance exam. "I've got it," he suddenly exclaimed, jumping to his feet. A mental cleansing gong, to disperse the negative energy. Before Inko could protest, Izuku reappeared with a pot lid and a wooden spoon. He stood solemnly beside her and, with the focus of a Shaolin monk, struck the lid with a thunderous blow. Gong! Inko flinched so violently she nearly fell backward. "Izuku, you're going to give me a heart attack. But is the thought about the fish gone?" he asked, hopeful. "Yes. It's now been replaced by a thought about how I'm going to hide every spoon in this house from you." Izuku set down his gong with a sigh. That method was out. It was time for Phase 2. A week later, meditation had been relegated to 10 minutes of frustrated silence in the morning. The action now centered on the coffee table, where a wooden tray held 100 gleaming marbles. "This is more complicated than the entrance exam," Inko grumbled, staring at the sea of tiny glass orbs. "Not if we make it interesting," Izuku said with a sly grin. "They'll bet you the last slice of chocolate cake in the fridge that you can't get that emerald green one out in under a minute." Inko's eyes lit up with a competitive gleam Izuku knew all too well. It was the same look she got when they played cards. "Challenge accepted. Get ready to watch your mother devour that cake, young man." She leaned in, focused, and pulled. A cluster of 10 marbles rolled toward her. "Miss," Izuku chirped. "My cake, hush. I'm just warming up." She tried again. This time, an entire section slid in her direction. "Ack, it's useless." She slapped the table with her palm. "It's like my quirk only has one setting. All or nothing." Izuku watched her frustration and decided it was time to intervene for the sake of science, and, of course, the cake. He knelt beside her. "You're thinking pull the marble. You have to be more specific," he said. "Focus on the others. Look at that one, the blue one with the white swirl." He stood nearby as she adjusted her stance. "Relax your shoulders and align your posture." He offered supportive guidance from a respectful distance. Inko took a steady breath. "Okay, focused." Izuku was struggling to find the right stance. His hands hovered nearby, uncertain. Totally normal. Izuku, for his part, was fighting his own internal battle. Analyst Izuku, stable center of mass, correct posture for efficient channeling. Son Izuku, I hope she isn't uncomfortable. Focus, this is for her sake. He quickly stepped back. Like that. Now, concentrate. I'm going to help you. He gently placed his hand over hers. Feel the connection. Just to that one. Guided by his voice and the warmth of his hand, Inko immersed herself in the concept of the blue marble. And then, she pulled on the silken thread of her power. The marble slid out, alone, and dropped in her open palm. Yes. Take that, she shouted, holding the marble up like a trophy. The cake is mine. Izuku laughed, filled with the pride of a son and the satisfaction of a coach. They had won. The following week was the toughest. Phase 3. Reversal. They started with a feather. Inko failed. Izuku said, science mode activated. Maybe the aerodynamics are too complex. We need something simpler. They tried a piece of tissue paper. Inko concentrated so hard she inhaled sharply, and the paper stuck to her nose. Not laughing, not laughing, Izuku said, choking back a chuckle. They tried a single grain of rice. It's too small, Inko complained. We look like two lunatics playing with our food. That's enough for today, Izuku. I'm going to scream if I have to look at that stupid grain for one more second. That night, he found her in the dark kitchen, her face in her hands. He sat with her in silence. The time for games was over. It's not about the feather, is it? Izuku finally said, his voice surprisingly deep. Inko shook her head without looking up. When she spoke, her voice was broken. I can't, Izuku. It's just it goes against everything I am. My whole life has been pulling. Pulling to get by, pulling to pay the bills, pulling so you could have everything you needed after your father. She trailed off, the old wound still too raw. After he decided his job was more important than his family, Izuku finished for her, his voice not angry, just filled with quiet acceptance. He looked at his mother and, for a moment, saw the woman behind her. I know. You never let yourself push. You always pulled the weight, even when it was too heavy. Always toward yourself. To protect. He leaned forward. This isn't an exercise anymore, Mom. This is for you. For the first time in your life, let yourself push something away. Reject it. Tell it not to come closer. Tell it to go away. With tears rolling down her cheeks, Inko looked at the feather on the table. She channeled decades of frustration and exhaustion. She didn't think about telekinesis. She thought of a single word. Enough, and she pushed. The feather slid an inch. Away from her. It was a minuscule movement, but for her, it was like moving a mountain. A trembling, almost hysterical laugh escaped her. A laugh of pure, absolute release. The next morning, the eve of Izuku's first day at UA, Inko was alone in the living room. She looked at the TV remote. She concentrated. The remote slid an inch away from her, then back toward her. A small, secret smile played on her lips. From the hallway, Izuku watched her. Phase 3 complete. He retreated in silence, determination hardening his features. Her training was over. Cinchuredo Inko had tried to make a special breakfast and, in her enthusiasm, had forgotten to watch the toaster. Now, as Izuku tied the laces of his striking red sneakers, she handed him a small notebook and a pen with the solemn air of a soldier about to receive her battle orders. Your mission for today. Should you choose to accept it, Izuku said, his tone like a playful drill sergeant's as he scribbled on the first page. Phase 1. 30 minutes of focused meditation. No thinking about the grocery list. Phase 2. 30 minutes with the marbles. Today, I want you to move the green one with yellow streaks, and only that one. Phase 3. 10 minutes of concentration on the feather. I don't care if it doesn't move, I want you to feel the push. He handed the notebook back. And I want a full report when I call you at lunchtime. Not one marble less, understood? Inko took the notebook, rolling her eyes with a smile that couldn't quite hide her pride. She adjusted his slightly crooked tie and handed him an expertly wrapped bento box. Yes, yes, my little tyrant. Understood. Now go, or you'll be late for your first day of tyrannizing others. I hope your classmates are prepared for your training regiments. Only the ones with potential. he retorted, giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. The gesture was new, born from their recent dynamic, but it felt incredibly natural. "See you," he shouted, heading out the door. "Don't talk to strangers," she called after him from inside. "I'm going to a school full of strangers. That's the whole point." He heard his mother's laugh as the door clicked shut. Izuku smiled. The day was off to a good start. The day stopped being good exactly 12 minutes later. The UA building wasn't just big. It was an architectural monstrosity, a labyrinth of glass and steel apparently designed by a sadist with a love for identical hallways. "Okay, this can't be that hard," Izuku muttered to himself, looking for the fifth time at a wall map that seemed more complex than the human genome. Cinchuredo lady? Or something? I wish no. Focus. You have to find a classroom. It would be the height of irony, getting into the best hero academy only to be expelled on the first day for not finding your seat. He went up a flight of stairs to the third floor. He looked both ways. 2 identical hallways stretched into infinity. He scratched his head, feeling a drop of cold sweat trickle down his neck. He pulled out his phone to check a digital map, but there was no signal in the depths of the building. Fantastic. They build a bomb-proof complex, but they can install a couple of Wi-Fi repeaters. He chose the right hallway, his logic based on nothing more than sheer desperation. He was walking with his head down, trying to decipher his own footprints to see if he'd been this way before, when he turned a corner sharply. The impact was a muffled oof. Head run straight into someone, and the air filled with the sound of books and binders hitting the linoleum floor. "Oh, I'm so sorry. That was so clumsy of me." Saw the, Izuku said, instinctively crouching down to start picking up the mess. "Don't worry, it was my fault for reading while walking. My attention was elsewhere." The voice was calm, measured, and surprisingly serene for someone who had just been plowed into. Izuku looked up from the applied physics of Quark's textbook in his hand, and his eyes met hers. He froze. The girl kneeling in front of him had jet black hair, pulled into a spiky, high ponytail that defied gravity. Her eyes, a stormy gray, regarded him with quiet intelligence. She was, objectively, one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen in his life. And then his brain, his wonderful, simplistic brain, made the connection. The theory. The universal law. Whoa. Hello. The thought was a flash. Okay, universe. Message received. She was Barato, big heart. The theory holds up. It wasn't just shallow attraction. It was confirmation. It was a divine sign. The girl was beautiful, yes, but she also wore a pristine uniform and was picking up an advanced physics textbook as if it were a light novel. Smart. And according to the Midoriya unified theory, a good person. I'm definitely asking her for directions. The entire interaction lasted barely 2 seconds in his head. "No, forgive me," he said, offering her a friendly and genuine smile, his anxiety about being lost replaced by the certainty of his discovery. "I was completely lost." Imitsuku Midoriya. She accepted the stack of books he handed her, their fingers brushing for an instant. "Momo Yaoyorozu." "A pleasure." "Yaoyorozu-san," he tested the name. It sounded elegant. "By any chance, do you know where Class 1A is?" "This place is a maze." A small smile touched her lips. "What a coincidence. I'm headed there as well. And yes, the architecture can be intimidating. It's this way." They stood up. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Great. So we're classmates. Thank goodness. I was already picturing myself wandering these halls until lunch. By the way, what's your quirk?" "Mine as well, a bit useless for navigation." The question was so direct, so devoid of the usual introductory shyness, that it surprised her. But she answered with the same frankness. "My quirk is creation," she explained as they began to walk. "I can create any non-living object from my fat cells, as long as I perfectly understand its molecular structure." Izuku's eyes lit up, not with casual interest, but with a genuine, feverish awe. He stopped in his tracks. "Wait, what? Any non-living object? As long as you understand the structure?" He repeated, his brain racing. "That's not a quirk. It's a walking universal factory. The only limit is your knowledge. You can create advanced technology, rescue tools, complex weapons, antidotes if you know the chemical composition. The potential isn't just infinite, it's factorially infinite. That explains. He cut himself off, realizing he had been low-key shouting and had gotten carried away. Too late. Momo had turned to him, a single, perfect eyebrow arched. There was a spark of amusement in her gray eyes. Explains what, Midoriya-san? Izuku felt the blood rush to his cheeks. Had dug himself into a hole. But honesty, he had discovered, was often the best, albeit most awkward, way out. He stammered, before surrendering to the truth. It explains why you need such a large lipid store. I mean, biologically speaking, for your fat reserves, to survive long periods without food. I'm sorry. That just slipped out. It wasn't a personal comment. It was a purely scientific observation on the metabolic efficiency of your quirk. I swear. He braced himself for the cringe, for a slap, or worse, for that look of glacial disdain some girls had perfected. Instead, there was a moment of silence. Momo blinked. A light blush colored her cheeks, but her expression wasn't one of offense. It was analytical. Her mind, evidently as sharp as he had surmised, was processing not the clumsiness of the delivery, but the logic behind it. She saw the correlation he had made, however blunt it was. Finally, she regained a near-perfect composure, though the corner of her mouth threatened to curve upward. I see, she said, her voice as measured as ever. The biological correlation you're referring to. It's a direct analysis, but an accurate one. My lipid reserves are, in effect, the fuel for my quirk. It requires a massive energy conversion. That's a sharp observation, Midoriya-san, though perhaps a bit lacking a filter. Completely lacking a filter. He corroborated, relieved. Imadizasta. Sorry. Don't apologies. Science requires no apologies. She resumed walking. The classroom is at the end of this hall. We should hurry. Izuku rushed to keep up, his heart still pounding, but now for a different reason. She wasn't just pretty, smart, and, according to his theory, a good person. She was also incredibly cool. They walked the rest of the way in a strange, but not uncomfortable, silence. Momo Yaoyorozu was deeply intrigued. This boy, Izuku Midoriya, was a walking contradiction. His social awkwardness was apparent, but his analytical mind was incredibly fast. He had grasped the implications of her quirk in seconds, something that took most people a long time. And his comment, while blunt to the point of rudeness, hadn't been malicious. It had been exactly what he said, scientific. It was refreshing and baffling in equal parts. They arrived at a gigantic door, with one A painted in bright red. This is it, Momo said. Izuku nodded, about to thank her, but his eyes drifted to the interior of the already open classroom. His face lit up with a joy so pure and genuine, it surprised Momo. Uraraka, we made it. Across the room, the round-faced girl he had saved in the exam turned. Her own face lit up when she saw him. Deku-kun, I was looking for you. Izuku walked into the classroom like he owned the place, leaving Momo for a moment in the doorway. He went over to Ochako Uraraka, and they bumped fists. It wasn't a formal greeting. It was the gesture of two partners, of two veterans who had been through a battle together. Their interaction was warm, easy, and brimming with a palpable mutual trust. Momo watched this scene from the door, completely stunned. Wait a minute, she thought, her analytical mind working at full speed. He already knows someone? And they're that close? He told me his quirk was useless for navigation, and he got 0 villain points in the exam. Uraraka-san mentioned it when we talked after the test. How does a boy with a supposedly useless quirk radiate this much confidence and already have such a close ally? The picture didn't add up. The lost, awkward boy from the hallway didn't square with the confident young man bumping fists with his classmate. The person who had made such a sharp analysis of my quirk didn't seem like the type to have such a limited power. It's illogical, she concluded. This doesn't fit. I'm missing a variable. Just then a tall, bespectacled boy approached Izuku, gesturing rigidly. You, the one with the unruly hair. I apologize. I misjudged you during the exam. Your ability to deduce the true purpose of the test was superior to my own. I'm Tenya Ida, Before Izuku could respond, another voice, one that sounded like gravel and gunpowder, echoed through the room. Deku? What are you doing here? Izuku Barato. Momo saw his posture shift. The relaxation was replaced by a guarded stance. Katsuki Bakugo was standing by his desk, feet propped up on the tabletop, a fierce scowl. Barato. Don't get into UA just to be an extra in my way, Bakugo growled. Get your feet off the desk. Ida intervened. It's disrespectful to our upperclassmen and to those who manufactured this furniture. Shut up, you four-eyed elite. What kind of stuck-up junior? How did you come from that you care about a desk? The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Momo watched, fascinated, as Izuku stood his ground against the explosive boy, not backing down an inch. There was no fear in his eyes, only a cold determination. And just as the tension was about to snap, a new voice joined the cacophony. A listless, dragging voice that seemed to come from the floor. If you're just here to yell at each other, you can leave. Everyone turned, confused. On the floor by the door was what looked like a giant yellow caterpillar. The creature writhed and slowly rose, revealing a tired-looking man with messy black hair and a 3-day-old beard. He unzipped the sleeping bag and stood up, looking at the class with bloodshot eyes. It took you 8 seconds to shut up. Time is a precious resource. You're not rational. Momo froze. So did everyone else. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, he said, with the same lack of enthusiasm. Nice to meet you. Now put these on, and meet me on the training field. He held up a blue gym uniform. The chapter on introductions had abruptly ended. The real test, it seemed, was about to begin. 7. Chapter 7. The Potentiator's test UAS Gamma Field was a vast, depressing open space that smelled of damp grass and broken dreams. Or at least, that's how most of Class 1A perceived it. Dressed in their gym uniforms, they felt exposed under the listless gaze of Shota Aizawa. All right, listen up, Aizawa said, his voice carrying the energy of a wet rag. Here at UA, we don't bother with nonsense like opening ceremonies or freshman orientation. We have the freedom to run our classes however we see fit. He paused, letting the silence settle. A knot formed in Izuku's stomach. This guy wasn't kidding. So, we're going to hold a quirk assessment test. 8 physical tests. You've done them before. The difference is, here, you can use your quirks. And to make it more interesting, whoever comes in last place will be judged as having no potential and immediately expelled. A collective gasp ran through the class. Several faces went pale. Expelled, Ochako whispered next to Izuku, her voice a panic squeak. No way. It's the first day. Izuku swallowed hard. His mind raced. Shit, he's right. Expelled? After all the work with Mom? After the beach? Go home and say, well, I lasted 6 hours? No, no, no. Think, Midoriya. It's a tactic. It has to be. He forced himself to take a deep breath, trying to project a calm he didn't fully feel. No, he can't be serious, he whispered back, trying to convince himself as much as her. It's a pressure test. Yeah, that's it. He wants to see who breaks under the strain. We can't break, Uraraka. His slightly forced tone seemed to work. She looked at him, saw the determination fighting the panic in his eyes, and nodded more firmly. They were a team, even in their shared fear. Aizawa, oblivious or indifferent to their existential crisis, pointed to Bakugo. You, the one with the explosive hair. Ball throw. What was your record in middle school? 67 meters. Bakugo snarled, snatching the ball with a maniacal grin. Get ready to add a massive explosion to that. As Bakugo walked to the throwing circle, Izuku felt the pressure. He didn't have an offensive quirk. Everything depended on his physique and his crazy theories. Barato, since he saw MT Lady, he felt a pang of the old fear, the fear of useless Deku. He Barato it. Senshiredo, it's friction. Short taps on your soles like you're skating on air. Don't go to the moon, just glide. You got this. His nervous enthusiasm was contagious. She gave him a tense smile and nodded. When the starting gun fired, she executed the maneuver. She didn't float. Her feet simply seemed to lose all weight the instant they touched the ground, allowing her to propel herself forward with astonishing speed. Her time was excellent. Next came the grip strength test. Izuku watched as the other students, especially those with physical enhancement quirks, posted monstrous scores. He felt another pang of anxiety. His training had made him strong, but this strong? Ochako, seeing his expression, returned the favor. Dikukun, a trick from my dad. She whispered quickly. Don't squeeze all at once. Increase the pressure gradually, but with everything you've got. And don't think about your hand. Think about your forearm. The real strength comes from there. Wow, Uraraka, you're a genius. Thanks, he exclaimed, genuinely grateful. He followed her advice, visualizing the muscles in his forearm tensing, and managed a score that, while not spectacular, was solidly respectable and well above average for someone without a strength quirk. He shot Ochako a grateful look. Definitely a team. During the other tests, his mind drifted between strategy and his basic instincts. He saw a girl with a tail make an impressive long jump. A tail was interesting, he thought. Cinchuredo, the trump card, they had perfected on the beach. But the pressure was immense. If she failed, her overall score could plummet. She took the ball, her knuckles white. Izuku came closer, his face a mask of intense concentration. Uraraka, forget strength. To hell with strength, he said, his voice a feverish, enthusiastic whisper. This is physics, pure and beautiful physics. Remember? Trust the spin. Give it as much spin as you can, like you're throwing a universe-breaking curveball. He looked her in the eyes, transferring his own intense confidence in his theory to her. When it leaves your hand, Barato, you make contact. A light touch, the kiss of zero gravity. And then science does the rest. It has to work. Ochako took a deep breath, Izuku's blind faith in his weird science calming her nerves. She nodded. She positioned herself in the circle. She spun. She threw. And she touched. Izuku held his breath. His fists clenched so tight his nails dug into his palms. Come on, come on, come on, work, please work for the love of all that is good, work. The ball went up and up. And it didn't stop going up. It became a speck, then nothing. Aizawa raised his device. The screen displayed the symbol. Silence. And then chaos. Infinity. Are you kidding me? That's insane. Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding in a whoosh of relief. He looked at Ochako, who was gaping, staring at her own hand. You did it. Uraraka, you're amazing. He yelled, a smile of pure euphoria Barato. He turned his attention back to the rest of the class, noticing her focused expression as she trained hard in her gym uniform. And wow, the way she pushed through, well done, partner. He corrected himself mentally, giving her an enthusiastic thumbs up. But Kago looked like he was about to spontaneously combust. Momo Yaoyorozu, on the other hand, wore an expression of pure fascination, her mind clearly running through the variables that had led to such an impossible result. When Aizawa revealed the expulsion was a ruse, a rational deception to draw out their maximum potential, the class nearly lynched him. The relief was so intense, it was almost painful. As they headed back to the locker rooms, exhausted and mentally fried, Momo Yaoyorozu, her natural elegance intact, approached the duo. Uraraka-san, congratulations, she said, her calm voice a counterpoint to the general buzz. Your application of the conservation of angular momentum in that throw was conceptually brilliant. A perfect execution. Izuku swelled with pride for his friend. Did you hear that, Uraraka? Conceptually brilliant. I told you so. Ochako, however, turned beet red. Oh no, well, thank you, Yaoyorozu-san. But the idea wasn't mine, it was Deka-kun's. He's the brains behind this stuff. Momo turned to Izuku, and he felt the weight of that intelligent, curious gaze. Yours, Midoriya-san? He scratched the back of his neck, a little flustered under her scrutiny. Ah, no, well, I just threw the idea out there. You're the one with the reality-breaking level quirk, he said, deflecting the credit to Ochako. Then, he turned to Momo, his nerdy enthusiasm taking over. It's so cool. Gravity is a pain, you know? It's always there, pulling everything down, ruining the fun. But if you take it away, boom, rotation becomes king. It's like an ice skater spinning faster by pulling in their arms. Conservation of angular momentum. It's one of the coolest rules in the universe. His passion was so genuine, so geeky, that Momo couldn't help but crack a small smile. This boy wasn't a calculating strategist. He was a science fanatic. An impressive deduction, Momo admitted, especially considering your quirk is for training animals. It is, literally. I can make a poodle sit with a 90% success rate, Izuku said with an impish grin. But I guess even if you only know how to train poodles, if you read enough physics books, you can teach one how to use a sled, right? It's just using the tools you have on hand. And physics is the best tool of all. Momo looked at him, then at Ochako, and a different understanding settled in. He wasn't some mysterious enigma. He was an absurdly perceptive physics nerd with a useless quirk, a well-trained physique, and a confidence in his theories that bordered on madness. And somehow, that combination was far bravado intriguing. This is ridiculous, Momo thought, as the three of them started walking toward the locker rooms together. And brilliant. What a strange combination. She observed the easy camaraderie between Izuku and Ochako, and he already has a partner who believes in his ridiculous brilliance. Midoriya Izuku bravado odd. Maybe, but a good person. 8. Chapter 8. Experiments, Contact, and a racing heart. The bell marking the end of the school day was a starting pistol. As their classmates scattered, talking about video games and afternoon plans, Izuku and Ochako exchanged a knowing glance across the classroom. They met discreetly near the exit, trying to blend in with the tide of students. "All right, where are we going?" Izuku whispered. "We can't just start levitating things in the middle of the main courtyard." "I have a place," Ochako said in a low voice, a spark of clandestine excitement in her eyes. "But you have to follow me. And don't get lost." "With me, that last part is never a guarantee," he joked, remembering his disastrous first attempt to find their classroom. Ochako led the way. To Izuku's surprise, they didn't head toward any of the obvious academic or training areas. They veered toward the back of the campus, a section he didn't even know existed, past the gyms and the support course workshops. It was a service area filled with recycling bins, car-sized air conditioning units, and a network of ugly industrial pipes. "Wow, Uraraka, how did you find this place?" Izuku asked, genuinely impressed. "I still get lost looking for the bathroom." "Ah." Well, she blushed a little, scratching her cheek. "I passed by here during lunch. I wanted a quiet place and realized this area seems forgotten." She stopped in front of a gap between two warehouse buildings, which opened into a small courtyard overgrown with neglected grass and dotted with rotting wooden crates. Besides, she added, with an impeccably pragmatic logic that Izuku found adorable, "I figured if we accidentally floated something and it broke, they'd be less likely to charge us for it if it's something that already looks like junk." Izuku laughed, a genuine sound full of admiration. "Uraraka, you're a genius of stealth and financial risk management. I like it." He dropped his backpack on the ground, the excitement of the secret mission bubbling inside him. "No one will bother us here," he said, his voice charged with enthusiasm. "The risk is what makes it exciting, don't you think?" "As long as the risk doesn't involve expulsion, I agree," she replied, though her smile showed she was enjoying the adventure too. "All right," Izuku announced, adopting an air of scientific seriousness that comically contrasted with the dilapidated surroundings. "First official session of the booster protocol." Ochako rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. "Are we really calling it that?" "It's an excellent name. It sounds official and mysterious." He insisted. "Today's objective is simple. To replicate the stable activation of my quirk so we can start consistently measuring and boosting your progress. This is Science Partner, and science requires experimentation." Their first series of experiments was a clumsy and embarrassing disaster. "Hypothesis number 1, Izuku said." Senshirito Ochako looked at him with apprehension. Carefully, he tapped her on the barato to get her attention. Ochako jumped slightly. "Why your hands are cold?" she yelped, taking a step back. "Shoo." "Science," he murmured. Senshirito, searching for the nexus. The spinal region seems promising. Shibarato and let out a cautious breath. He smiled to himself. He was definitely focused on the science. Try it. This time was better. He received a flicker of information, a fragment of the manual, but it was like reading through a veil. Unstable, he noted. Not efficient. That leaves us with the nuclear option. The nuclear option? She asked fearfully. Replicating the exam scenario. Without the panic, I hope. The attempt to replicate the rescue technique was a clumsy jumble of uncoordinated bravado and stifled laughter. They ended up in a tangled heap on the ground. Censurado, but the memory of the pose from the exam. Wait, he said slowly, his eyes unfocused. It's not the panic. It's not the amount of contact. He jumped to his feet with newfound energy. It's a circuit, of course, like in basic electronics. When I carried you, my right hand was on your back and my left arm was under your knees. They were two distinct points of contact. I created a flow, a circuit through your body for the information to pass through. His face lit up with the pure joy of discovery. Ochako looked at him, caught up in his enthusiasm. So that's the key, she exclaimed. That's the key, he confirmed. We have to bravado out the right approach. The most efficient method to get it open. He stepped closer, his analytical focus back on, but this time with real confidence. Okay, hold this steady for me. I need to try the new approach. She nodded, her heart starting to race again. With careful precision, he placed his right hand on her upper back. The warmth of his hand was noticeable through the fabric. Then, he knelt slightly and placed his left hand near her knee. The pose was unusual and personal. It forced her to lean slightly toward him to keep her balance. They worked in close proximity. Now, Izuku whispered, his voice focused and alert. The toolbox. Gently, Ochako activated her quirk. The box rose. In the same instant, Izuku felt the connection. It was like plugging in a cable. A clear, crisp, steady stream of data flooded his mind. He closed his eyes, not just reading, but observing, and he saw the miracle. He saw the line of code in his mind. Nausea resistance, vestibular conditioning 20, and as his power flowed, he watched it blink. Booster mode active. Nausea resistance 21, 22, 23, it was climbing. His quirk was actively strengthening hers in real time. Mass limit. Estimated 3.2 tons, the line blinked. Booster mode active. Mass limit. 3.25 tons, he opened his eyes, a grin of absolute triumph on his face. I've got it. It works. Okay, drop the box. She let it fall with a thud. Now, he ordered, his voice vibrating. The control experiment. Make yourself float and do 3 spins. Go. Trusting him blindly, Ochako rose and spun 3 times in the air. She landed, bracing for the usual wave of dizziness. But this time, it was just a slight disorientation that passed in a second. Dekukun, she exclaimed, her eyes shining with amazement. I barely got dizzy. It was almost nothing. He beamed, a wide smile full of pride. I know. I just saw your resistance improve. And I bet you could lift that rusty beam over there without much trouble right now. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky an intense orange that filtered between the 2 buildings. They were sitting next to each other on the ground, catching their breath. The thrill of success creating a palpable buzz between them. This is incredible, Ochako said softly, looking at her hands. I'm really getting better every time we train. Thank you, Dekakun. You are the best coach. Izuku laughed, filled with a confidence that felt warm and new. He gave her a playful pat on the head, a gesture that was both a proud coach's and a very close friend's. Partner, this is just the warm-up, he said, his voice full of a cheeky, fun-loving ambition. We're just starting to figure out the manual's tricks. He turned to look at her, his green eyes glinting with a mischievous light in the sunset. At this rate, by the time the real exams come around, you're not going to be a rescue specialist who floats things. You're going to be a hurricane with the face of an angel. The compliment hit her with the force of a 3-point robot. She blushed so intensely she was sure her face could be used as an emergency beacon. But through the embarrassment, a brilliant smile full of possibilities broke through. A hurricane with the face of an angel. She liked the sound of that. 9. Chapter 9. User Manual, Deluxe Edition UA was a living organism. In its hallways were the arteries pumping students from one place to another. Izuku moved against the current, a feeling that was becoming Barato familiar. Dang it, dang it, dang it, he muttered to himself, dodging a group of students from the Barato course. How could I forget my physics book on the day we have physics? It's like forgetting your bullets on the day of battle. Present Mike is going to disintegrate me with his sound waves. His haste was a blur of motion. He turned a corner into a secondary hallway he had discovered was quieter, perfect for a quick raid on his locker without having to navigate the human traffic. He hadn't counted on someone else having the same idea. Momo Yaoyorozu was seeking tranquility. Leaning against the wall, far from the bustle, she was trying to absorb a particularly dense paragraph on polymer catalysis before class began. The entropy of the system must decrease, therefore the enthalpy. The world became a dull impact, and the barato of flying backward. Watch out. Oh no, I'm so sorry. A voice shouted, far too close. Oh, was the only sound Momo could make before gravity reclaimed her. But the floor never came. A pair of hands, firm and surprisingly strong, caught her, stopping her fall cold. The silence that followed was absolute, the tension almost unbearable. Izuku froze, his posture stiff and unmoving. Momo stood rigid, her gray eyes fixed on his, her mind racing to process what had just happened. A second passed, stretching into what felt like an eternity. Social protocol dictated an immediate apology and the removal of his hands. Izuku's brain, however, chose a different path, the path of empirical analysis. His first words, muttered in a tone of pure, honest scientific curiosity, broke the silence. Whoa, the physics here are fascinating. The material composition is remarkable. Such good cushioning. Momo's jaw might have unhinged if she weren't paralyzed by the shock. Before she could form a response, a curse, or a scream, she saw Izuku's eyes lose focus, widening with a shock that had nothing to do with her. What is this voice? He whispered, his voice a trembling thread. It's not a voice, it's text. An avalanche of information, clear, crisp, and overwhelming, crashed into his consciousness. Not his thoughts, but as pure data unfolding before his mind's eye. Quark analysis initiated. Direct contact significant lipid reserve detected, booster mode activated by proximity TO, fuel source quark name. Creation user. Momo Yaoyorozu linked physiology. Converts epidermal lipids into inert matter. The precision of the created object is directly dependent on the user's molecular comprehension. The process requires a high caloric intake to maintain fuel reserves. Current limits. Creation speed limited by sequential mental process, one layer at a time. Subconscious block on creating objects perceived as too complex, even with complete molecular knowledge. Inefficiency in creating multiple distinct objects simultaneously. Untapped potential. Latent ability for macro creation, forming complex, multi-part objects in a single, fluid action. Latent ability for simultaneous creation of up to five simple, non-identical objects. Latent potential to create non-living complex organic matter, wood, silk, bone fiber, with focused study. Suggested evolutionary path. 1. Visualization exercises to conceptualize objects as a unified whole, not as separate parts. 2. Expansion of the molecular library through the study of organic chemistry and advanced biology. 3. Diet high in calories and healthy fats, avocados, nuts, olive oil, to optimize the quark's fuel quality and efficiency. Analysis complete. The flood of text ceased. The shock on Izuku's face mutated, replaced by a feverish and desperate scientific urgency. He looked at Momo, his eyes shining with a madness she found genuinely terrifying. And the most terrifying thing of all was that his hands hadn't moved. No, I'm going to forget it. It's too much, he exclaimed, as if waking up. Don't move. Please, I need you to create a pencil and a notepad. Right now. Quick, before it slips my mind. Momo, who had finally found her voice, stammered, what? Why do you need this so urgently? Please, trust me. He interrupted, his expression serious and determined. It's important. Pencil and paper. For science. He'll explain everything, I swear. But I need to write it down. Overcome by the sheer intensity of the situation, by the absolute conviction in his voice, and by her brain's strange inability to categorize what was happening, Momo obeyed. A shimmering layer of skin on her forearm rippled, and from it emerged a small spiral notebook and a perfectly formed pencil. It was an act of pure confusion and reflex. Perfect, Izuku exclaimed, his face lit with relief. He released her right arm, a small relief for which Momo felt absurdly grateful, only to snatch the pad and pencil from her. And then, to her renewed horror, he began to write. He wrote with a feverish speed, bracing the notepad against the wall with his free hand, his pencil flying across the paper. Meanwhile, Senshiredo, he replied distractedly, as if explaining a trivial fact. I need to maintain contact to ensure the fidelity of the recalled data. It's a principle of my quirk. I think. Please, just one more minute. This is revolutionary. Momo was speechless. The audacity of his logic left her paralyzed. A principle of his quirk? Data fidelity? It was the most absurd justification she had ever heard. As Izuku transcribed the complex idea of simultaneous creation, his concentration intensified. Unconsciously, his fingers flexed, squeezing slightly, as if trying to physically extract the information. Momo let out a small, choked gasp, a sharp sound that finally pierced Izuku's scientific bubble. He stopped. He blinked. He looked at the pencil, then the notepad, and finally glanced down at his left hand as if he had just discovered it. His eyes widened in realization. Oh, he exclaimed, as if it had just dawned on him. I'm sorry. 1,000 apologies. I got carried away by the data. The efficiency of lipid conversion is a fascinating topic. I lost track. He snatched his hand back as if the surface had turned to lava. He took 2 clumsy steps back, finally creating a chasm of personal space between them. The air in the hallway, however, was still charged with a tension that could have been cut with a knife of Momo's own creation. Izuku, now red with embarrassment but still vibrating from the discovery, tore the page from the notepad and held it out to her. His hand was trembling slightly. Read this, please. Mechanically, like an automaton, Momo took the paper. She needed proof. She needed a reason for the madness she had just endured. And she got it. She began to read, whispering the words in a disbelieving thread of a voice. Quirk name, creation, linked physiology, lipid conversion. Yes, that's correct. Current limits, sequential mental process. How? Subconscious block for objects perceived as too complex. She stopped. That was her secret frustration. The reason why sometimes, even with the molecular blueprints memorized, she would fail to create something. It was a barrier she had always attributed to a lack of concentration, not a psychological block. She read on, her eyes widening with each line. Untapped potential. Motoro creation. Simultaneous creation of up to 5 objects. Non-living organic matter. Wood silk. The notepad nearly fell from her hands. She had theorized about creating simple organic polymers, but she had never dared to think of structures as complex as wood. In the evolutionary path, visualization exercises, an expansion of her molecular library, a specific diet. It was a complete, personalized training plan. She looked up, the paper crinkling in her fist. How? Her voice was a whisper loaded with a demand. This is impossible. It violates every law of privacy and logic. How could you know about the subconscious block? How could you deduce the part about organic matter? Answer me. The vulnerability returned to Izuku's face. He ran a hand through his hair, avoiding her gaze. I didn't deduce it. I read it. It's my quirk, he said, his voice barely audible. Or what I think it is. I don't fully understand it. I call it Booster. It analyzes other quirks, shows me the user manual. But it's inconsistent. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it's blurry. But for it to work, for there to be any chance at all, I need contact. He finally looked at her, and the desperation in his eyes was genuine. This has never happened before. Not like this. With you, it was like going from a tube TV to an 8K screen. It was instantaneous, complete. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a glitch in my power, if you're some kind of, I don't know, a natural amplifier, or if it was a cosmic fluke. And it terrifies me, because if I can't understand it, I can't control it. And a power you can't control is useless. He paused, taking a deep breath. I need to experiment. I need data. And for that, I need a partner. Someone who won't run away in fear. Someone I can trust. Momo stared at him, her logical brain trying to assemble the pieces. It was insane, but the proof was in her hand. The obvious question arose. Why me? As if he had heard the silent question, Izuku looked her directly in the eye, his expression shifting from vulnerability to a sincerity so direct and strange it completely disarmed her. Because I needed to trust someone, he repeated. And I have a theory, a sort of guiding principle I've been developing. He stood up a little straighter, like a scholar about to present his thesis. My hypothesis is as follows. There is a direct and positive correlation between kindness and the capacity to care for others. In simpler terms, the most generous people have the biggest hearts. The brain of Momo Yaoyorozu, one of the most brilliant and orderly of her generation, shut down. She blue-screened. A fatal system error. I tested it with Uraraka-san. He continued, completely serious. She was my case study, and my hypothesis was confirmed. She's one of the kindest, most loyal people I've ever met. So, when I met you and I observed, well, the empirical variables, his gaze dropped briefly in a purely clinical gesture, then returned to her eyes. You're the most developed student in the class. In fact, in the whole school for what I've seen so far. Therefore, apply my theory, your heart must be the strongest of all. Your capacity for understanding and trust must be, logically, the highest. That's why I chose you. It was the most rational decision. Silence. A silence so profound Momo could hear the hum of the fluorescent lights in the hallway. She opened her mouth. She closed it. You the logic, no. She stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. That is completely absurd. It's the most ridiculous, unscientific, and offensive premise I have ever heard in my life. Izuku seemed genuinely surprised by her reaction. Unscientific, but it has a validated case study. Seeing that she hadn't blasted him with a cannon from her quirk, and that she was merely standing there, trembling, her face the color of a poppy, he interpreted her stupefaction as a form of tacit acceptance. His logic had prevailed. He smiled, satisfied. I knew you'd understand. You're a logical person. He turned. See you in class. He stopped at the threshold of the hallway and turned back, as if remembering a crucial postscript for his report. Oh, by the way, you seem very relaxed today. Scientifically speaking, of course. The density to elasticity ratio offers excellent impact absorption capabilities. It's fascinating. And with that, he disappeared around the corner. The bell rang, a shrill shriek that snapped her out of her trance. Momo was left alone in the hallway, staring at the paper in her hand. The proof of a madness that had rewritten the rules of her own being. 10. Chapter 10. An awkward plan and tight suits normalcy was a luxury Izuku Midoriya could no longer afford. He tried, desperately, to act as if nothing had happened. He sat at his desk, took out his books, and pretended to listen to present Mike's explanation of English grammar. But it was useless. His eyes, as if they had a will of their own, drifted every few seconds to the spiky, black ponytail of Momo Yaoyorozu, sitting 2 rows ahead. Momo, for her part, had erected a fortress of indifference. Her back was perfectly straight, her attention fixed on the teacher, her posture a monument to decorum and concentration. But Izuku noticed the faint pinkish tint that still lingered at the top of her ears. She wasn't ignoring him. She was actively avoiding him, which was much worse. Okay, act normal, Izuku told himself, keeping his eyes down on his notebook. You're cool. You're a discoverer. The Christopher Columbus of quirks and of hidden depths. She'll understand in time. Her heart is huge. My theory supports it. She's a woman of science. She'll appreciate the methodology once she gets over the initial shock. He looked up. Sensing his gaze, she turned her head slightly, and her gray eyes met his for a fraction of a second. The look she shot back promised anything but understanding. Although, the way she's looking at me right now, it seems like she wants to launch a cannon at my face. His internal monologue continued. Details. Minor details will iron out over time. Just then, the classroom door burst open. I am walking through the door like a normal person. All Might, in all his glorious, muscular splendor, stormed into the room, his smile a beacon of power. The class erupted in excited murmurs. Izuku's personal tension dissolved, replaced by the childlike, the number one hero always stirred in him. Welcome to combat training, All Might roared. The most important trial for any hero. And for that you'll need these. He pressed a button, and numbered suitcases emerged from walls. Your hero costumes, designed according to your specifications. Suit up and meet me at Battleground Beta. The excitement in the room was electric. As everyone stood up, Izuku attempted one last gesture of peace. He gave Momo a small, hopeful nod. She ignored him completely, grabbed her suitcase, and walked out of the room with the dignity of a queen who had just been insulted by a jester. Okay, Izuku muttered to himself. The understanding process might take a little longer. In the locker room, the excitement was palpable. Izuku put on his own costume. It was a dark green one-piece jumpsuit with black accents and a utility belt full of compartments. It had reinforced elbow and knee pads. It was practical, no frills, exactly as he had designed it with his mom. It felt good. It felt real. But as soon as he stepped into the hallway leading to the battleground, his appreciation for his own suit vanished, overshadowed by the other's creations. His eyes, as always, were selective. He saw Ochako talking animatedly with Ida. Her suit was a form-fitting pink and black number, with thick, round boots and wrist guards that accentuated her zero-gravity theme. Centuredo, and her outfit sleek and practical. The design was bold, functional for her quirk, and striking in its confidence. Izuku barato his barato to keep from saying anything out loud. Wow, was the silent exclamation in his brain. That's barato an outfit. It's art. It's a masterpiece of textile engineering and an affront to my ability to concentrate. My theory is no longer a theory. It's a universal law. That girl's heart must be the size of a planet. It would need its own gravitational field. All right, rookies, you all look great. All Might boomed, snapping him out of his trance. Now, let's gather round for the team lottery. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. The first to face off will be Team A as the heroes and Team D as the villains. The look Bakugo shot Izuku from across the room promised a level of pain that bordered on unconstitutional. The icy terror Izuku had learned to suppress for years threatened to resurface. Deku Bakugo growled, a cold, menacing smile spreading across his face. I'm gonna destroy you. Everyone else, to the observation room. All Might commanded. As the other teams headed out, Izuku took Ochako's arm and pulled her into a corner, away from All Might's ears. What is it, Dekakuen? She asked, her face pale but determined. Do you have a plan? You seem more nervous than during Aizawa-sensei's exam. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to find words. His strategist brain was fighting his sense of social decorum. The strategist won. I have a plan, he said, his voice tense. And a discovery. About my quirk. Another one? Ochako's eyes lit up. What is it? It's about booster mode. Ochako, I think I know how to push your quirk, not just to its limit, but beyond it. How to turn you into that hurricane we talked about. Really? She exclaimed, excited. Centuredo. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, knowing there was no way to soften this. He blurted it out, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Like your chest, Ochako. It seems to work best if I touch your chest. Silence. A silence so deep and absolute that Izuku could hear his own heart pounding. Ochako's face went through roughly 5 stages of disbelief, confusion, and mortification in under 3 seconds. "Ayu? What?" she stammered, her face turning the color of her hero costume. To justify his incredible, horrifying statement, Izuku quickly told her what had happened with Momo in the hallway, omitting his comment about comfort and focusing on the data. "It was an accident, I swear. But the activation was instantaneous, and the clarity of the data was perfect. I connected the physiology of her quirk to her lipid fuel reserves, and I realized the booster works best when it's in direct contact with a quirk's energy source or its most direct manifestation. With you, it's the gravity you manipulate. With her, it's her lipids. And the highest concentration of lipids is in Barado." He stopped, vaguely gesturing toward her before dropping his hand, horrified at his own motion. Ochako finally found her voice, which came out as a strangled, choked shriek. "What? Deku-kun. That's the most indecent and weirdest thing Eve ever heard in my life. You can't say that." I know, it sounds awful." He defended himself, waving his hands frantically. "Believe me, I'm just as horrified as you are. But it's what I discovered. It's science. It's not my fault. My quirk acts in an embarrassing way, not me." She stared at him, her eyes welling up with sheer humiliation. "And what do you expect me to do? Just let you get away with it? I can't believe this is happening." Izuku's expression turned deadly serious. The bewildered scientist gave way to the desperate strategist. "Listen to me. That's Bakugo in there. He's known me since we were kids. He knows I don't have a combat quirk. He's going to come after me first, and he'll try to incapacitate me. If he hits me with one of his explosions, it's over. He'll break me. I can't fight him." He looked at her, his gaze intense. "But you can. You're the one who can fly, the one who can use the environment, the one who can immobilize him. You're the one who can win this battle. But for you to do it at your full capacity, to be faster and stronger than he expects, I might need to, give you some extra help. At just the right moment." The conflict was visible on Ochako's face. Doubt wrestled with the unshakable trust she had in her friend. She saw the determination in his eyes. Cinchuredo, she tightened her fists. "But if it's to win, I'll do it." She looked at Izuku, an expression of fierce determination eclipsing her shame. "But it has to be fast, and you have to keep your eyes closed. Swear it, Deku-kun. Swear it on all the heroes you admire." "I swear," he said with absolute solemnity. With the most awkward and probably most unorthodox plan in UA history established, they stood before the entrance of the building where the villains waited. Izuku gave Ochako a thumbs up, his face a mask of strategic concentration. "The plan is simple. In the bait, you're the nuclear weapon. It'll draw him in, and you'll be the Barado that takes him down. It'll tell you exactly when and where to strike." Ochako nodded, her heart racing with a mixture of terror, embarrassment, and a strange, electrifying thrill. "Got it, partner." They were about to enter the battle of their lives, armed with a zero-gravity quirk and a plan they could never, ever tell anyone. 11. Chapter 11. A Barado art. The interior of the training building was a labyrinth of cold concrete and silent hallways. On the 5th floor, in a cavernous room, a fake Papier-Mâché bomb stood like a monument to the exercise's artificiality. Tenya Ida, in his hero costume that looked like a futuristic knight's armor, patrolled around the weapon with absolute seriousness. "Excellent," he said to himself, his voice echoing slightly in the empty room. "The location is strategically defensible. Multiple pillars for cover, a single main entry point. Protocol dictates that we secure the perimeter and await the hero's assault." He turned to his teammate. Katsuki Bakugo had his back to him, stretching his arms. A twisted smile, full of contempt that had nothing to do with the exercise. "Bakugan, your attention, please," Ida said, with a rigid chop of his hand. "I have assessed the situation. I propose you place non-lethal adhesive mines in the access hallway while I prepare a barricade. A coordinated defense is our best option to shut up." The word was a whip crack, sharp and dismissive. Bakugo didn't even bother to look at Ida. "Bakugo-kun, your behavior is unbecoming of a villain," Ida insisted, adjusting his glasses. "Our mission is to protect the objective. Your cooperation is essential to achieving victory. Bakugo finally turned, and the look in his eyes wasn't that of a student playing a role. It was pure, concentrated fury. The only mission that matters is crushing that Deku insect, he hissed, his voice a low, dangerous growl. The only objective that matters is wiping that stupid look off his face. But he is not the mission. The weapon is the mission. All Might is watching us. Let him watch. Bakugo snapped. Let him watch me show that extra his place. Be quiet and stay here like the good piece of furniture you are. Protect your stupid bomb. I'm going hunting. Without waiting for a reply, Bakugo stormed out of the room. His aggressive footsteps thundered down the hallway until silence fell Barato. Ida was left alone, dismayed, in the middle of the empty room. This is not at all proper for a villain, he muttered to himself, completely bewildered. It's simply bad team strategy. 2 floors below, Izuku and Ochako moved along the wall, their steps silent on the concrete floor. Every corner was a new danger, every shadow a potential ambush. All Might said that most confrontations happen in narrow hallways, Ochako whispered, her heart pounding. Do you think Ida-kun will stay with the bomb? Ida will. It's logical. He follows the rules, Izuku replied in a murmur, his eyes scanning every inch of the hallway before them. But what can he want? He's not playing the part of villain. For him, this is personal. He won't wait. He'll come for me. Suddenly, he stopped. He raised a hand, a universal signal for silence. Ochako froze beside him. Izuku tilted his head, his body tense. He didn't hear anything, but he felt something, a vibration in the air, the instinct he had developed over years of being Bakugo's prey. Get ready, he whispered. Just then, Bakugo rounded the corner at the end of the hall, about 20 meters away. There was no battle cry, no warning. His movement was pure aggression, his right arm already cocked back, his palm glowing with an orange light. Time seemed to slow down. Instead of panicking, Izuku's brain switched into a cold, analytical mode. The trajectory, the speed, the angle of the arm, it was all familiar. The instant Bakugo's hand shot forward, Izuku reacted. It wasn't a dodge. It was perfect anticipation. He Barato Ochako and pulled her out of the line of Barato, lunging to the side with desperate Barato and slamming his back against the wall to shield her. Boom! A deafening explosion Barato, exactly where their heads had been a second before. Searing heat passed inches from them, and the smell of burnt nitroglycerin filled the air. The shockwave blackened the floor and the opposite wall with soot. Bakugo stood motionless for a fraction of a second, his triumphant smile frozen into a mask of pure disbelief. He had missed. Not only that, Deku hadn't screamed or cowered. He had anticipated the attack. Ochako, her back pressed against the wall, with Izuku's arms still around her, felt her heart threaten to beat out of her chest. But it wasn't just fear. It was awe. The speed, the foresight her partner was much more than he seemed. In the monitor room, Cinchurado, his voice distorted with fury. He launched himself again, with no strategy, only the intent to wipe the calm expression from Izuku's face. He telegraphed his most classic attack, the one that always worked on the weak, a wide, powerful right hook, his palm already sparking for a contact explosion. But Izuku wasn't weak anymore, and he certainly wasn't stupid anymore. Instead of backing away or blocking, he did the unthinkable. He stepped forward, moving inside the arc of the swing. The instant Bakugo's arm swept past him, Izuku moved with a fluidity Ochako had never seen from him. His left hand deflected Bakugo's wrist upward, redirecting the imminent explosion toward the ceiling. Simultaneously, his right hand gripped the fabric of Bakugo's costume at the shoulder, and using his opponent's own unstoppable momentum, he twisted his hip and pulled. It was a basic karate throw, a takedown by unbalancing him. Simple, elegant, and for someone like Bakugo, utterly humiliating. Katsuki Bakugo, the prodigy, the combat genius, fell backward with a heavy thud that echoed through the hallway. He landed hard, the air knocked from his lungs. The silence that followed was more painful and more deafening than any explosion. Izuku stood over him, his breathing steady, his face a mask of cold evaluation. Always the same move, Kakin, Izuku said, his voice calm but sharp as glass. A big right hook. You're so predictable. Those words, spoken by Deku, the pebble in his path, were a poison that spread through Bakugo's veins. He leaped to his feet, his body trembling not with fear, but with a rage so pure and absolute it seemed to distort the air around him. The public humiliation, at the hands of the person he despised most in the world, was a mortal wound to his pride. How? He said hoarsely, each word a piece of gravel. Dare you, you useless Deku? I told you. I'm not that Deku anymore, Izuku replied, taking a step back, maintaining his distance. While you were relying on the power you were born with, I had to do something else. I had to watch. I had to learn, and I had to think. I am going to take you down. Bakugo shouted, completely unhinged. Small, violent sparks began to crackle in his palms. He was preparing for a massive attack, one that would likely wreck half the hallway. His fury had blinded him to everything else. And in that blindness, Izuku saw his chance. The perfect moment of distraction. He turned sharply to Ochako, his expression shifting from cold calm to desperate urgency. Ochako now, he hissed. It's your time to run. You have to get to the bomb, but first. Panic and embarrassment fought a pitched battle on Ochako's face. Here, now, he's watching us. There's no time, Izuku insisted. Ida is fast. You need every advantage you can get. Forget about being embarrassed. Think about victory. Trust me. Before she could protest further, he adjusted her stance for the race. There was no awkwardness or hesitation in his training. It was fast, decisive, and outrageously brazen. In a single, fluid motion, his two hands shot out and firmly barado her shoulders from behind, applying firm, controlled pressure to subdue her. His strategist's brain registered the perfect connection, Cinchuredo. A heat that started deep within her and exploded outward like a supernova, sweeping away the shame, fear, and panic with an overwhelming sense of lightness and power. She felt like she could lift the entire building. From the other side of the hall, Bakugo's fury froze. His brain, tuned completely to the frequency of violence and annihilation, simply could not process the scene unfolding before his eyes. Deku? Useless? The cowardly worm Deku? Doing something so incredibly bold and shameless, right out in the open? And like that, like it was the most normal thing in the world? His brain completely short-circuited. His mind went blank. He was momentarily stunned, his mouth slightly agape, the sparks in his hands faltering, his massive attack forgotten for one crucial instant. The contact lasted barely 2 seconds. Izuku pulled his hands away instantly, his face a mask of concentration with a spark of maniacal triumph in his eyes. There you go, he said, his voice tense and triumphant. A little extra power boost. Now go show Ida why you're the powerhouse of this team. Run. Driven by the new energy buzzing under her skin and Izuku's peremptory command, Ochako nodded, a fierce determination replacing the shock in her eyes. She shot down the hallway, rocketing past a still baffled Bakugo at a speed that left a trail of air in her wake and stunned everyone in the monitor room. Bakugo, shaking out of his stupor, ignored her completely. To him, she was irrelevant and that. His rage, now multiplied tenfold by the incomprehensible and humiliating audacity he had just witnessed, completely refocused. His reddened eyes locked onto Izuku. Big mistake, Deku, he growled, the low, guttural sound of a beast about to strike. Letting your partner run away. Now no one can save you. Izuku took another step back, shifting into a defensive stance. A tense smile touched his lips, though the cold sweat running down his back and the frantic rhythm of his heart betrayed his fear. Who said I needed saving, Kakin? He retorted, his voice a challenge. I just needed to keep you busy for a while. Izuku was left alone in the concrete hallway. In front of him, Katsuki Bakugo, his face twisted by a fury that transcended simple rivalry, was about to unleash total chaos. 12. Chapter 12. Contact Tactics. Izuku's command run still pounded in Ochako's ears as her feet devoured the concrete hallway. Senshirado, 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 which should have been burning, felt like bellows with infinite capacity. Her legs, which should have felt like lead, were lighter than air. Each stride was longer, more powerful than the last. She was barely touching the ground. I feel strong, stronger than ever before. She remembered the look in Izuku's eyes right before the incident. It wasn't just the shameless bravado she sometimes glimpsed. It was a desperate urgency, an absolute faith in his insane plan. His words drilled in her head, drowning out the roar of Bakugo's explosion. Trust me, as she bounded up a flight of stairs. Effortlessly taking 3 steps at a time, a memory surfaced. One of their training sessions on the beach. They were sitting, exhausted, after she had managed to levitate a rusty steel beam. "Your quirk is incredible, Ochako," Izuku had said, scribbling in his notebook. "But I think you use it defensively. You think of it as nullifying gravity, which is correct, but it's limiting." "Limiting?" she had asked, confused. "Think about it. What is gravity but a form of energy? Potential energy. What if, instead of just nullifying it, you could do something more? Like what? What if you could absorb a small fraction of that energy and direct it? Not just make something weightless, but take that not weight and use it." She had looked at him like he was crazy. Absorb it? How? That sounds dangerous. He had laughed. "It's just a theory. Maybe it needs a catalyst. A point of contact to focus the transfer. Don't worry. It's just a crazy idea." The memory faded, but the realization hit her with the force of a train. A point of contact? A catalyst to focus the transfer? She stopped dead in an empty hallway, her face burning with a new understanding. Was he talking about that? About my Barato? That oddball. That brilliant, clever oddball. Exasperation warred with awe. Her friend's twisted but functional logic was both insulting and genius. She brought a hand to her collarbone, still feeling the lingering Barato. No, he wasn't just a simple oddball. He was a mad scientist, and she was his most successful experiment. A dangerous smile played on her lips. "All right, Deku. Understood. Let's see what this new strength can do." She started running again, but this time she wasn't fleeing. She was heading for her objective. In the monitor room, the initial stunned silence had been replaced by a chaos of incredulous shouts. "Dude, did you see that?" Kaminari yelled, jumping out his seat. Midoriya didn't waste any time. He went straight for it. "That was so unmanly," Kirishima said, his face torn between disapproval and grudging admiration. Senshirado, pounding the linoleum with his small fists, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Enelo," he sobbed, his voice a wail of pure agony. "He's living the dream that was promised to me. Gods, if you exist, you are cruel, and you clearly have a favorite." He scrambled to his feet. Senshirado, Senshirado, but now she compared it to what she had just witnessed. No, this was different, she realized with alarming clarity. The way he moved toward Uraraka, there was no hesitation. It was deliberate. The way his eyes locked onto her. That's not the look of a scientist. It's the look of a connoisseur, an expert. He's a weirdo. The conclusion made her feel both vindicated and strangely disappointed. But her analytical mind continued, unable to stop. It wasn't meaningless. Bakugo stopped. Uraraka is much faster now. There was a tactical purpose, a crude, objectionable purpose that probably violates several school rules, but a purpose nonetheless. Is it possible his quirk is affected by the point of contact? Unconsciously, she glanced down at her own hands, thoughtful. The idea was both repulsive and fascinating. At that moment, All Might, who had been frozen with his fixed smile, seemed to come back to life. "Young Midoriya," he whispered to himself. "What kind of tactic is that?" But then, his veteran strategist's brain processed the information. Bakugo, frozen. Uraraka, accelerating. The trust on both their faces. Slowly, a genuine smile replaced the plastic one, and he began to clap. A slow, booming clap that filled the room, silencing the chaos. All eyes turned to him. I know what you're all thinking, young heroes. His voice boomed, regaining its usual bombast. That what you saw was a vulgar act, a tasteless joke, and on the surface, you'd be absolutely right. He turned to the students, his shadow falling over them. But this isn't a tea party. This is the battlefield. And what we just witnessed was an act of tactical genius on multiple levels. He pointed to the screen. First level, psychological warfare. Young Midoriya knows his opponent. He knew the one thing that could break young Bakugo's blind rage wasn't a punch, but something so unexpected, so contrary to his useless Deku worldview, that would cause a short circuit in his brain. And it worked. It bought his partner vital seconds. He paused, letting the words sink in. Second level, and perhaps the most crucial, empowerment and absolute trust. He continued, his voice rising. Look at young Uraraka. Look at her run. That isn't just speed, it's confidence. Young Midoriya didn't just distract his opponent. He gave his ally a boost, a transfer of will. And she accepted it without a moment's hesitation. The trust required to allow such a bold maneuver in the heat of combat is the bedrock of the greatest hero teams. He concluded, his voice filled with a new, profound respect. What young Midoriya did was bold, yes. Reprehensible on a first date, of course. But here, where conventional rules die, it was a masterstroke. He used his opponent's perception of him to execute the most brazen maneuver possible. That, young heroes, is what separates a fighter from a strategist. The students nodded, a mixture of awe and understanding on their faces. They still thought it was incredibly weird, but now they saw the twisted logic behind the madness. Mineta, meanwhile, was weeping silently in his corner, muttering him a strategist too. A love strategist Ida had cleared the room of debris and struck a villainous pose, one hand on his hip, the other pointing toward the door. Ha ha ha, hero, you finally arrived, he declaimed as Ochako appeared in the doorway. But your journey ends here. With my unsurpassed speed, you'll never touch this weapon. Surrender now, and perhaps it'll show mere. Soru, Ida-kun, otso interrupted. She took a deep breath, feeling the electric tingle in her chest, and smiled at him. It wasn't her usual sweet smile. It was a smile filled with a new, dangerous confidence. I think Deku and I found a little trick. Instead of running at him, Ochako knelt and placed the pads of her 5 fingers on the concrete floor. Okay, Deku, like we practiced. Don't worries. Focus. Saturate. A visible wave of pink energy, like a heat haze, expanded from her hand across the entire floor of the room. It wasn't an explosion. It was a silent, total saturation. Ida looked at her, confused. What is this useless trick? And then his world turned upside down. The energy nullified the gravity of everything it touched on the floor. The small bits of debris, the concrete pillars, and even Ida himself felt their weight completely vanish. What? Ida yelled as his feet lifted off the ground. Instinctively, he tried to use the thrusters in his boots, but without gravity to hold him down, they only served to send him spinning uncontrollably like a top. Ochako, however, was in her element. She pushed off gently from the wall, floating with absolute grace and control through the chaos. She dodged the flailing, spinning Ida, who was yelling about the violation of physical laws, and with an almost insulting ease, she placed her hand on the papier-mâché surface of the bomb. Weapon secured, she said calmly. Soru, Ida-kun. Checkmate. The hunt was relentless. Bakugo, having snapped out of his stupor, had become a bravado of nature. He was a walking fury. Stop running, you pesky pest. An explosion tore a door from its hinges right where Izuku had just been. The plan worked. Izuku thought, his heart hammering against his ribs. Ochako must be getting to the bomb. I just have to survive. He dodged down a side hall as another explosion shattered a window. The sound was deafening. Ducking behind a wall, a fleeting memory came to him. His mother in the living room, playfully tossing pillows at him. Come on, Izuku, her voice said in the memory. A hero needs cat-like reflexes. Don't just react to the hit. Anticipate. Feel the movement. The memory, strangely, gave him strength. He was applying years of unconventional training, years of observing Kakin, of learning his patterns. Face me like a man. DKU. Bakugo's scream was pure hatred. Izuku ran again, his mind a calculator of escape routes. He took a left turn and found himself in a dead-end hallway. He spun around, his back against the cold wall. Bakugo stood at the entrance, blocking the only way out. He wasn't yelling now. He was smiling. It was a triumphant grin. "It's over, Deku," he said, his voice dangerously calm. "No borrado tricks. No borrado running. No borrado interference." He raised his right gauntlet, the one shaped like a giant grenade. He had been accumulating sweat. Izuku knew what that meant. "Now you're going to get everything you deserve." He pulled the pin. A blinding light began to form in the opening. "You're finished." Just as the light from the massive explosion lit up the hallway, just as Izuku Barado, his eyes shut, bracing for the impact, a voice thundered through the building's speakers. It was All Might's voice, filled with booming joy. "The weapon has been secured. The hero team wins." The energy from Bakugo's massive blast dissipated inches from Izuku's terrified face. Bakugo froze, arm outstretched, his face a mask of disbelief, rage, and absolute defeat. Izuku, Senshirado, and laden with the collective disbelief of 18 hero students and one symbol of peace. On the giant screen, the words "the hero team wins" flashed in a triumphant red that clashed with the palpable confusion. The students weren't just processing the victory, but the how, the method, the audacity. All Might cleared his throat, a sound that boomed like thunder in the stillness. His signature smile, which had frozen into a grimace of shock during the incident, returned to his face, this time genuine and with a hint of mischief. "Well, youngsters," his voice roared, breaking the spell. "What, in Senshirado, in your young and wise opinion, was the MVP, the most valuable player of this exercise?" The silence returned, but this time it was a hesitant one. No one dared to speak. How were they supposed to evaluate that? Were there points for tactical humiliation? No one. All Might inquired, his smile never faltering. "Come on. Debate is the crucible where great ideas are forged." His blue eyes landed on Momo Yaoyorozu, who had been unsuccessfully trying to become invisible at the back of the room. "Young Yaoyorozu," he exclaimed, pointing a dramatic finger at her. "You possess one of the most analytical minds in this class. Your intellect is as bright as the morning sun. Enlighten us with your wisdom." Momo shot to her feet as if she had been hit by an electric shock. Her face still held a faint blush, but her posture straightened, adopting the bearing of an analyst. She cleared her throat. "Yes, All Might Sensei. Thank you. My evaluation is complex," she began, her voice calm and measured, a stark contrast to the chaos they had just witnessed. Young Bakugo and young Ida, the villain team, lost not only because of the opposing team's strategy, but because of their complete and total lack of coordination. Young Bakugo acted on a purely personal vendetta and abandoned the primary objective, which is a capital tactical foul in any scenario. His tunnel vision made him predictable. She paused, and several students nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Young Ida, on the other hand, played his role as a stereotypical villain well and protected the objective as instructed. However, he lacked adaptability. He was completely outmaneuvered in the final confrontation, unable to counter a tactic that was, frankly, outside of every procedural manual. She turned slightly, her gaze glancing at the screen that still showed the hallway where the final confrontation took place. The hero team, on the other hand, their strategy was, she searched for the right word, highly peculiar. And, frankly, it bordered on workplace harassment. A murmur of agreement rippled through the room. Mineta, from his corner, nodded with almost religious fervor. However, Momo continued, her voice firm. There's no denying its devastating effectiveness. Young Uraraka demonstrated an application of her quirk that surpassed all previous expectations. It wasn't simple gravity nullification. It was large-scale environmental control, showcasing overwhelming power and precision. In young Midoriya, she hesitated again, as if the mere mention of his name caused a logical short-circuit. His plan, while vulgar in its execution, psychologically dismantled the most dangerous opponent. It was an absurd risk, but apparently it was a calculated one. All Might was grinning from ear to ear. Ha! Excellent analysis, young Yaoyorozu. Precise and to the point. So, your final conclusion on the MVP? Momo took a deep breath. My conclusion, Sensei, is that there cannot be a single MVP in this scenario. It would be a logical error. Young Midoriya was the brain and the strategist. He was the one who won the psychological battle before the real fight even began. But young Uraraka was the enforcer, the force of nature who demonstrated masterful skill in securing the objective. They are two sides of the same, strange, victorious coin. Exactly. All Might roared, slamming his fist into his palm with a thunderous clap. Victory, my youngsters, comes in many forms. Sometimes it's an overwhelming punch that shatters walls. Other times, it's a brilliantly absurd strategy executed to perfection by a team that trusts each other blindly. Therefore, in recognition of their exceptional synergy, I declare young Midoriya and young Uraraka the joint MVPs of this match. Meanwhile, in the cold corridors of the training building, Izuku and Ochako walked in a thick, uncomfortable silence. The adrenaline high from the battle was fading, leaving behind the embarrassing and awkward aftermath of their tactic. Izuku hadn't suffered a single scratch, but he felt mentally exhausted. Ochako, for her part, could still feel the residual energy of the booster humming under her skin. She was the one who broke the silence, not looking at him, her gaze fixed on her own boots as they walked. So the booster Izuku, who had been lost in thought, instantly perked up, his science mode taking over. It worked. It worked even better than I expected. My theory about transferring energy through a contact point with a high concentration of quark fuel had actually worked. The connection was incredibly stable. He stopped, realizing he was rambling. He looked at her and saw the blush still coloring her cheeks. I'm so sorry, he said, his enthusiasm deflating. Really? I'm sorry if it was, inappropriate. Or weird. Or totally humiliating. It was the only thing I could think of under pressure, and your suit has those reinforced circular contact points right there. Plus, as we already established, you have a large physique, which according to my booster theory, means a larger reserve of... He clamped his Barato shut, knowing he had just stuck his Barato in it. All the way. Again. Ochako stopped and turned to face him. Her face was as red as a tomato. That was the craziest, weirdest, most embarrassing thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Izuku Midoriya, she said, her voice serious. Izuku flinched, bracing for the reprimand. I'm sorry, and yes, you're a total weirdo, she continued. He shrank even further. I'm so sorry. She stared at him for another second. Then a genuine, warm smile, full of shared amusement, softened her expression. But a brilliant troublemaker. We won, Deku-kun. We won thanks to you and your crazy science. Thank you. Izuku looked up, surprised. Relief washed over him, warm and overwhelming. He returned her smile, a wide, genuine grin. No, we won. Thanks to us. They resumed walking, the silence now comfortable, the strange intimacy of their plan having bonded them more than ever. When Izuku and Ochako reached the monitor room, they were met with a mixture of hesitant applause, looks of astonishment, and Minetta's muffled sobbing. All Might clapped them on the back, so hard he nearly sent them to the floor. Excellent work, young heroes. A demonstration of strategy and trustworthy of study. Just then, he announced the next match. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji, versus Team I, Mashiro Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. What happened next erased all prior conversation and analysis. The battle, if you could even call it that, was a demonstration of power so absolute it left everyone breathless. Todoroki entered the building and froze it. From floor to ceiling, a massive, Crystalline wave of ice spread through the entire building in seconds, trapping his opponents and securing the weapon without him taking another step. It was over. The contrast was stark. The class had just praised a hard-fought victory based on strategy, psychology, and a bizarre tactic. Now, they witnessed a victory achieved through raw, individual, and overwhelming power. Dude Kaminari whispered, his eyes wide as plates. That's it. It's just over. It just ended. There was no fight, no strategy, no tricks, no funny business, Kirishima said, his voice filled with fearful awe. Just pure power. That's a completely different level. That's scary. Izuku's victorious smile had vanished. He stood motionless, staring at the screen with an expression of deep, all-consuming concentration. He pulled out his notebook, his hands moving on instinct, and began to write frantically. Ice quirk, large-scale control, instantaneous freezing without needing direct contact. Didn't need his partner. Didn't need a complex plan. Didn't need psychology. He just did it. The gap in raw power is immense. Will my strategy, would it even work against something like that? How do you analyze someone who can end the fight before it starts? In a corner of the room, Bakugo, who had returned almost unnoticed, watched the same screen. He wasn't looking at Izuku. He wasn't looking at anyone. He was looking at the frozen building, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles were white. His humiliation at Dika's hands was an open wound, and what he had just seen was salt poured right into it. He hadn't just been out-strategized. He had just seen someone with a power that dwarfed his own, that made him look like a kid playing with firecrackers. At the end of the day, the atmosphere in the classroom was one of euphoria and exhaustion. Many came up to congratulate Izuku and Ochako, commenting on the brilliant and unexpected strategy. Izuku accepted it with an awkward smile, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Bakugo was packing his things and leaving without a word, his body rigid with tension. A pang of old worry shot through Izuku. Despite everything, a part of him still cared about his former friend. He followed him out. He found him outside, near the main gate of UA, his back to the building. Kaken Izuku said softly. Bakugo turned slowly, and what Izuku saw froze him to the core. There was no rage in his face, no hatrith, just a chilling, desolate emptiness. You won, Bakugo said, his voice flat and motionless. It was a team effort. I just know, he interrupted, his voice trembling slightly. You won. You didn't just beat me. You played me. You humiliated me in front of everyone. You and that round-faced girl, you made me look like a complete idiot. A clown with explosions. No, Kaken, I never wanted that. I just wanted to win. And then Bakugo's gaze drifted, as if remembering the image of the frozen building. Then there's that half-and-half guy. Wins in a second, without breaking a sweat, without having to resort to cheap tricks or underhanded moves. Just power. Pure, undeniable power. He gritted his barato, so hard his jaw trembled. And to Izuku's absolute shock, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, tracing clean paths down his soot-stained face. I understood everything today, he said, his voice broken. What that ponytail girl said in the monitor room. What you did. What he did. Turns out I'm nothing. I'm barely at the starting line, and everyone's already blown past me. Everyone. He furiously wiped the tears away with his sleeve. So listen up, Deku. I lost today, but it won't happen again. He looked at him, and in his red, wet eyes, a new and terrifying determination burned. I won't lose to you again. Not to the ice jerk. Not to anyone. I'm going to become number one. And he'll do it by surpassing all of you. Not with tricks. With power. Bakugo turned and strode away, leaving a speechless Izuku behind. Just then, All Might appeared, intending to speak, but Bakugo ignored him completely and continued on his way, disappearing into the crowd of students. Katsuki Bakugo's bruised pride was rebuilding itself, but on a foundation of pure, cold ambition. Far away, in a dark and dingy bar, the only light came from a television screen mounted on the wall. It was showing a news report about All Might's new role as a teacher at UA. A young man, covered in scattered mannequin hands clinging to his clothing, scratched viciously at his neck, leaving red marks on his pale skin. A teacher? He hissed, his voice a dry scratch. The symbol of peace. Reduced to teaching a bunch of brats. How fragile. He turned to the shadowy figure made of purple mist standing behind the bar. Master, what do you think would happen if the pillar holding up this world of fake heroes just crumbled? A manic grin spread across his chapped face, reflected in the glow of the screen. It would be so much fun. 14. Chapter 14. A dangerous dance in the dark. The air in the small restaurant smelled of katsu curry and a shared victory. The neon light from outside bathed their table in a warm, orange glow that made Ochako's smile shine even brighter. She set her chopsticks down on her half-empty plate and leaned forward, a mischievous spark in her eyes. You know, I'm still deciding if what you did was the most brilliant or the most outrageous thing in UA history, she said, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. My dad works in construction, and he's never seen a demolition that efficient. Psychological and, well, almost physical. Izuku, who was about to bring a piece of breaded pork to his mouth, froze. He blushed violently. I already told you I was sorry. It was a split-second tactical decision. Ah, yes. The tactical decision, she teased, stirring her rice with the tip of a chopstick. And did that tactical decision require such a thorough quality check? It wasn't a quality check. It was an application of the booster. He defended himself, his voice a little louder than he intended, causing the couple at the next table to glance over curiously. He lowered his voice. I had to ensure a stable connection for the energy transfer. It's science. Right, science. Ochako covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. You're lucky I didn't decide to try my own science and make you float all the way to the sun for that trick, Dekakun. My tactical hands almost gave you a slap. I would have apologized for the entire orbital trip. He insisted, though he couldn't help but smile. Seriously, Ohavaka, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Unless it's absolutely necessary for victory, of course. And only if you agree. Beforehand. In writing, if possible. Ochako's laugh, clear and genuine, filled their little bubble. Okay, I forgive you. But just so you know, you have a new nickname in my head. Deka Tactical Hands Midoriya. Oh no. Oh yes. But don't worry, she added, her expression softening. We won, and it was thanks to that crazy science of yours. Thanks for trusting me. I'll always trust you, Izuku said with a sincerity that made her blush again. You are the best partner an eccentric scientist could ask for. Hey, a brilliant scientist. Brilliant. He corrected himself, waving his hands frantically. They finished their dinner amidst laughter, the camaraderie between them stronger and more comfortable than ever. The tension of the battle and the embarrassment of the plan had dissolved, leaving only the solid foundation of mutual trust. When they said goodbye on the street, the sun was setting, painting the Mizudafu sky in intense oranges and purples that cast long, jagged shadows on the asphalt. Izuku walked down the bustling street with a spring in his step. The conversation with Ochako had left him in high spirits. He felt like a true hero in training, with a partner, a secret power, and a bright future. But his current mission was more personal. He stopped in front of a small flower shop, the sweet scent of blossoms spilling onto the sidewalk. Okay, mission maintain maternal morale as a go, he thought, his internal monologue bubbling with an enthusiasm that was purely his own. Mom's gonna love this. She's been doing amazing lately. New clothes, new confidence. She's even trying protein shake recipes that don't taste like grass. I gotta keep up that great momentum. He entered the shop. A kind, elderly woman greeted him from behind the counter. I'm looking for something, bright, Izuku said, his usual shyness peeking through his newfound confidence. Bright, you say? The old woman smiled. For a special girl? For the most special one of all. My mother. His eyes landed on a bouquet of sunflowers, their yellow petals so vibrant they looked like they had trapped sunlight itself. These, he said with certainty, they're perfect. They're bright like her smile, right? The old woman nodded knowingly. An excellent choice, young man. With the carefully wrapped bouquet under one arm, he made his next stop at the pharmacy next door. He navigated the cosmetics aisles with a focus he usually reserved for analyzing quirks. Finally, he found what he was looking for, a high-quality skin cream, the kind his mother would never buy for herself. The pharmacy's fluorescent lights gleamed on the elegant silver packaging. This will help with elasticity, he thought, recalling a footnote in one of the manuals had read online about physical training after significant weight loss. Small details. The details matter. He left the pharmacy, bouquet in one hand and the small bag in the other. The street vibrated with the energy of people heading home from work, their chatter and laughter a pleasant hum. To take a shortcut, he turned into an alley he often used, a direct route that saved him a couple of minutes. The shadows stretched long to greet him, and the bustle of the main street faded behind him. The alley was a tunnel of brick and darkness, punctuated by the intermittent flicker of a lone street lamp. The air smelled of damp trash and rusted metal. Izuku walked confidently, lost in thought about the smile he would bring to his mother's face. He didn't hear the silent footsteps that dropped from the edge of a dumpster behind him. A laugh, a sharp, musically unhinged sound, cut through the air. Such a pretty boy with flowers, huh? Izuku spun around. A girl, not much older than him, stood a few feet away, blocking the alley's exit. She had messy blonde, a knife glinted faintly in the flickering light. "I bet you look just as lovely as those flowers," she said, tilting her head, her yellow eyes glowing with a strange mix of glee and curiosity. What are you doing?" Izuku stammered, instinctively taking a step back. "Oh, just a friendly greeting," she chirped and lunged forward. There was no warning. She moved with an unnatural, explosive speed. The knife carved a whistling arc through the air. Izuku's instincts, honed by years of dodging Bakugo and months of intense training, took over. He ducked just as the knife passed an inch from his ear, Senshirado, and backpedaled. His new sneakers slipped on a puddle of Barato water. The bouquet of sunflowers fell from his hand, the yellow petals scattering across the filthy concrete like a trail of Barato sunlight. As he dodged another cut aimed at his side, his gaze, out of sheer habit, flickered to the blade. "Oh, no," he thought in a panic. Small frame, small build. Bad sign. Very, very bad sign. My theory. His glance lasted barely a fraction of a second, but she caught it. Her manic smile widened, and a dark blush colored her face. "Looking, are we?" she hissed, her voice sharp and dangerous. "Such a reckless kid. That'll cost you an extra strike." The fight was a chaotic, desperate dance in the confined space. The girl, Toga, was relentless, her actions unpredictable, a mix of acrobatic grace and raw violence. Izuku could only dodge, using the dumpsters as makeshift shields. "Stay back," he gasped, blocking a slash with his forearm as his uniform sleeve tore. "But we're having so much fun," she said, her eyes shining with excitement. On her next lunge, Izuku took a false step backward. His heel hit something small and metallic on the ground, an abandoned soda can. He lost his balance, his arms flailing. Toga, thrown forward by her own momentum, couldn't stop. She crashed into him, and they both hit the ground in an awkward tangle. The fall was clumsy and chaotic, leaving them sprawled across the floor. He landed on his back, his head hitting a trash bag that luckily cushioned the blow. She fell onto him, her momentum making her stumble again, and she landed awkwardly against Izuku, plunging him into darkness and the faint smell of her cheap, sweet perfume. "Eek!" Toga yelped, a surprisingly high-pitched and feminine sound. Senshirado, you're trembling." Her eyes fell on the knife, which had landed a few inches from her hand. She saw it glint in the street lamp's light. "Now hold still," she whispered. "This is going to sting." She began to reach for the knife. Panic seized Izuku. He was pinned. She was going for the knife. He was going Barato in a stinking alley, pinned down by a psycho schoolgirl. No, this was not how he was going to end. With a cry of pure desperation, he gathered all his strength and used his hands to do the only thing he could: push. He Barato her away with everything he had, pushing with all his strength to get her off him. And in that instant of total, desperate, adrenaline-fueled struggle, his quirk activated. It wasn't a trickle. It wasn't a flow. It was a detonation. An overload of information so intense and strange that his brain almost shut down. It was overwhelming, orderly data like with Momo. It was a chaotic torrent of instinct, bravado, and a strange sadness. He saw flashes of violence, felt a longing that wasn't his, a need to transform, to become. He was stunned, his push faltering, his mind reeling from the shock of the cryptic information flooding him. Toga, feeling his grip loosen, seized the moment. She lunged for the knife, her fingers brushing the hilt. She was about to stab him. Wait. Izuku yelled, the words tumbling out of his mouth before he could think. A desperate gamble based on a split-second vision he didn't understand. I know how to cure your blood addiction. Toga froze. Her hand stopped, the knife millimeters from its target. Her entire body went rigid. Slowly, she turned to look down at him, her yellow eyes wide. Her manic smile was gone. Her predatory expression had vanished. In its place was a raw, trembling vulnerability that Izuku would never have expected to see. What? Her voice trembled, losing all of its playful tone. What did you just say? Izuku, catching his breath, his heart hammering like a war drum, looked up at her from the ground, struggling to free himself. I saw something, he stammered, the strange information still reverberating in his skull. Your quirk? Your need? I think I can help you. For real. The tip of the knife trembled. Toga's mask of insanity cracked, revealing the scared girl underneath. You're lying, she whispered, her voice barely a breath in the dark alley. Right? The question hung between them, sharper and more dangerous than the knife she held. The alley fell into a tense silence, heavy with possibilities. 15. Chapter 15. A deal in the dark. The tip of Toga's knife quivered just inches from Izuku's throat, catching and reflecting the flickering light from the alley street lamp. The cold metal was a dark warning, but the question in her eyes was a bravado in her armor of madness. You're lying, she whispered again, her voice a shaky thread of air. Right? Izuku's brain, still buzzing from the chaotic overload of information, clung to that crack. The fear was still there, an icy knot in his stomach, but now it was mixed with something else, conviction. I wasn't lying, he said, his voice trembling but strangely firm. I'm not lying. I saw your quirk. Nobody sees my quirk, she hissed, the threat returning to her tone, though her eyes remained wide. People see a monster. I didn't see a monster, Izuku insisted. I saw a mechanism. I saw how it works. My quirk is called Enhancer. I see the user manuals for other people's quirks. I see their weaknesses, their limits, and I see how to optimize them. I saw yours, and I saw the part that makes you need, the part that causes you pain, and I think I know how to stop it. I can help you beat your blood addiction. The knife wavered. The word addiction hit her harder than any physical blow. It was a clinical word, a word she understood, a word she hated. Help me? She laughed, but the sound was joyless. It was fragile, broken. Why would a hero want to help me? You're supposed to lock me up. Because that's the kind of hero I want to be. Izuku retorted, his passion overcoming his fear. One who doesn't just punch villains, but understands why they are villains. And I saw why. It's not your fault. It's a flaw in your quirk system. And I think I can fix it. Silence took over the alley. Toga stared at him, her yellow eyes searching for any sign of deceit. She found none in him, only a terrified boy offering the one thing she had never dared to wish for. Hope. The knife lowered an inch, then another. What her voice was barely a whisper. What do I have to do? Izuku swallowed. The hardest part of his desperate gambit was about to come to light. While he began, Cinchuredo, that's the optimal analysis position. Apparently, she blinked, once, twice, and then a sharp, manic laugh bravado from her. It wasn't the laugh of a predator, but of someone who has reached the height of absurdity. Sit in your seat? She said, incredulous. Again? You're kidding. You must think I'm stupid. It's not a joke. I swear on All Might. It's how it works. He pleaded, his face flushed with humiliation. I don't know why. Maybe it has to do with proximity to the center of mass or some kind of physical quirk. Cinchuredo on the other, the possibility, however small, that he was telling the truth. The possibility of a cure. Hope, that terrible and wonderful poison one. She let out a long sigh and sheathed her knife with a click that echoed in the alley. "You are the weirdest boy I have ever tried to kill in my entire life." Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. It was as if a perfectly indexed textbook had opened in his mind. Quirk name, Transform User. Himiko Toga linked physiology. The user's quirk allows them to perfectly mimic the physical appearance of another individual. Activation requires the user to ingest the blood of the person they wish to transform into. Cinchuredo. The donor's blood triggers a rapid but temporary alteration of the user's cellular structure. This process is not a direct DNA replication, but a sophisticated protein and structural mimicry guided by unique enzymes activated by the donor's genetic markers in the ingested blood. Vocal cord mimicry. The user's vocal cords undergo a temporary restructuring, allowing for perfect imitation of the target's voice patterns, pitch, and subtle inflections. This is a complex process involving temporary changes in muscle tension, cartilage structure, and neural pathways controlling vocalization. Clothing replication. Limited. The user's quirk extends to simple clothing and accessories worn by the target at the time of blood ingestion. This replication is imperfect and often temporary, especially with complex or tightly fitting garments, due to the primary focus on biological mimicry. Blood dependency. The addiction, a critical byproduct of the transformation process, is a temporary depletion of specific hemoglobin proteins and vital micronutrients within the user's own bloodstream. This depletion triggers intense cravings, misinterpreted by the brain as a need for more blood, leading to the user's compulsion to ingest blood frequently. This is not a true addiction in the neurological sense, but a physiological response to a metabolic imbalance. Transformation limits. The user can only transform into individuals whose blood they have recently ingested. Multiple transformations require separate blood samples. The user cannot replicate quirks of the individuals they transform into. Physical attributes beyond basic appearance, e.g., muscle mass, bone density, are mimicked within a limited range based on the user's own physical capabilities. Current limits. Observed Cinchuredo, the user demonstrates an instinctive understanding of not being able to replicate quirks, focusing solely on physical mimicry. Emotional instability. The physiological stress of the blood dependency likely contributes to the user's erratic behavior and emotional volatility. Untapped potential, hypothesized. Blood storage and refinement. Potential to develop methods for storing and refining blood samples to enhance transformation duration and reduce the frequency of intake. Controlled partial transformations. Subconscious ability to potentially trigger partial transformations of specific features, e.g., voice, eye color, without full bodily mimicry, allowing for subtle infiltration and disguise. This is currently untrained and likely triggered by emotional resonance with the target. Metabolic regulation. Targeted nutritional and pharmacological interventions could potentially mitigate the hemoglobin depletion and reduce the intensity of the blood cravings. Suggested evolution path. 1. Nutritional therapy. Implementation of a diet rich in iron, vitamin B12, and specific amino acids, especially L-carnitine, to counteract the metabolic imbalances caused by the quirk. Supplementation with iron chelators may help regulate iron levels during transformations. 2. Neural biofeedback training. Techniques to consciously manage and reinterpret the neurological signals associated with the post-transformation cravings, potentially reducing the psychological dependence on blood. 3. Controlled transformation drills. Focus training to explore and refine the ability for partial transformations, enhancing stealth and information gathering capabilities. 4. Blood preservation techniques. Experimentation with various methods of blood storage, anticoagulants, temperature control, inert gas preservation to increase the longevity and efficacy of collected samples. Analysis complete. I've got it. I've got it. Izuku shouted, his voice muffled by the overwhelming amount of information. I need a pen and paper. What? Toga said. I can't hear you. It sounds like you're talking nonsense. Pen and paper. He yelled louder. Who the hell brings a notebook to a murder? You're insane. My backpack. He gasped, struggling to breathe. It's next to you. Get out. Quick. Toga let out a groan of exasperation, but she leaned over and fumbled for Izuku's backpack. She yanked it open and pulled out his hero notebook and a pen. Got it, she said, returning to her position. Now what genius? Write what I tell you, he commanded, and he began to dictate, his voice muffled and rapid, a stream of biological consciousness. Your quirk, transform. It doesn't digest blood. It replicates its components. But the process creates a deficit of a hemoglobic protein in your own system. Your brain interprets it as hunger, as a need, but it's not. It's a phantom signal, a neural feedback loop. Toga wrote, her hand moving awkwardly on the notepad resting on her leg. Wait, slow down. A loop of what? Feedback. We can interrupt it. Not with willpower, but with chemistry. You need a supplement. Iron chelate, high doses of vitamin B12, and a specific amino acid, L-carnitine, Centurato. I can't stop. This is important. He protested and continued dictating doses and frequencies, ignoring the strange tension in her voice. As she wrote, Toga's initial disbelief morphed into amazement. The terms he used, the specificity of the solutions, it sounded real. It sounded like hope. When Izuku finished, he fell silent, exhausted. Toga stopped writing. She looked at the page full of scribbles, diagrams of neural pathways, and lists of supplements. Is this, she began, her voice barely a whisper, for real? It's the most likely evolution path, according to my analysis, he answered, his voice still muffled. Slowly, as if waking from a dream, Toga moved and stood up, freeing him. Izuku took the most glorious breath of his entire life. He lay on the cold, damp concrete, staring up at the night sky. The air had never tasted so sweet. He heard a laugh. He sat up and saw Toga standing beside him, staring at the notebook with a look of awe. The total absurdity of the situation hit them both at the same time, and they burst into laughter. It was a strange, hysterical laugh, born of terror, shame, and impossible relief. You're ridiculous, you know that? Toga said, wiping a tear of laughter from her eye. I was going to cause you trouble. I was going to get under your skin and tag along everywhere you went. And now what are we? Study buddies? Izuku got his feet. I guess so. You hungry? Just then, Toga's stomach let out a growl so loud and long it seemed to echo in the alley. She blushed furiously. Shut up. She snapped at her own stomach. I didn't plan for an after-fight dinner. You were supposed to be the meal. Izuku, unfazed, shrugged. I know a place. They serve the best katsudan in the city. It's quiet. Nobody bothers us. Toga looked at him, her expression a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. You're weird, hero boy. Really weird. She picked up her knife and put it away. Then, she clutched the notebook as if it were a treasure. I like it. They left the alley. Izuku's flowers lay trampled and forgotten, a sacrifice to the strange alliance that had just been born. He, however, was still carrying the small bag from the pharmacy. This place we're going to, Toga said, her tone now cautious. I have to warn you. The cops are looking for me. For several things. We can't go to public places. It's not public, Izuku replied. Trust me. She looked at him skeptically. What? You have a secret hideout or something? Izuku gave her a shy, mysterious smile. Something like that. You'll see. They walked along the sidewalk, an unlikely duo. A hero student with a plan and a fugitive with a notebook full of hope. This had better not be a trick, hero boy, Toga said, though there was no threat in her voice. Only an intense, dangerous curiosity. It's not, he assured her. I promise. And he led her through the illuminated streets. Chapter 16. Dinner and deals. The place Izuku led Toga to wasn't a noisy restaurant or an anonymous noodle stand. It was a small, family-run spot hidden in a quiet alley, with a single paper lantern illuminating a wooden sign that read, Hannah's Haven. The aroma of frying katsu and miso soup wafting from inside was a warm embrace that contrasted with the stench of trash in the alley. As soon as they entered, a middle-aged woman, plump and cheerful, with her hair in a graying bun and an apron dusted with flour, came out from the kitchen. Itsuto-kun. What a pleasant surprise, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. She wrapped Izuku in a hug that smelled of home and bread dough. How's your mother? Is she still plowing through those protein shakes that taste like garbage? Izuku laughed, returning the hug. She's unstoppable, Mrs. Hannah. I think she'll soon be able to lift the counter with you on top of it. A table for two, please? Mrs. Hannah's eyes shifted to Toga, who had remained standing near the door, clutching her notebook like a shield, her yellow eyes scanning the cozy space with an almost animalistic distrust. Mrs. Hannah gave her a maternal smile. Oh, and you brought a friend? One adorable young lady, she said, pinching Izuku's cheek playfully. Is she your girlfriend, Izuku-kun? It's about time. Izuku's brain weighed two options, the awkward and complicated truth or the simple and shameless lie. He chose the latter without hesitation. Yes, she is, he said with a beaming smile and completely unashamed pride, wrapping an arm around a totally rigid Toga's shoulders. She's a little shy. Wait, what? Toga muttered, just low enough for only him to hear. Just follow my lead, he whispered back. Toga looked at him, saw the goofy, confident smile on his face, and a strange, twisted amusement took hold of her. She relaxed under his arm and gave Mrs. Hannah a sweet, slightly manic smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku-kun has told me so much about your Katsudon. Oh, what a charmer, Mrs. Hannah said, clearly won over. Of course. The best table for the young couple. By the window. She led them to a small, secluded table covered with a checkered tablecloth. The lanterns in the restaurant cast a soft, warm light, highlighting Toga's wary eyes and Izuku's easy smile. This place, for now, felt safe. Mrs. Hannah served them 2 steaming plates of katsudon and 2 tall glasses of iced tea. For the first few minutes, they ate in silence. Izuku devoured his food with the appetite of a teenager who had burned through all his adrenaline. Toga, on the other hand, poked at her breaded pork cutlet with a fork, moving it around the plate without taking much of anything to her mouth. Izuku noticed and set down his chopsticks. You don't like it? He asked quietly. We can order something else. Toga shook her head, not looking up from her plate. It's not that. It's good. Too good. I'm not used to it. To good food? To this, she said, making a vague gesture that encompassed the table, the warm glow of the lantern, and the murmur of the other families dining. To sitting down. To someone serving me. To some weirdo who tried to kill me, buying me dinner, and lying to the owner that I'm his girlfriend. Izuku blushed slightly. The girlfriend thing was a tactical improvisation. It was a good one, she admitted with a small smile. Then it vanished. My court showed up really early. When I was little, as soon as the other kids saw what I could do, how I like blood, they called me vampire. Monster. She speared a piece of pork, her fork trembling slightly. The teachers told my parents, and they didn't help. They looked at me differently, like I was broken, like I was something that needed to be fixed or hidden. So one day, I ran away. Her voice was low, a matter-of-fact telling devoid of self-pity. I did bad things to survive. I stole. I hurt people. I liked it, or I thought I did. Now the cops are after me. That's why I don't go to public places. It may ghost. Just then, a distant siren wailed in the night. Toga tensed instantly, her body going rigid as her eyes locked onto the door. Izuku saw the pure panic on her face. He placed his hand over hers on the table. Easy. It's just an ambulance. It's far away. You're safe here. His touch seemed to ground her. She slowly relaxed her shoulders, but didn't pull her hand away. That's rough, Izuku said, his voice filled with an empathy that disarmed her. Really rough. But you have to listen to me, Toga. What you did, that need you feel, that's not you. It's your quirk's wiring. It's a glitch in the system. It's not your fault. She looked up, her yellow eyes searching his, full of disbelieving surprise. You really think that? After I tried to stab you? I saw it. he affirmed with absolute certainty. I saw the manual. I saw the feedback loop. You're not an addict because you're weak. You're an addict because your own power is poisoning you. And we can fix it. A single tear slid down Toga's cheek. She quickly wiped it away with the back of her other hand, embarrassed. No one had ever spoken to her like that. No one had ever looked past the monster. To break the heavy atmosphere, Izuku decided to change the subject by resorting to his best tool, absurd self-deprecation. Besides, you can't trust my judgment, he said with a grin. The codename I gave my quirk, Booster, was completely wrong. Toga blinked, confused. Wrong? Yeah, I realized it doesn't exactly boost. It's more like it guides. I've been thinking about it, and its real name, the one they gave me when I was a kid, is much more accurate, though it's also much more pathetic. And what is it? Izuku leaned in as if sharing a state secret. It's called Coach. Toga stared at him for a second. Then, she let out a laugh, so loud she choked on a grain of rice. She started coughing, pounding her chest, her face red from laughter and suffocation. Coach, she managed to get out between coughs. Like for dogs. You're kidding me. Your quirk is for training puppies. And cats. Don't forget the cats. Izuku added, laughing as he handed her his glass of water. I know it's pathetic, but it makes sense. I coach people on how to use their quirks better. I'm like a dog whisperer, but for superpowers. You are the quirk whisperer. Toga laughed, now recovered, her eyes shining with genuine amusement. That too, he admitted without shame. Seriously, though, she said, her smile turning slyer. You're really not in this hero thing for justice and saving the innocent and all that nonsense? Izuku shrugged, completely sincere. Sure, saving people is great. It's a nice bonus. But my main motivation, my ultimate goal, is to get a close-up photo with a giant heroine. Specifically, MT Lattice. Toga stared at him, and then she roared with laughter, a laugh so loud and genuine that Mrs. Hannah glanced over from the kitchen with an amused smile. You're so weird, a complete and total weirdo, she exclaimed, wiping away tears of laughter. But at least you're an honest person. I like that. She leaned over the table, her face now a mask of mischief. And that brings me to something else. Your little theory, the one about the big heart. When you attacked me, you muttered something about a small heart, bad sign. Do you really believe that nonsense? Izuku blushed again. Well, it was a working hypothesis. My case study, a Uraraka, validated it perfectly. So I assumed that a smaller frame, like yours, would indicate less of a predisposition for kindness. Censuredo, waving his hands and knocking over his water glass, spilling the rest of it on the table. Mrs. Hannah appeared as if by magic with a cloth, cleaning up the mess with an young love smile. When they finished eating, the atmosphere was light and comfortable. The tension was gone, replaced by a strange camaraderie. Hey Toga, Izuku said, his tone turning serious again. What I offered you in the alley. I was serious. You could train with me and my friend, Ochako. We practice most afternoons after school. It's an abandoned beach. No one ever goes there, so it's safe. We'll help you control your quirk. We'll teach you how to follow the manual. And how on earth am I going to explain this to Ochako? He thought for a split second. Hey, partner, I recruited a fugitive from the most wanted list who tried to barato me. She wants to join our super secret training club. Oh, and I told her to stay close to me for barato. Yeah, that'll go over well. He pushed the thought aside, one problem at a time. Toga's smile faded, replaced by a vulnerable expression that made her look much younger. No one, she murmured, looking at her hands. No one's ever offered to help me, only to judge me. He saw her bite her lip, a familiar intensity beginning to gleam in her eyes. The emotional stress of the day, the moment of honesty, the cycle was starting. Izuku acted on instinct. He reached for the butter knife from the table. It was dull, but it would do. He pricked the pad of his thumb carefully. A small bead of red welled up under the lantern light. He held out his hand. Here, pretty girl, he said with a calm smile. Your dose. To hold you over until we get the supplements. Toga looked at him, surprised by the nickname and the gesture. A slow, knowing smile spread across her face. Pretty girl? What a bold move, hero boy. She leaned in, took his thumb, and carefully wiped away the drop of Barato with a quick, practiced motion. She gave a small, approving nod. She said, stepping back. Not bad. Centuriato, the thirst in her eyes, had subsided. She looked at him, her expression now soft, almost gentle. No one's ever done that for me, either. They stayed a while longer, with Izuku awkwardly explaining some of the evolution paths from the notebook. When he finally paid the bill, insisting despite Toga's protest, they stepped back out into the cool Mizuta night. So, Toga said, hugging the notebook to her chest. You really think I can stop needing it? I'm sure of it, Izuku replied. But it won't be easy. You'll need discipline and help. She looked at him, a genuine and slightly sad smile on her face. You're weird, Deku. Really weird. I might just stop by that beach of yours. Great, he said, his face lighting up. My team is growing. At this rate, if I don't end up with MT Lady, at least I'll have my own squad of cool and dangerous girls. Toga lipped. Keep dreaming, hero boy. Keep dreaming. They stopped at a crossroads. I have to go this way, she said, her tone turning serious again. And hey, don't tell anyone you saw me. Not your big-hearted partner. Not anyone. To the world, I'm still a ghost. Got it, he said. Your secret's safe with me. She nodded, and with one last curious glance, she melted into the shadows of an alley. Izuku watched her go, the small bag from the pharmacy swinging in his hand. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to his mom. Be home late, Mom. The mission got extended, but I'm bringing you something you'll like. He put his phone away, a determined smile Barato. His original plan was simple. Get strong, become a hero, and reach MT lattice level. But the universe, it seemed, had stranger and Barato complicated plans for him. And, to his surprise, he liked the idea. He liked it a lot. 17. Chapter 17. A hug at home. It was almost 9:30 at night when Izuku finally got home. The cool night air still carried the distant sounds of the city. But as soon as he crossed the threshold of his apartment, he was enveloped by an aroma that was purely home. Miso soup, freshly made rice, and the subtle touch of ginger. The warm light from the kitchen outlined an energetic, focused silhouette. Inko Midoriya, an apron with a floral pattern tied around her waist, was chopping carrots on a cutting board. Her movements were no longer those of a tired housewife. They were fast, precise, and efficient. Izuku immediately noticed how healthy and refreshed his mother looked. She moved with a confidence that was as nourishing as the food she was preparing. In back, Izuku said quietly, taking off his sneakers and placing them neatly at the Barato. Inko turned, a smile lighting up her face. Izuku, so late? I was starting to get worried. Have you eaten dinner yet? Yeah, Mom. I ate with someone, he replied, letting his backpack fall to the floor with a dull thud. A bit of dirt and a dry leaf from the alley scattered on the impeccable wooden floor. He approached her, pulling something from behind his back. Look at this. It survived. It was a single sunflower. Its petals were a little bruised and one side was crushed, but its yellow color remained a vibrant defiance against the darkness of the night. Inko let out a choked gasp of pure delight. The knife fell from her hand, clattering against the cutting board. Oh, Izuku. For me? She said, taking the flower with a delicacy that contradicted the new strength in her hands. It's beautiful. You're an angel. She leaned in to smell it, and at that moment, under the warm kitchen light, her eyes shone. Izuku felt a pang of pride so intense it almost hurt. His mother was blooming again. Driven by the emotion of the moment, Inko set the flower on the counter and threw her arms around him. It was a strong hug, full of a pride and love that needed no words. She pressed him against her, burying her face in his shoulder. I'm so proud of you, my boy, she murmured against the fabric of his uniform. Izuku, wrapped in the hug and the familiar scent of his mother, sensed the opportunity. It was unconventional. It was taking advantage of the moment, but it was for science. I'm proud of you too, Mom, he said, and as he hugged her back, he activated his quirk. Centuriato Izuku, not so tight, she murmured, her voice slightly muffled against his chest. This is a little weird. It's for science, Mom. Just stay still for one more second, he replied, his own voice a concentrated murmur as the mental interface unfolded in his mind. Science? It feels like you're barato me too hard. But she didn't step away. One part of her, the proud mother, was happy to have her son close. Another part, the woman who was taking better care of herself, felt barato self-conscious about the moment. It was awkward, but also flattering. Meanwhile, in Izuku's mind, data flowed with a familiar clarity. Quirk analysis. Coach mode activated quirk name. Small object attraction user. Iankeo Midoriya linked physiology. Generation of a telekinetic vector from the user's center of mass. The conceptual limit of small objects is a purely mental barrier. Recent training has significantly weakened this barrier. Current limits, post-initial training multiple attraction, simultaneous up to 3 objects. Maximum perceived mass, combined 2 kilograms, 4.4 pounds. Effective range, 20 meters, 66 feet. Trajectory control, 90-degree arc in front of the user. Allows for basic diversion maneuvers. Latent potential, locked multiple attraction. Advanced potential to mark and control up to 15 objects independently with multitasking training. Fine vector control. Potential for 360-degree movements, including complex orbits and manipulation of objects outside the direct line of sight. Vector inversion. Repulsion latent potential to invert the vector from attract to repel. Applications. Deflecting light projectiles, creating pulses of force to unbalance opponents. Short-range self-propulsion. Enhanced jumps. Emotional attunement. An uncontrolled correlation between the user's emotional state and the quirk's power precision has been detected. Strong emotions, anger, fear, joy, can cause unpredictable fluctuations. Suggested evolution path. Updated Phase 1. Emotional control, guided meditation to consciously link specific emotions to desired quirk outcomes, e.g., calm for precision, joy for power. Phase 2. Multitasking manipulation exercises with multiple objects of different masses and shapes, e.g., making 3 marbles orbit while attracting a 4th. Phase 3. Practical inversion practice repulsion with light but fast objects, e.g., launch ping-pong balls, to develop defensive reflexes. Analysis complete. Izuku pulled away, his eyes shining with excitement. The interface flickered and vanished. Mom, you've improved so much, he exclaimed, his face lit up. You can attract 3 objects at once, up to 2 kilograms, and from 20 meters away. And the analysis says you can do much more. Inko, blushing and a little breathless, brushed a strand of hair from her face. More? What? Am I supposed to lift the dining table now? Eventually, he confirmed with absolute seriousness. And you can push things. The analysis says your emotions affect your power. We have to work on that. She looked at him, at her son, who was analyzing her like an exciting science project. The embarrassment mixed with a wave of pride so strong it almost made her stagger. They sat down to dinner. Or rather, Inko had dinner. She had prepared a light, healthy meal for herself. Miso soup, a small bowl of rice, and steamed vegetables. Her chopsticks moved with a new precision and elegance. Izuku, already full of katsudon, sat across from her with a cup of green tea, its steam rising and lightly fogging the air between them. The silence was comfortable, but Izuku knew he had to fill it. He trusted his mother more than anyone else in the world. Mom, he began, drumming his fingers on the warm cup. I met someone today. Oh, she said, sipping some soup. The flower girl? Your girlfriend? No, not exactly, he laughed. Her name is Toga, and her situation is complicated. Inko stopped eating, her attention completely on him. Complicated how? Her quirk uses blood to transform into other people, Izuku said, watching his mother's reaction. Inko's eyes went wide. She put down her chopsticks. Injuries? Izuku, that sounds dangerous. Are you okay? Did she hurt you? She tried to hurt me. We had a small fight in an alley. But it's okay. I helped her. Her quirk has a flaw. It causes a compulsion, an addiction. Centuredo to get the complete data. I had to check her pocket. Inko's jaw dropped. A piece of tofu she held in her chopsticks fell back into her soup, splashing the tablecloth. What? She exclaimed, her voice a choked shriek. Centuredo, I had to examine her closely. He confessed, deciding it was better to just get it over with. And I also accidentally got close to Yaoyorozu, but that gave me the clearest data so far. Inko pressed a hand to her forehead, closing her eyes. Unbelievable, she muttered. I've raised a strange one. Brave genius, who is also Barato of a scoundrel. An adorable one, yes, but a scoundrel nonetheless. She opened her eyes and looked at her son, who was watching her with a sincerity so pure it was impossible to stay mad at him. She let out a sigh that was half exasperation, half amusement. Unconscious, her own gaze drifted down, and she took a moment to straighten her posture. Thanks to her exercises, she felt healthier and Barato confident. She felt good about herself in a way she hadn't in years, though the moment left her feeling Barato self-conscious. Well, Inko said, try to regain her composure. It seems your quirk has some very specific requirements. Just be careful, Izuku. Not all girls will react with a tactical analysis like your classmates. I know, he said, sipping his tea. Toga tried to stab me before she accepted my help. Inko nearly choked on her soup. Seeing his mother's panicked expression, Izuku quickly decided to change the subject. Anyway, I didn't come home empty-handed. I have something for you. Mom, are you okay? You seem a little distracted. Inko, who had been staring at her own reflection in the window, thinking about her new appearance and her son's bizarre conversations, was startled. Her mind, still processing the strange and inappropriate words he had been saying, jumped to the single most horrifying conclusion possible. No, she shouted, leaping to her feet so fast her chair screeched against the floor. You will not. I will not allow it, Izuku. That is completely improper. I am your mother. Izuku froze, the small pharmacy bag in his hand, his Barato in a perfect circle of astonishment. What? He managed to say, completely stunned. The cream, Centuredo covering her face with her hands. Oh my God, she mumbled. How embarrassing. Absolutely mortifying. Forget I said that. Forget it forever. Erase it from your memory. Izuku got up and walked around the table. He placed the bag in front of her and put a hand on her shoulder. Hey, it's okay, he said softly. I'm proud of you, Mom, for all the work you're putting in. You're strong. You're healthy. And yes, you're beautiful. Don't let the nonsense with my quirk make you feel insecure. Inko looked up, her eyes filled with tears. But this time, they weren't tears of sadness or shame, but of gratitude. She stood and hugged him again, this time with a trembling tenderness, burying her face in his shoulder, her hair brushing against his cheek. Thank you, Izuku, she sobbed softly against his shirt. Thank you for not forgetting about me. He held his mother, feeling the warmth of her tears on his shirt. The hug was warm, comforting, and his scientist brain couldn't help itself. The contact is total, he thought. The connection with Toga was clear because of the lipids, and with Achiko because of the proximity to her center of gravity. What would happen if I applied the booster now? Could a detailed analysis of Mom reveal the emotional attunement in action? We could run tests. A mischievous, curious smile appeared as he considered new experiments. Inko pulled back slightly, wiping away her tears. She saw the expression on her son's face. That face, she said, her voice still shaky, but now with a hint of warning. I know that face. That's where I have a weird science idea face. Don't you be thinking about any weird science with me, young man. Izuku flinched, his smile instantly vanishing. No, I wasn't thinking about anything. Just I'm glad you're happy. Thanks for dinner, Mom. She gave him a skeptical look, but then her expression softened into a wobbly smile. The table was a mess. Izuku's tea was now cold, but the apartment felt warmer and more full of life than ever. As Inko opened the pharmacy bag with the excitement of a little girl, Izuku drummed his fingers on the table, his mind already busy planning new and daring ways to explore the limits of his power. And, of course, the limits of his mother's patience. Chapter 18. strategies, and unexpected alliances. The UA cafeteria at 7:30 in the morning was a microcosm of nervous energy and caffeine. The air smelled of steamed rice, grilled fish, and the hopes of the next generation of heroes. In the midst of the bustle, at a lightwood table by a window that flooded the space with light, Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yorozu were sharing a surprisingly quiet breakfast. Izuku devoured his bowl of rice and natto with fierce concentration, while Momo delicately picked at a piece of grilled salmon, her mind clearly elsewhere. Finally, she set down her chopsticks with a precise click and addressed him. Midoriya-san, she began, her tone formal but with an undertone of genuine curiosity. I've been reflecting on our previous interactions, and on the combat trial. Izuku nearly choked on a mouthful of rice. Oh, yeah? I hope your reflections don't include filing a restraining order. The corner of Momo's lips curled into a small smile. No, nothing so drastic. Not yet. My reflections are tactical in nature. My quirk, creation, is versatile, but it's slow. In a real fight, against a fast opponent like Ida-san or an overwhelming one like Todoroki-san, the time it takes me to formulate and create a complex object is a capital weakness. Did you, she hesitated, as if it were difficult to ask in your analysis, see any way to speed up the process? Izuku's eyes lit up. His embarrassment was replaced by the feverish glint of his analytical mode. He leaned across the table, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Of course, it's the most obvious problem with your quirk. Your process is sequential. You think of the handle, then the guard, then the blade of a sword. Layer by layer. It's like building a car piece by piece in the middle of a race. You need shortcuts. Shortcuts? Momo repeated, intrigued. Yes. Mental templates, he exclaimed, gesturing with his chopsticks. Don't think about the parts, think about the whole. You need to create a library of macros in your head. A template for standard shield, one for containment staff, another for capture net. Items you use frequently. You have to memorize their entire structure as a single entity, a single concept. That way, when you need a shield, you don't think titanium carbon alloy in a concave formation of 5mm thickness. You just think shield and bam. Your quirk fills in the details. The logic was so simple and so elegant that Momo was left speechless. It was a process optimization solution applied to a superpower. That is incredibly logical, she admitted. It would drastically reduce mental processing time. Exactly. Izuku said, excited by her understanding. We could practice it. In fact, I train with Uraraka most afternoons in a secluded spot. You could come. We could run drills. Oh, yell net cannon. You think net template, and wham. We could cut your creation time by 50% in a couple of weeks. The offer hung in the air. The idea was tempting. To train with him, with the boy who had unraveled the secrets of his own power. Momo looked at him skeptically, an eyebrow arched. You and Uraraka-san, training together? And does this generous offer of help include you watching me while you check my stamina levels? Izuku choked, for real this time, on a sip of orange juice. He coughed, thumping his Barato. And no, of course not. He stammered, his face red. Well, Barato. Cinchuredo, I will create a cage around you. A very small and difficult to disassemble one. Izuku's eyes widened. Deal. He'll be the most professional, respectful coach you've ever seen. A monk. I won't get distracted even once. I highly doubt that, she said dryly. Just then, Izuku's phone buzzed on the table. Cinchuredo. The blush on his face reached nuclear proportions. Momo, seeing his reaction, tilted her head. Your mother? She asked. Igriegajia. He stammered, putting the phone away as if it were burning him. She was reminding me to take my vitamins. She seems sweet. She is, Izuku said, regaining a little composure. She's improving a lot with her quirk. She's my #1 fan. Nearby, Kirishima leaned toward Kaminari. Hey, did you hear they're going to increase security for the USJ trip? They're saying there have been some rumors about villain activity in the area. Momo frowned, her moment of levity vanishing. Villain activity? Something about that phrase sent a chill down her spine. Hours later, the afternoon sun bathed the abandoned beach in a golden, melancholic light. The waves broke gently against the shore. Ochako stood in the middle of the cleaned-up section, concentrating, levitating a series of different-sized rocks that orbited slowly around her like a miniature solar system. Good. That's it, Uraraka. Fine control. Izuku encouraged her from a nearby dune, his notebook open on his knees. Now, try to speed up the smallest rock's orbit without affecting the others. I'm trying, she said, breathing hard. It's like trying to rub your stomach and pat your head at the same time. It was then that a third voice, musical and dangerously cheerful, joined the scene. Well, am I interrupting something important, hero boy? They both spun around, standing at the edge of the beach, wearing a smile that was all teeth and promises of chaos, was Himiko Toga. You! Izuku exclaimed, surprised. Ochako, however, had a very different reaction. The rocks floating around her dropped to the sand with a dull thud. She instantly fell into a defensive stance, putting her body between Izuku and the newcomer. Deku, get away from her, she warned, her voice tense. Who is she? And why does she have a knife the size of my forearm strapped to her thigh? Uraraka, calm down, Izuku said, holding up his hands. Relax. It's Toga, the girl I told you about. The fugitive who tried to barato you, and whose cure requires you to touch her? Ochako asked, her tone dripping with disbelief and disapproval. The one and only, Izuku confirmed cheerfully. Toga sauntered across the sand. Complicated and adorable, don't forget. Censurado dans l'herbe. Okay, she laughed. But your friend looks angry. Does she think I'm going to steal you? I think you're going to stab us. Ochako retorted. Nobody is going to stab anybody. Izuku intervened, stepping between them. Toga, I told you I'd help you, and I'm going to prove it. Ochako, I'm asking you to trust me. Toga is here to train. He looked at Toga. What we saw in the alley was a glimpse. Today, we're testing Phase 3 of your evolution. Controlled imitation without blood intake. He picked up an old newspaper from a sand. In a local section was a photo of Ochako from a school sports festival. Focus on her voice. Try to imitate it. Just one word. Toga looked at the photo, then at Ochako and smiled. She closed her eyes. When she opened them, her smile was the same, but the voice that came out was a perfect replica of Ochako's. Deku. Ochako flinched as if she had her ghost. Izuku scribbled frantically. Good. 1 second. Again. Toga focused again. Deku, you idiot. 2 seconds. It's working, Izuku exclaimed. Hey. Toga laughed, her own voice returning. This is so cool. It's like having a new toy. It was at that moment that Momoyarozu reached the top of the dune. She observed the scene with an expression of polite confusion. Izuku with a notebook, Ochako in a combat stance, and a blonde girl in a different school uniform with a very large knife. Midori is Sen, she said, her calm voice cutting through the tension. Am I interrupting? You told me to come for training, not a confrontation with an alleged juvenile delinquent. Momo, you're just in time, Izuku said, completely unperturbed. This is Toga, the newest Barato of our training team. In progress. We are not a team. Ochako and Momo protested in unison. Of course you are. You're all amazing, Izuku declared with a radiant smile. Toga, enjoying the chaos, decided to add Barato, fuel to the Barato. She glanced toward Momo with a mischievous grin. Censurado, and Toga's chest returned to normal. Incredible, Izuku muttered, snapping out of his trance and writing like a madman. Partial physical imitation without blood intake. For seconds. The potential is enormous. His quirk's activation gave him an updated reading. Quirk name, Transform User. Himiko Toga linked physiology. Transformation via ingested vital fluid. Progress, partial vocal imitation. 2 seconds without the fluid, stable. Partial physical imitation, 4 seconds without the fluid, unstable, high energy consumption. Current limits. Full transformations require the fluid. Vocal physical control is unstable. For second maximum, without blood. Latent potential. Sustained partial transformations. Voice, facial features, other attributes. Without blood, potential for up to 10 seconds with visualization and energy control practice. Suggested evolution path. Update, daily vocal imitation. 5 minutes, 3 times a day. Visualization exercises of specific features. Continue iron and L-carnitine supplements to stabilize base energy. Did you see that? Izuku said, showing them the notebook. The path is clear. Just then, a high-pitched buzz sounded overhead. A small UA drone, its red light blinking, flew over the beach. Cinchuredo, it's over, she repeated, her voice now devoid of joy, just a trace of the fear she felt. They'll call the heroes, and the game will be over. They won't find you, Izuku said firmly, standing up and offering her a hand. Not while you're with us. We'll protect you. Ochako looked at Izuku, then at the terrified blonde girl. She let out a long sigh. This is insane. Completely and utterly insane. But she looked at Izuku, and her expression softened. I trust you, Dekakuen. If you say we can help her, then we'll try. Momo, who had been processing the scene with a mixture of horror and fascination, nodded slowly. I also trust your judgment, Midoriya-san. Although my logic is screaming at me that this is a catastrophic mistake, the data doesn't lie. Your method works. But something doesn't add up in all this. Izuku looked at his strange, dysfunctional team. A girl who defied gravity, a genius of creation, and a fugitive who could steal faces. He looked at himself, the unlikely nexus holding this group together. He looked out at the sea, where the waves broke against the shore, and for an instant he felt a strange sense of danger, a cold premonition that had nothing to do with the UA drones. Well, figure out, he said, his voice more for himself than for them. Together, Izuku's notebook, lying open on the sand, was lifted by a gust of wind, its pages flipping rapidly until they stopped on one filled with scribbles about the USJ security. The sun was sinking below the horizon, staining the sky an ominous red. It was a tense stillness, the silence that precedes a crash. 19. Chapter 19. Training on the beach, the damp sand felt cool beneath his feet as the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Izuku, hands on his hips, watched his 3 training partners spread out across the deserted beach. The need for discretion was paramount. With Toga in their group, a traditional dojo was out of the question. Their makeshift training ground was this stretch of sand and waves, a space where they could focus on the essentials, self-defense adapted to their unique abilities. All right, Izuku began, his voice carrying clearly over the gentle murmur of the sea. We can't go to a dojo, and we all know why. Toga's still a fugitive. So we'll train here, adapting the techniques to what each of you can do naturally. No elegant karate moves or elaborate katas. Pure survival. Ochako, who had been stretching her arms with a focused expression, spoke first. My zero gravity is great for moving objects, but if someone gets close and grabs me, I'm not exactly the strongest in a close-quarters fight. Momo, Cinchuredo, who had been drawing a playful heart in the sand with the tip of her knife, looked up with a lopsided grin. And I'm fast, sure, but without fresh blood, my quirk is, well, just a pretty disguise. I can't rely on that in a direct fight. Izuku nodded, scribbling quick notes in his notebook. Exactly. So hayrase the plan. Ochako, we'll work on using zero gravity to create improvised shields, floating objects to block attacks, or projectiles to keep attackers at a distance. Momo will focus on the creation speed of simple but effective defensive items. Quick templates for shields, staffs, whatever's necessary. And Toga, will use your incredible agility to dodge and disorient. Well, keep working on that voice imitation without blood as a distraction tool. Ready to sweat? A chorus of affirmations, some more enthusiastic than others, answered his question. The sun continued to sink, casting long shadows across the sand as the training began. Izuku rotated between them, dedicating individualized time to each one. With Ochako, he focused on the defensive application of her quirk. Momo, wielding a wooden staff she had created almost instantly, launched simulated attacks. Ochako, float 3 small rocks in front of you. Use them to block the staff. Izuku shouted. That's it. Now move, dodge the next one. It's harder than it looks. They're not heavy, but controlling them is tricky. Ochako breathed heavily, her forehead beaded with sweat as she struggled to keep the 3 small projectiles in position. I know, but you're using your fine control, not your brute strength. Think about guiding them, not lifting them. One more. Block. Good. Now dodge to the right. Next was Momo's turn. Izuku threw shells and pieces of driftwood he had collected from the beach at her. Create a small, sturdy shield. Think compact shield. Visualize it completely. Now, Momo closed her eyes, concentrating, and in just under 2 seconds, a gleaming metal disc appeared in her hand. 1.8 seconds. You're improving. Now, use it to deflect that shell. Quick! The shell hit the shield with a sharp clack. Excellent. Now a staff. Mental templates, Yayorozu. Mental templates. Momo was breathing heavily, but her movements grew more fluid as familiarity with the drills set in. Finally, Izuku worked with Toga. The blonde girl moved with cat-like agility, dodging the staffs Izuku threw and the rocks that Ochako, now controlling her zero gravity with greater skill, levitated erratically. Dodge left. Good. Now, as you move, use Ochako's voice. Toga grinned, her eyes glinting with mischief. She dodged a staff that grazed her shoulder and, in a perfect imitation of Ochako's voice, cried out, "Deku, help me." Her own sharp laugh broke the illusion an instant later. It's so fun to do that. We could get into so much trouble. It's perfect. Your speed and your ability to disorient are your greatest strengths right now. Again, dodge the rock, then the voice. Toga leaped and moved like a ghost, her knife glinting dangerously with every turn. Her control of Ochako's voice, though limited to a few seconds, was becoming more and more precise. As the sun finally touched the horizon, Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket. It was his mom. "Hello, Mom?" He answered, his voice slightly breathless. "Izuku, sweetie, are you still training with the girls?" "Yeah, Mom. We're at the beach. Ochako, Momo, and Toga are here." Before he could add anything else, Toga leaned over his shoulder and shouted into the phone. "Hi, Izuku's mom. I'm Toga. Your son is a really tough coach, but he's fun." Izuku put a hand to his forehead in embarrassment, while Ochako and Momo stared at each other, wide-eyed. Inko's voice, after a brief pause, replied with a disarming warmth. "Oh, hello, Toga-chan. How sweet. Izuku has told me about his new friends. Why don't you all come over for dinner when you're finished? I've made katsudon, and I always make extra." Ochako looked at Izuku in disbelief. "Dinner? With a wanted fugitive? At your house? This will be interesting," Momo muttered to herself, though her expression made her concern clear. Toga, however, handed the phone back to Izuku, looking delighted. "Of course. Thank you so much. We'll bring dessert." Izuku sighed, putting his phone away. The night would definitely be one to remember. The sun had completely disappeared, leaving behind a clear, starry sky. He looked at his peculiar team, exhausted, covered in sand and sweat, and despite the ache in his own muscles, he couldn't help but think that, as strange as the situation was, they were exactly where they needed to be. 20. Chapter 20. A dinner at home. The walk to the Midoriya home was a mosaic of city lights and nervous laughter. Izuku led the way, his backpack full of sand and notes, while Ochako, Momo, and Toga followed, each lost in her own thoughts. The Mizuta night was cool, and the salty scent of the sea still clung to their clothes after their training session on the beach. Ochako walked with her hands in her pockets, glancing sideways at Toga. "I can't believe we're doing this," she muttered, just loud enough for Izuku to hear. "Deku, are you sure inviting her to your house is a good idea? I mean, she's. She made a vague gesture toward the knife strapped to Toga's side. Toga, with a sharp smile, answered before Izuku could even open his barato. "Oh, relax, zero gravity. I don't plan on stabbing anyone tonight. At least not until after dessert." Her laugh was a playful chime, But Ochako's frown deepened, not entirely convinced. Izuku held up his hands in a placating gesture. Trust me, Uraraka. Toga's here to change. I saw her handbook. Her quirk, we can help her. And my mom, well, you'll see what she's like. Ochako sighed, but her shoulders relaxed slightly. Alright, Deku-kun. But if anything goes wrong, you're cleaning up the mess. Momo, walking with her impeccable posture, chimed in with a calm voice. Midoriya-san, your confidence is admirable. But Uraraka-san is right. The situation is delicate. Is your mother prepared to host someone with Toga's history? Izuku smiled, a glint of pride in his eyes. My mom is stronger than she looks, and she has a radar for people. You'll see. When they arrived at the apartment, the aroma of katsudon and miso soup wrapped around them like a hug. Inko Midoriya opened the door before Izuku could even get his key out. Her face lit up with a radiant smile. She wore a floral print apron, and her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, showing a vitality that instantly disarmed all three girls. Welcome, Inko exclaimed, opening her arms wide. Oh, I'm so happy to see you all. Come in, dinner is ready. Before they could react, Inko enveloped each of them in a warm, genuine hug. First was Ochako, who blushed at the embrace. You must be Ochako-chan, Inko said, holding her by the shoulders. Izuku talks so much about you. He says you have a huge heart and an incredible quirk. Thank you for being his friend. Ochako, caught between surprise and shyness, stammered, Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Hideki-kun is amazing, too. Her cheeks were red, but a sincere smile graced her face. Next, Inko turned to Momo. Shinshiro Inko approached Toga, who took an instinctive step back, her hand brushing the handle of her knife. But Inko didn't hesitate. She hugged her gently, as if she were afraid of breaking her. And you, Toga-chan, thank you for giving Izuku the chance to trust you. I know it can't be easy, but you're here. That says a lot about you. Toga stood stiffly, her yellow eyes wide. No one ever had hugged her like that, with such a mix of tenderness and acceptance. Thanks, she murmured, her voice cracking slightly. For an instant, her chaotic facade crumbled, revealing a vulnerable girl who didn't know how to process so much kindness. Come on, come in, Inko said, leading them to the dining room. The table was set with steaming plates of katsudon, a fresh salad, and a bowl of miso soup. Sit down. I hope you're hungry. Dinner began with shy laughter and the clinking of chopsticks. Inko, sitting at the head of the table, watched the girls with a mixture of curiosity and motherly pride. So, she said, pouring more soup. How did you all meet, Izuku? I want all the details. The three of them looked at each other, and an awkward silence fell over the table. Izuku, a piece of katsu halfway to his mouth, froze. Ochako was the first to speak, her voice hesitant but determined to break the ice. Well, I met Deku-kun during the UA entrance exam. I tripped, I was about to fall, and he helped me. Then, during the practical test, Shinshiro encouraging her to continue. How exactly? It was a physical contact point, Ochako admitted, covering her face with her hands. It was for his quirk analysis. Only for that. Momo, trying to maintain her composure, cleared her throat. In my case, it was during an optimization training Barato. Midoriya-san analyzed my quirk, creation, and there was also an unexpected moment during the analysis. Her tone was diplomatic, and she looked slightly flustered. Toga, with a mischievous grin, couldn't resist. Oh, my turn was Barato exciting. In an alley, I tried to attack him, but he quickly overpowered me. Shinshiro, is this seriously how you analyze your friend's quirks? It's for science, Mom, Izuku exclaimed, waving his hands frantically. My analysis quirk needs physical contact. It's not my fault their quirks are so impressive. Inko sighed, then let out a resigned laugh. You're such a curious boy, but a rascal nonetheless. Girls, you are all absolutely beautiful. I never thought my son would bring home one pretty girl, and now he's brought three. I'm impressed. The three of them laughed, the tension dissipating. Ochako, still blushing, decided to speak up. Mrs. Midoriya, really, thank you for this. Not just for dinner, but for making us feel so welcome. Sometimes I feel like my quirk isn't as impressive as Momo's or even Toga's. But being here with Dekakuen and you makes me feel like I can be more. Inko took her hand tenderly. Ochako-chan, your quirk is wonderful because it's yours. And if Izuku believes in you, then so do I. You are strong, and you'll become even stronger. Ochako smiled, her eyes shining with gratitude. Thank you. That means a lot. Inko turned to the others. I train with Izuku too, you know. My quirk, minor attraction, is simple. I attract small objects. But with his help, I'm learning to do more. Yesterday, I moved 3 marbles at once. It's not much, but to me, it's the world. That's amazing, Ochako said, genuinely impressed. Dekakuen is helping me get better control of my floating objects. Today at the beach, I made 4 rocks spin at once without getting dizzy. It's like he sees what we can become before we do. Momo nodded. Midoriya-san has a unique talent for optimization. He's helping me create objects faster. It's inspiring. Toga, quieter than usual, fiddled with her fork. He gave me a notebook with a plan to control my quirk without, all that usual hassle. No one's ever done that for me before. Dinner continued with lively conversation. Ochako shared stories from her childhood, how she dreamed of being a hero to help her parents. Momo talked about the pressure from her family to be perfect, and Toga cautiously mentioned a vague memory of when her quirk isolated her from her friends. Inko listened, asking gentle questions and weaving an atmosphere of trust. When the plates were empty, Inko leaned back in her chair. So, girls, where do you live? I want to make sure you get home safe and sound. Momo answered with her usual precision. I live in the Aoyama district, Mrs. Midoriya. My family sent a car for me. I live near the train station, Ochako added. It's not far. I could take the subway. Toga looked down, her voice barely a whisper. I don't have a home. I sleep wherever I can. The silence that followed was heavy. Inko blinked, stunned, and then her expression hardened with determination. She stood up, walked around the table, and placed her hands on Toga's shoulders. That ends today, Toga-chan. You're staying here. With us. Toga looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. What? No. I can't. It's dangerous. The police, I don't care. Inko cut her off, her voice firm but warm. You'll be safe here. No one enters my home without my permission, not even the heroes. You're Izuku's friend, and that's enough for me. She hugged her again, an embrace that dissolved Toga's last defenses. A single tear rolled down her cheek, and she quickly hid it. Izuku, Jotagape, stared at his mother. Mom, are you sure? Completely, Inko replied. Now, help clear the table. Ochako and Momo, still processing the scene, smiled. Your mom is incredible, Dekakuen, Ochako said, her voice full of admiration. Now I get where you get that giant heart of yours. Toga, still dazed, muttered, I've never had a place like this. Later, at the door, the girls said their goodbyes. Inko hugged each of them again. Come back whenever you want. This house will always be open to you. Momo bowed her head. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. It's been an honor. Ochakuin balsuli hag Toga. I guess you're not so bad, she said with a shy smile. But if you try anything funny, it'll float you all the way to the moon. Toga laughed, cautiously returning the hug. Deal, zero gravity. Momo insisted that her car give Ochako a ride home, and they both left with a cheerful wave. Izuku watched them go, feeling a warmth he couldn't quite explain. Back in the apartment, Toga stared at the empty table, Izuku's notebook still in her hands. Inko placed a hand on her shoulder. Come on, Toga-chan. They'll get the couch ready for you. Tomorrow, we'll buy you a proper bed. Izuku smiled, his mind already planning the next training session. But for now, the apartment was full of life, laughter, and a new beginning. And that, he thought, was more heroic than any battle. 21. Chapter 21. Morning rations and unsettling alliances. Waking up wasn't an event. It was a process. Izuku didn't get up to the sound of his alarm or the rays of the sun. He woke up to a sensation, a presence, a warm, rhythmic breath ghosting across his cheek. His eyelids felt heavy, glued shut with sleep, but he slowly peeled them open, his vision struggling to focus through the fog. The first thing he saw was an eye. A single, enormous, brilliant yellow eye, watching him with feline curiosity just inches from his face. Izuku's brain took a second to process the image, a second where sleep still clung to him. And then, panic hit him with the intensity of one of Bakugo's explosions. He choked back a scream, a pathetic sort of squawk, and scrambled backward with a violence that would have been comical under any other circumstance. His body slammed against the wall with a dull thud, tangling him in his own sheets. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. Toga didn't move. She didn't startle. She simply blinked, a sleepy, amused smile on her lips. She was sitting on the edge of his bed, legs crossed, as if it were the most natural place in the world to be. Toga. Izuku gasped, his voice hoarse with sleep and shock. What the hell are you doing here? Good morning, Izuku-kun, she said, her voice a melodic whisper. You were making little noises in your sleep, like a scared little bunny. It was very cute. He stared at her, trying to catch his breath as confusion began to displace the terror. She was wearing one of his old t-shirts, one that fit her like a dress, and her blonde hair was even messier than usual. She looked strangely domestic, and that scared him almost more than the knife in the alley. How did you get in my room? He asked, his voice still a tense whisper. She shrugged, a fluid cat-like motion. Your mom told me to come wake you up. She said if I didn't, you'd be late for school. She's a very kind woman, your mom. She paused. Her smile grew a little sharper, her eyes glinting with an intention that sent a shiver down Izuku's spine. And you forgot something last night, Izuku-kun. He frowned, his mind still thick with sleep. Senchuredo closed over the tip of his index finger. It wasn't a painful barato of a sharp, surprising barato. Izuku let out a small gasp. A moment later, the feeling changed. She pressed her barato gently against the small wound, catching the tiny droplet of barato. She kept her eyes closed, her expression calm and focused. Absolute satisfaction. It was a simple, practical action. Finally, she released his finger. A tiny red mark, like a small barato, was the only evidence of the pressure. She pressed her barato together briefly, a quiet gesture. Good, she said softly, her voice calm. Much better than that office worker I encountered last week. You have a very heroic spirit. Sweet, but with a hint of determination. Her morning mission accomplished, she rose from the barato with silent agility. She stretched, her back letting out a small pop. Revealing the handle of a knife she had tucked into the waistband of a pair of shorts she must have grabbed from the laundry. All done, she said cheerfully. See you at breakfast, Izuku-kun. Try not to be late. And with that, she walked out of the room, leaving him alone. Izuku sat on the bed, Senchuredo, an apron tied around her waist, moved about the kitchen with infectious energy. Toga was sitting at the dining table, examining a box of cereal with the fascination of an anthropologist discovering an alien artifact. She was wearing one of Ochako's pink hoodies, the one they had given her the night before. It was a little big on her, making her look younger and more harmless than Izuku knew she was. Just then, the doorbell rang. "He'll get it," Inko announced with a smile, wiping her hands on her apron. She opened the door to reveal Ochako and Momo, both in their UA uniforms and carrying several cloth bags that looked quite heavy. "Girls, it's so good to see you." Komin, Inko said, stepping aside. "Just in time for breakfast. I made extra." "Good morning, Mrs. Midoriya," Ochako said, giving a small bow. She looked a little nervous, her eyes darting cautiously into the apartment. "Thanks for having us again. We brought, well, a few things." For Toga-chan, Momo gave a deeper, more formal bow. "We considered that she might require clothing in her size and some basic necessities. We made a selection based on practicality and comfort. I hope they are to her liking." Toga, who had been ignoring the door, looked up from the cereal box. Her expression of distracted curiosity was replaced by one of genuine, absolute surprise. "For me?" she asked, her voice unusually small. "Of course," Ochako said, walking over and placing the bags on a chair. "It's clothes we don't wear anymore, but they're almost new. I thought, well, that you might like to have your own things instead of stealing Deku-kun's clothes. Izuku, emerging from the hallway already changed and with his hair still damp, smiled. Wow, you guys, that's incredible of you. Really? Toga stood up and walked over to the bags. With a hesitation Izuku had never seen from her, she pulled out a pale yellow hoodie. The fabric was soft. She looked at it, then at Ochako, then at Momo. A slow, genuine smile, completely devoid of malice, spread across her face. Thank you, Uraraka. Yamamo, she said, using their names with a strange familiarity. You're welcome. Ochako replied, clearly relieved by her positive reaction. Inko, watching the scene with shining eyes, clapped her hands softly. What wonderful friends. Now everyone sit down. Time to eat. Toast, eggs, and miso soup to start a hero's day off right. The breakfast table was a surreal scene. Inko served everyone with motherly enthusiasm. Toga examined her gifts with childish glee, and Ochako and Momo tried to act as normal as possible. So tell me, Toga-chan, did you sleep well on the couch? Inko asked, pouring her a glass of orange juice. Toga looked up, her smile turning cheerful. Yes, it's very comfortable. Although Izuku-kun's blanket looked much softer. She grinned at Izuku over her glass. He, halfway through a piece of toast, nearly choked for the second time that morning. Ochako leaned toward him. Deku-kun, are you sure about this? She whispered, her voice full of worry. Does your mom know everything? About the knife and, well, everything else? She knows enough, he whispered back. She knows she's in trouble and needs help. She trusts her, and she trusts me. Across the table, Momo was speaking to Toga in her usual analytical tone. Your new garments should be suitable for the light training Midoriya-san has planned. I have included several breathable, quick-drying fabrics to optimize performance. Toga grinned, a smile that was pure chaos. Great. That way I can move better when I try to stab someone in the future. The look of panic on Ochako's face was instantaneous. Kidding, kidding. Toga quickly added, laughing out loud. Mostly, after the strangest breakfast of their lives, it was time to leave. Izuku, Ochako, and Momo gathered their UA backpacks. The familiar routine feeling a bit odd in this new context. Well, we're off to school, Izuku announced, addressing Inko and Toga, who had stayed in the living room. Mom, your core training plan is on the fridge. Focus on the emotional control phase. Try to move the marble just by thinking about how happy the flower made you. He turned to Toga, who was already examining one of the shirts Momo had brought her. Toga, practice the voice mimicry we went over yesterday. But don't scare my mom, please. Don't pretend to be me asking for more dessert. Inko walked over and planted a loud kiss on Izuku's cheek. You be good at school, and no tactical analyses of your classmates, young man. Mom, he protested, blushing to the roots of his hair, while Ochako and Momo tried to hide their smiles. Thank you for breakfast, Mrs. Midoriya, the two girls said in unison, bowing. As they stood at the door, Toga leaned against the frame, her arms crossed. Ochako's pink hoodie gave her a surprisingly innocent air. How good day, heroes, she said with bravado wave. Stay safe out there. Ochako, Barato relaxed now, smiled back at her. Take care of Mrs. Midoriya, Toga-chan. Toga's smile softened, losing all of its edge. For just an instant, she looked like just a girl. I will. The three UA students stepped into the hallway and closed the door. As they walked toward the elevator, Izuku smiled. He imagined his mom offering Toga a plate of sliced apples. He saw the two of them, the woman who had given him life and the girl who had tried to take it, sitting together at the table and starting to talk. Okay, he thought, as the elevator doors closed. A training team with two of the most incredible Censuredo and a declaration of war the next morning. The air on the path to UA was crisp and vibrated with a new normal. Izuku, Ochako, and Momo walked together. Their trio had become a morning routine as natural as coffee. The tension from the previous day seemed to have dissipated, replaced by a comfortable camaraderie. I dreamed last night that Toga convinced me to use my quirk to steal a truck full of mochi, Ochako said, letting out a nervous giggle. She swore it was a stealthy acquisition exercise. Your life is contagious, Deku. Momo, walking beside them with her usual elegance, considered the idea with surprising seriousness. Logistically, it would be a low-risk operation if planned properly. Negating the vehicle's gravity would reduce noise and allow for a vertical extraction, avoiding conventional traffic routes. Though it would be morally reprehensible, of course. Izuku grinned. Censuredo, a human wall of cameras, microphones, and desperate reporters. There are some students. Kids, a word. A swarm of journalists instantly surrounded them. Their questions a chaotic torrent. We're classes with All Might like. Is he as inspiring as he looks on TV? Give us a headline, green-haired kid. Izuku surveyed the scene, his mind instantly shifting from friend mode to coach mode. He saw their eager faces, their microphones extended like weapons. They're desperate, he whispered to the girls, his voice a low, firm murmur. They're not looking for an interview. They're looking for a weakness, a sentence they can take out of context. Don't say anything that could compromise All Might's safety or reputation. Momo nodded, her face a mask of cold disapproval. Their insistence is irrational. It borders on harassment. A particularly aggressive reporter, holding a microphone with a sensationalist news channel's logo, pushed her way to the front, right in front of Izuku. What's the symbol of peace like as a teacher? The public has a right to know. Before Izuku could offer a neutral reply, a tired, familiar voice cut through the air. Get out of here. Censuredo ignoring him. The reporter took a step forward, her foot crossing the invisible threshold of the campus entrance. In that instant, a deafening, metallic sound filled the air. UAS giant metal barrier, the famous Iron Gate, slammed shut with terrifying speed, descending from above and rising from the ground simultaneously. It sealed with a final clang that vibrated the ground, stopping just inches from the reporter's nose. She froze, her eyes wide with shock. Aizawa turned and, without another word, walked away, leaving the press shouting in frustration on the other side of an impregnable fortress. The relative calm of Classroom 1A was shattered when Aizawa, from the comfort of his yellow sleeping bag on the floor, spoke in his monotonous voice. All right, before we start today's lecture, there's an important matter to settle. You need to elect a class representative. The room, which had been half asleep, exploded into a frenzy of enthusiasm. I want to be the representative. Pick me. You'll be an awesome leader. Nearly every student shot their hand up, shouting for attention. Amid the chaos, Tenya Ida stood, his arm held rigidly in the air. Silence, please. His baritone voice managed to cut through for a moment. This is a position of great responsibility. It should not be decided by a popularity contest, but by pure meritocracy. I suggest this momentous decision be made in the most democratic way possible. I propose a vote to elect the leader we deem most fit to guide us. Kaminari leaned back in his chair. Dude, that's a nice idea, but if we all vote, isn't everyone just going to vote for themselves? Precisely, Ida retorted, his glasses glinting. That is why it is a perfect system. The person who, despite this, receives multiple votes will have demonstrated an inherent charisma or earned the trust of their peers, which makes them worthy of the position. It is the ultimate test of leadership. The logic was strange but sound. The vote was held. Each student wrote a name on a slip of paper. When Aizawa tallied the votes on the board, the result was surprising. Izuku Midoriya. 3 votes Momo Yazu. 2 votes. Izuku stared at the board, blinked, and let out a sigh. Oh, great. More responsibility. He said it with an ironic half-smile, not the overwhelming panic he might have felt months ago. Beside him, Bakugo didn't take it so well. What? He exploded from his seat, small sparks crackling in his palms. 3 votes. Why the heck is that darn handy nerd getting votes? Who was the fool who? Izuku leaned toward Ochako. I guess my tactical hands for victory platform was barato popular than I thought. He whispered. Ochako muffled a laugh in her hand. Don't be silly. Aizawa, unfazed, announced the results. Then it's settled. The class representative is Midoriya, and the deputy rep is Yaoyorozu. Momo stood, her natural elegance intact despite her surprise. I accept the responsibility. I promise to serve the class with logic and maximum efficiency. All eyes turned to Izuku. He stood up, scratching the back of his neck, an expression of humble acceptance on his face. Well, I guess I'll do what I can. My specialty is individualized training, not leading 20 people with explosive personalities, he said, shooting a sideways glance at Bakugo. But thank for the trust. We'll try not to let you down. His tone wasn't insecure. It was that of a coach accepting a new, complicated team. The UA cafeteria was a sea of noise and food smells. Izuku's group had grown. Now, in addition to Ochako, Momo had joined their table, and Ida, to everyone's surprise, had also sat with them. I'm still not sure I have what it takes for this, Ida, Izuku admitted, poking a piece of fish with his chopsticks. Leading means making decisions for the good of the group, and I'm more used to giving direct and very specific orders. He thought of his methods with the girls, and a light blush dusted his cheeks. Don't underestimate yourself, Midoriya, Ida replied with his usual vehemence. I voted for you myself. Ochako and Izuku stared at him, surprised. Your ability to deduce the true purpose of the entrance exam and your tactical brilliance in combat training demonstrate a superior strategic mind. Ida continued, his hands chopping through the air. A true leader isn't always the one who shouts the loudest, but the one who sees the path to victory. Wow, Ida, Ochako said, curious. You're super serious and formal all the time. With all this talk of responsibility and leadership, are you from a rich family or something? The question was blunt, but Ida didn't seem offended. He adjusted his glasses, and his usual stiffness was replaced by a more solemn expression. Rich, yes. My family has been blessed with success. But more importantly, I come from a family of heroes. A long line of them. My brother, Tensei Ida, is a hero you may know. The turbo hero, Ingenium. Izuku's eyes lit up with the unmistakable glint of a fanboy. Ingenium? Of course I know him. He's incredible. His agency in Tokyo employs dozens of sidekicks. He's a natural-born leader, and his suit is a masterpiece of engineering. Being his brother must be enormous pressure. Ida nodded, a rare, small smile of pride on his face. It is, and I aspire to live up to his legacy. Tensei is the epitome of what a hero should be. That is why I value leadership, structure, and honor so highly. And that is why, Midoriya, I entrusted you with my vote. Before Izuku could respond, overwhelmed by the compliment, it happened. A deafening, shrill, and alarming siren began to wail throughout the school. A robotic voice, devoid of emotion, boomed from the cafeteria speakers. Security Alert Level 3. An intrusion has been detected on campus. All students, evacuate in an orderly fashion. The chaos was instantaneous. The words orderly fashion were completely ignored. Hundreds of students from all years shouted in panic, flipped tables, and rushed in a massive stampede toward the exits. A human bottleneck formed in the hallways, a mass of bodies pushing and shouting. Get out of the way. It's a villain attack. Ida leaped to his feet. Fellow students, remain calm. Panic will only worsen the situation. But his voice, however loud, was lost in the cacophony of terror. In the midst of the chaos, Izuku saw Ochako, smaller than most, being pushed and dragged by the crowd, about to be crushed against a wall. His coach instinct fired up. Adrenaline washed away his own fear. He turned to Momo, who was beside him, her face pale but alert. Momo, I need a favor. Quick, he yelled to be heard over the noise. What do you need? She replied, her trust in him overriding her panic. A megaphone. Simple, functional, with a good grip. Use the basic design we practice for simple objects. Now, Momo didn't hesitate. The skin on her arm rippled, Cinchureto. Get on my shoulders. Trust me. Without waiting for an answer, he lifted her with the ease his training had given him. In an instant, she was sitting on his shoulders above the tide of heads. He passed her the megaphone. Tell them it's just the press. He shouted, his voice firm and full of authority. Use a calm voice, like when you meditate. Use your nice girl voice. You can calm him down. Ochako, terrified a second before, was infected by Izuku's iron will. She grabbed the megaphone. She took a deep breath, and her voice, amplified, clear, and surprisingly calm, rang out across the cafeteria. Everyone, please, everybody calm down. The stampede faltered. A few heads turned toward the girl sitting on the green-haired boy's shoulders. Teres no danger. She continued, her voice gaining confidence. Look out the windows. It's just the reporters from this morning. The barrier closed, and it triggered the alarm. There are no villains. We're safe. The stampede stopped. The students looked at each other, confused. Then, they followed her instruction and looked out the huge windows. They saw the swarm of reporters on the other side of the main gate. The relief was a palpable wave that washed over the cafeteria. The panic dissolved into embarrassed murmurs. Ida, who had been unable to make himself heard, stared at Izuku and Ochako in absolute awe. He saw a leader who didn't impose orders, but instead coordinated, empowered, and solved the problem by using the strengths of his team. Back in the classroom, once the police arrived and dispersed the press, Ida approached Izuku's desk. Midoriya, he said, giving a formal bow. Your performance in the cafeteria was exceptional. Not only did you remain calm, but you brilliantly utilized your classmates' resources to resolve the crisis. You have proven, without a doubt, that you are the representative this class needs. You have my full and absolute support. Izuku smiled, a little embarrassed but deeply satisfied. It was teamwork, Ida. That's what it's all about, right? There was no resignation. There was no transfer of power. Izuku Midoriya had earned his position. In the UA staff meeting room, the atmosphere was anything but calm. Principal Nizu, Aizawa, All Might, and other teachers watched the security footage of the main gate on a giant screen. The main barrier wasn't forced, Nizu said, his voice calm and calculating as he sipped his tea. It was disintegrated, a clean cut at a molecular level. Too clean and too precise for a simple reporter's quirk. So a villain infiltrated, Aizawa growled, his eyes red-rimmed from lack of sleep. They snuck in, disintegrated the gate to create chaos, and let the press in to cover their retreat. This was not a simple intrusion, Nizu said, his reflection visible on the screen, his normally cheerful eyes now hard as steel. It was a deliberate act, a message to show us our vulnerability. An adversary has tested us. All Might, in his skeletal form, leaned forward. What do you mean, Principal? Nizu swiveled his chair to face them, his small paws barely touching the floor. I am wondering, he said, his voice an ominous whisper that chilled everyone present to the bone, if this was a declaration of war. 23. Chapter 23. USJ. The calm before the storm the morning in Class 1A, it was buzzing with its usual pre-class energy. Students gathered in groups, chatting about Present Mike's English homework and the rumors surrounding the upcoming sports festival. In their usual corner, the trio of Izuku, Ochako, and Momo were speaking in low voices. I still think the application of fluid dynamics to emission-type quirks is fascinating, Momo said, showing Izuku a page from her neat notes. Air resistance isn't a constant, but a variable that can be manipulated. Exactly, Izuku whispered with enthusiasm. If a hero like Endeavor can control the air temperature around him, he could create low-pressure zones to increase the velocity of his fire projectiles. Thermodynamics as a weapon. Ochako watched them, blinking slowly. You too, in your science. I'm just thinking, don't let the bad guy hit me. The classroom door slid open and in walked Shota Aizawa, looking like he'd gotten even less sleep than usual and dragging his sleeping bag as if it were another limb. The class chatter died down instantly. Good morning, he said, his voice a monotonous growl. Sit down. Today, we're doing rescue training. The word rescue sent a wave of excited murmurs through the room. Awesome rescue training. That sounds like real hero work. Aizawa ignored them. It'll be at an off-site location, so we'll be taking a bus. Chaos erupted. The excitement of their first UA field trip was uncontainable. A field trip? Where are we going? I hope it's somewhere cool. Aizawa sighed, a sound of pure, absolute resignation. Put on your hero costumes. Aldon, idontkare. Just make sure they're suitable for any type of disaster. Meet at the parking lot in 10 minutes. Don't make me wait. With that, he slid out of the classroom, no doubt to find a dark corner to sleep in until the bus arrived. The class erupted in a frenzy, everyone talking at once and getting out of their seats. Everyone, Ida's voice tried to cut through the uproar, but it was swallowed whole. Izuku stood up. He didn't shout, but his voice held a new, quiet authority. Guys, the noise dropped a few decibels. You heard Aizawa-sensei. 10 minutes. We don't know where we're going, so think logically about your costumes. Be prepared for anything, he said, his gaze sweeping across the class. Momo stood up beside him, backing him up. Midoriya is right. Preparation is key. Let us proceed to the changing rooms in an orderly and efficient manner. The combination of his calm and her formality worked. The chaos morphed into purposeful movement. Izuku smiled to himself. Maybe this class rep thing wasn't so hard after all. The bus was a metal tube filled with teenage chaos. Ida, true to his nature, was trying to organize the seating by student number. Classmates, orderly boarding is essential for a hero's efficiency and discipline. I suggest we sit according to our student ID numbers to facilitate a smooth roll call. Easy there, Ida, Izuku said, clapping him on the shoulder as he walked past. It's not an evacuation drill. I think we can all find a seat. Relax and enjoy the ride. Ida stood frozen, processing the logic of the situation before sitting rigidly in the first empty seat he found. The rest of the class spread out as they pleased, conversations overlapping in a cheerful cacophony. Izuku, Ochako, and Momo found 3 seats together. The conversation soon drifted to an analysis of their classmates. It was Tsu Ajui sitting in the seat across from them and turned in their direction. Who started the most interesting topic? Uraraka, she said, her index finger on her chin. I was thinking about your match the other day. The way you made the whole room float was incredible. Ribbit. Ochako blushed, a bright pink that rivaled the accents on her costume. Oh, thanks, Tsu. It was no big deal. But to be honest, Tsu interrupted with her unshakable frankness. It was also a little scary. The idea of floating helplessly, completely at your mercy while you move around freely, it's a terrifying tactic. Several nearby students, including Shiro and Ojiro, nodded silently, having overheard the conversation. Ochako's smile faltered. I was no big deal, she repeated, waving her hands. It was Dika's idea. He's the scary one. All eyes turned to Izuku. Kaminari laughed from across the aisle. It's true. The brains of the operation. Hey, Midoriya, how do you come up with that stuff? Is it your coach quirk? Does it give you super tactical intelligence or something? Izuku shook his head, his answer fluid and rehearsed. I wish it were that cool. No, my quirk just helps me understand behavioral patterns, like when you teach a dog not to chew on the furniture. The rest is just studying a lot of physics and observing people. Ochako's strategy worked because she has incredible control over her power. I just gave her a little theoretical nudge. She did all the hard work. A very effective nudge, Kirishima said from 2 seats back, grinning. It was super manly watching you two take control. Though, speaking of awesome quirks for going pro, Bakugo's explosive power and Todoroki's ice are on another level. Hearing his name, Bakugo, who had been ignoring the world with his headphones, slowly took them off. The mention of Todoroki seemed to have struck a nerve. Tsu, oblivious to the danger, continued her analysis. Bakugo's really strong, but with that aggressive, angry attitude all the time, he'll never be popular with the citizens. Ribbit. Heroes have to be personable, too. A tense silence fell over the bus. Bakugo turned. His red eyes held no fury, only a cold, cutting contempt. Popularity is for clowns and weaklings, he growled, his voice a low murmur that chilled the air. When you're the strongest, indisputably the strongest, respect comes on its own. The rest of you are just extras in my story. He put his headphones back on and in the conversation. The silence was uncomfortable until Mina Ashido, ever the one to lighten the mood, grinned cheerfully. Well, anyway, let's get back to training, she said, looking around at the group. Your ultimate trust maneuver from combat training was the talk of the class for days. Some people are already calling it the Midoriya trust technique. Achiko groaned and covered her face with her hands. Her barato flushed red. Izuku tried to stammer out a scientific defense about energy transfer and contact points, which only drew barato laughter. It was a valid application of shock psychology to create a tactical opening. Momo intervened, tried to defend them with a flawless logic that no one bought. Yeah, right, Kyokujiro deadpanned with a smirk. A tactical opening you really managed well. The bus filled with laughter, breaking the tension Bakugo had created. As the conversation drifted to other topics, Izuku's attention focused on the silent figure staring out the window, Shoto Todoroki. He doesn't need tactics, Izuku thought, his smile fading. His coach mind activated, not with excitement, but with a cold sense of dread. He doesn't need a team. He doesn't need psychology. His fight wasn't a fight, it was a statement. A mathematical equation where his power was the only variable that mattered. He remembered the ice flooding the building. Relentless efficiency. No wasted energy. Control, so absolute it's almost insulting. How do you train for something like that? How do you counter a power that redefines the rules of engagement? His quirk showed him manuals, evolution paths, weaknesses to exploit, strengths to enhance. But what kind of manual would someone like Todoroki have? It would probably say, page 1 of 1, freeze everything. The end. The power gap he had felt before was no longer a gap. It was a chasm, and he was standing on the wrong edge of it. Everybody off. We're here. Aizawa's voice pulled them from the relaxed atmosphere of the bus. As they stepped out, a collective gasp swept through Class 1A. Before them stood a glass dome, so massive it seemed to contain its own ecosystem. It's huge. What is this place? A figure in a bulky astronaut suit waved at them from the entrance. Hello everyone, welcome. I've been waiting for you. It's the Space Hero, 13. Ochako exclaimed, her eyes shining with admiration. She's one of my favorite heroes. As the class marveled, Aizawa approached 13. Where's All Might? He asked quietly. He was supposed to meet us here. 13 leaned in, her voice muffled by the helmet. About that, it seems he overdid it with his hero work on the way here. He's used up his time limit. He's resting in the faculty lounge. Discreetly, 13 held up 3 fingers. Aizawa's face darkened. The height of irrationality, that man is a logistical disaster. Well, start without him. 13 nodded and addressed the students. Before we go in, I have one no, two, no. 3, well, I have a lot of important things to say to you. Her speech was inspiring, talking about the purpose of the unforeseen simulation joint, USJ. But her tone turned serious at the end. My quirk, as you know, is Black Void. It's a power that can barato in anything and turn it to dust. It's a power that can defeat people very easily. I'm sure some of you have quirks that can also be easily dangerous. The class excitement faded, replaced by a sudden solemnity. In this class, you will learn to use your quirks to save lives, not to harm others. You will learn that the power you hold can be dangerous. The purpose of this facility is for you to leave here understanding how to be heroes who help, not heroes who destroy. Thank you for your attention. Respectful applause filled the air. But just as 13 finished, the lights inside the massive dome flickered erratically, and a second later, they went out completely. The enormous fountain in the central plaza sputtered, the water flow stopped. Everything fell silent, and from that stillness, in the very center, a pinpoint of darkness began to swirl, a sickening purple smudge expanding like a wound in reality. A portal, a pale, bony hand was the first thing to emerge. Then a head covered in light blue hair. And then dozens, hundreds of figures began to pour out, their silhouettes framed against the dim emergency lights. Kirishima, confused, smiled. Awesome. Is this part of the exercise? They even have fake villains. UA really spares no expense. Aizawa didn't smile. He spun around, his body coiled like a spring. He pulled his signature yellow goggles over his eyes as the fabric of his capture weapon unwound from his shoulders. Nobody move. His voice was no longer tired. It was heavy, deadly. The students froze, their smiles stuck on their faces as they saw the look on their teacher's face. That of a professional confronting a real threat. Those are real villains. 24. Chapter 24. Dispersion and unexpected synergy. Aizawa's words, those are real villains, fell upon Class 1A like a concrete slab. The stunned silence lasted for a heartbeat. Then it shattered into 1,000 fragments of panic. Villains? For real. Here. We're going to die. Fear was a sour stench in the air. Several students instinctively backed away, their faces pale with terror. 13 stepped forward, extending their arms to create a protective barrier between the kids and the horde emerging from the portal. Calm down. Aizawa's voice cut through the panic like a whip. There was no trace of his usual lethargy. It was the voice of a professional in his element. Don't panique. The first rule of survival is to keep a cool head. His eyes, red and glowing under his goggles, scanned the crowd of villains in the plaza below. 13. Your mission is to protect the students and evacuate them immediately. Get out of here and contact the school. He turned to Kaminari, who was trembling from head to toe. Kaminari, you, try to contact the school using your quirk. Your quirk is our best bet to get through any interference they've set up. Do it. In the central plaza, the figure covered in hands scratched his neck viciously, his body hunched over like a vulture's. His voice raspy, childish, and full of petulant boredom slid through the air. Well, what a disappointment. Where's All Might? Tamura Shigaraki said, tilting his head. We followed the schedule our sources gave us. He was supposed to be here. How rude, to keep his guests waiting. He looked up at the group of terrified students at the barato of the stairs. Well, no matter. I guess we'll have to improvise. Maybe if we cause enough trouble with his precious, bratty students, he'll decide to come out and play. The threat, delivered with such nonchalance, left everyone frozen in place. Aizawa didn't wait any longer. Without a word, without a battle cry, he simply jumped. He launched himself from the top of the stairs as the cloth of his capture weapon unwound around him like the wings of a dark, avenging angel. He landed right in the middle of the horde. Izuku watched, his own fear overshadowed by an analytical fascination. He processed the scene not as a terrified spectator, but as a student observing a master. He's not fighting, he thought, his mind racing a mile a minute. He's dismantling. He's not going for the strongest ones first. He's going for those with ranged quirks, the ones who can attack the kids. The guy with guns for fingers, he erases his quirk with a glare. The other one shooting beams, he wraps him up and uses his own momentum to slam him into 3 others. No wasted movements, no flerishes. It's brutal. It's efficient. Pes a pro. Aizawa moved like a lethal shadow, a whirlwind of cloth and precise violence. He was buying them time. Precious time. Let's go. Ida shouted, snapping everyone out of their trance, while Aizawa-sensei distracts them. We have to run for the exit. It's our duty as students to follow his orders. Quickly, the group moved as one, a frightened herd running toward the massive entrance doors. But just as they were about to reach them, a swirling, purple mist materialized before them, blocking the path. 2 bright yellow eyes emerged from the mist. Not so fast, little heroes. The voice was deep, polite, and utterly chilling. The mist solidified, taking the form of a tall, slender man in a bartender's suit, his entire body made of that ominous purple fog. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are the League of Villains, Kurogiri said, bowing his head slightly. And our humble mission today is to be the final stop for All Might, the symbol of peace. We can't allow you to call for help. That would be impolite. Before anyone could react, Bakugo and Kirishima, true to their impulsive nature, lunged to attack. Don't get in our way, Smoke Wraith. Bakugo roared, unleashing a massive explosion directly at the center of the misty figure. The explosion had no effect. The mist simply swirled and reformed, unharmed. How vulgar, Kurogiri said calmly. But useless. My body is a portal. A physical attack is like trying to punch the air. He expanded his misty body, a darkness that lunged at them, threatening to swallow them all. My job is to scatter you throughout this facility and have my comrades deal with you, he announced with unsettling calm. Enjoy your educational experience. Panic spread again. The mist reached them, and a pulling bravado, as if they were being dragged in 20 directions at once, took hold of them. Screams of terror filled the air. But in the midst of the chaos, Ochako Uraraka didn't panic. She felt the force of the portal pulling at her and her friends, and her training with Izuku took over. Don't fight the force. Redirect it. You won't catch us, she yelled. With fierce determination, she slapped the palm of her hand on the ground. A visible pulse of pink energy expanded from her hand, creating a localized zero-gravity zone around her. The force of Kurogira's portal lessened upon them. Seizing the moment, she shoved Ida and Tsu, who were closest to the exit, out of the mist's immediate reach. Hold on, she shouted. She skated across the floor, using the now floating debris to propel herself and them toward the relative safety of the entrance. Ida looked at her in absolute astonishment as his feet touched the ground normally again outside the zero-gravity field. Uraraka-san, your control, your quick thinking. She smiled at him, her face filled with a new, fierce confidence. We have to get out of here and get help. Let's go. Meanwhile, in the heart of the chaos, the rest of the class was being swallowed up. Momo, closer to the edge of the mist, reacted with logic. The skin on her arm began to glow as she quickly created a heavy metal bar to drive into the ground and resist the portal's bravado. But chaos has its own rules. Another of Bakugo's explosions, Barato blindly in his frustration, detonated near where Momo was. The shockwave hit her hard, making her lose her balance and breaking her concentration. The half-formed metal bar vanished, and she stumbled, falling directly toward the swirling vortex. Izuku, who had been using Ochako's zero-gravity zone to stay safe, saw Momo fall. Time seemed to stop. Yaoyorozu, without a second of hesitation, he lunged forward. His body, strengthened by months of hellish training, moved on pure instinct. He dove, grabbing her firmly by the waist just as her feet were about to be swallowed by the portal. He used all his strength to pull her back, yanking her from the edge of the vortex. They landed hard a few feet away in a messy heap on the tile floor. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? He breathed heavily, helping her sit up. Yes, I think so, she said, still dazed from the blast and the rescue. Thank you, Midoriya-san. They breathed a sigh of relief for an instant that was far too long. Not so fast, you two. A new voice, coarse and guttural, made them spin around. From behind a stone pillar, a secondary villain had appeared, a burly, brutish-looking man with a lethal-looking bazooka resting on his shoulder. He aimed at them and fired. The projectile, a small rocket, shot out of the barrel with a sharp hiss, flying straight toward them. There was no time to think, no time for a plan. Momo, with adrenaline and fear coursing through her veins, reacted on pure instinct. She turned to Izuku, grabbed him with desperate strength, and hugged him, burying her face in his chest as if trying to shield him with her own body. Senchuredo Biolem. The explosion was deafening. The shield held. It didn't break, didn't fracture. It was a masterpiece of defensive creation, born from the pure instinct to protect. But physics can be unforgiving. The kinetic impact was immense, and it threw them violently backward as if they were rag dolls. They flew through the air, straight into Kurogira's mist, which was still swirling nearby, waiting for its next arrival. They disappeared into the dark vortex. The feeling of being transported by Kurogira's portal was like being thrown into a swirl of darkness and dizzying colors. There was no up or down, only a disorienting whirlwind and the feeling of free falling. The journey lasted an instant and an eternity. They came out of the portal in mid-air, about 30 feet up, and they fell. The impact with the water was a harsh shock. The cold, deep water engulfed them. The noise of the outside world was replaced by a bubbly, aquatic silence. Izuku, disoriented, struggled for the surface, his lungs burning. He emerged first, coughing and spitting out water, his hair plastered to his face. He frantically searched around him. Yaoyorozu. He saw her a few feet away, floating face down, motionless. Panic flooded him. He swam to her, grabbed her, and turned her over. She was conscious but dazed, coughing up water. Are you okay?" he gasped, helping her stay afloat. "Yes," she murmured, trembling from the cold and shock. The shield had used up a lot of energy. They looked around, trying to get their bearings. They were in the middle of a large body of water. In the distance, they could see the silhouette of a large ship. The shipwreck zone. They were alone. The piece lasted for exactly 1 second. A splash to their right. A shark-featured head with blade-like teeth emerged from the water. Another splash to their left. A pair of slimy tentacles slithered across the surface. More splashes. Everywhere. Figures with aquatic quirks, grotesque-looking villains, began to emerge from the murky water, forming a circle that tightened around them. They were in the water. They were exhausted, and they were completely surrounded. "Shoot," Izuku thought, his heart sinking with the weight of despair. "We're surrounded." 25. Chapter 25. Forced synergy. The water was freezing. It clung to Izuku like a shroud, the weight of his soaked hero suit pulling him down into the dark abyss of the shipwreck zone. The stench of salt, rusted metal, and stagnant water filled his nostrils, a perfume of despair. Around him, a circle of nightmares emerged from the murky water. A group of villains with shark-like features, amphibious skin, and slimy tentacles surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with predatory intelligence in the gloom. But the cold of the water was nothing compared to the ice he felt in his chest as he looked at Momo. He held her with one arm, keeping her afloat, but her body was a dead weight. She was trembling violently, her lips blue, her breathing so shallow it barely fogged the air. "Midoriya-san," she murmured, her voice a thread of air, her teeth chattering. I can't feel my fingers, my body won't respond, it's okay." "Yaoyorozu, I've got you," he said, his own voice trembling from the cold and adrenaline. "The shield," she continued, her eyes glassy and unfocused. "It consumed too much energy, too many lipids. I have nothing left." She was out of commission, a liability, and they were the target. One of the villains, a man with the head and barato of a hammerhead shark, let out a low, rasping laugh. Well, two little songbirds. Which one should we take down first?" Without another warning, he lunged at them, his clawed hands slicing through the water. Izuku, with a cry of warning, pushed Momo aside with all his strength. The villain's claws, which had been aimed at her neck, met Izuku's arm instead. He felt a sharp, barato pain shot through him as the claws tore through the fabric of his suit and into his skin. A faint red haze stained the water around him. The villains paused, catching the barato in the water like true predators. They were regrouping, preparing for a final coordinated attack. Izuku looked at Momo, who was now staring at him with wide, terrified eyes. Then he looked at the tightening circle of monsters. There's no way out, he thought, his mind racing, entering a state of cold, calculating panic. No escape. I can't fight all of them and protect her at the same time. It's impossible. She's our only weapon, our only hope of getting out of here, and she's offline. She's empty. His mind flashed back to his discoveries, to his twisted experiments. My quirk, the manual, the efficiency of detection. Detection of Ochako through the suit worked, but it was slow. The accidental physical interaction with Yaoyorozu gave me the clearest result. Purest data. What if it wasn't accidental? What if the connection was complete and intentional, designed to drain her directly at the core of her abilities, at her stored energy? The idea was monstrous. It was a violation. It was unthinkable. He looked at Momo's pale, trembling face, her barato, the desperation in her eyes. Then he looked at the villains, who were beginning to move again, their smiles filled with a promise of pain. The decision was made in a frozen instant. Necessity overcame propriety. Survival crushed morality. "I'm sorry, Yaoyorozu," he thought, his expression hardening, his boyish features replaced by a steely determination. He'll apologize 1,000 times for this. He'll take every slap you want to give me. He'll let you build a cage around me and throw away the key. But first, we have to get out of here alive. He didn't hesitate. Hesitation was a luxury no one in that moment could afford. He grabbed Momo by the shoulders, his grip firm, shaking her from her hypothermic stupor. He turned her in the water to face him directly. Her gray eyes, once bright and analytical, were now dull and frightened. "Yaozu, look at me," he commanded, his voice a bastion of authority in the midst of the chaos. "I need you to trust me, Barado, than you've ever trusted anyone. This is for survival. Close your eyes if you want, but don't fight it." Before she could process his words, before she could protest or even form a question, he pressed his forehead to hers and steadied her. It wasn't tender. It wasn't romantic. It was a bravado of T. Barado, Eichel desperation. Centurado, 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 something deeper reacted to his quirk. A wave of pure heat, like molten metal, was born in the center of her chest, right under Izuku's hand. The heat exploded through her body, erasing the water's chill, the exhaustion, the fear. It was an overwhelming sensation. A mixture of elation and determination surged through her. Her eyes, which she had instinctively closed, snapped open. They were no longer glassy or afraid. They shone with an inner light, a renewed intelligence and resolve. She met his gesture with sudden strength, an urgency that matched his own. Izuku stepped back from the moment. They were both catching their breath, their exhales creating clouds of vapor in the cold air. He pulled his hand away, the chill of the icy water still lingering on his fingers. They looked at each other, standing in the freezing stream. Momo's Barado were red from the cold, a deep flush entirely caused by the freezing temperature. But her posture had changed. She was no longer sinking. She held herself upright in the water, her body vibrating with a contained energy that seemed to make the very air crackle. "Midoriya, Izuku," she said, her voice shaky but firm, using his first name for the first time. What did you do to me?" Izuku looked at her, his own face pale with adrenaline, but a wild, triumphant smile spread across his lips. "I gave you a push," he answered, his voice a hoarse gasp. "Now, return the favor. Let's finish them." Momo didn't answer with words. She answered with action. She slapped the surface of the water with both palms. There was no splash, but a dull thud, like a hydraulic piston. Instantly, a circular platform of a dark, lightweight, but incredibly strong metallic material erupted from beneath them, lifting them out of the water. It was a complex creation, with an engraved non-slip surface and raised edges. She had created it in less than a second. The villains shouted in surprise, recoiling from the sudden appearance of the platform. "Get up there! Try to climb up!" The shark villain growled. Several of them began to scramble up the sides. Momo looked at Izuku, whose fists were clenched. Ready for a fight he knew he couldn't win. "You want fight empty-handed," she declared. The skin on her forearm glowed, and from it she created not a simple staff, but a perfectly balanced short combat spear and a light, round shield, the kind used by Greek hoplites. "Protect us," she ordered. Izuku took them, his hands moving with the muscle memory of his training. The weight felt good. It felt right. He was no longer a helpless boy. He was an armed combatant. The horde of villains attacked the platform from all sides. Momo became a whirlwind of creation. She stood in the center, her body no longer trembling from cold, but vibrating with power. "This ends now," she said, her voice filled with an authority Izuku had never heard from her. With her right hand, she created and threw a barrage of heavy, sticky capture nets that ensnared 3 of the smaller villains, immobilizing and sinking them. Simultaneously, with her left hand, she materialized a dozen sharp, non-lethal projectiles made of a hard polymer and launched them with incredible precision to drive back another group, all while maintaining perfect balance and analyzing the battlefield like a supercomputer. Izuku became her guardian. He used the shield to deflect claws and jets of water, and the spear to repel those who managed to climb up, protecting her back while she worked. Yaoyorozu, the one with the tentacle on my right. Izuku shouted, blocking a fishman with his shield. I need something sharp to cut. Momo, without even looking at him, answered his request. A short, curved blade sprouted from her wrist, and she tossed it over her shoulder. Izuku caught it in midair and, with a swift motion, sliced through the tentacles trying to grab his ankle. A larger villain, with skin as tough and gray as rock, managed to get on the platform. Ignoring the projectiles, he lunged at Momo. She smiled. Miscalculation, she said coldly. She placed a hand on the surface of the platform at her feet. Midoriya, 3 more coming up from the stern. Cover me. I need 2 seconds. Got it, he yelled, placing himself between her and the new attackers, using his shield to block their desperate blows. Thick, gnarled vines of an incredibly dense, dark wood erupted from the platform. They coiled around the rock-skinned villain with the speed of a snake, tightening, until he was completely immobilized in an organic cage. It was the first time she had created complex organic matter, and she had done it effortlessly. The battle ended as quickly as it had begun. The remaining villains, seeing their comrades defeated, hesitated, and that hesitation was all Momo needed. With a final barrage of projectiles and nets, she neutralized the rest. Silence returned to the shipwreck zone, broken only by their ragged breaths and the gentle lapping of water against their platform. They stood back to back in the center of their creation, surrounded by defeated villains. Steam rose from Momo's body from the massive energy use. She was panting, but she stood tall, powerful. Slowly, she looked down at her own hands, as if seeing them anew. Then she looked at Izuku, her face a complex mixture of confusion, gratitude, a deep blush, and stupor. I've never, she said, her voice trembling, but not from weakness. I've never felt like this. So powerful, so alive. Izuku, leaning on his spear, his arms still bleeding, gave her a tired but triumphant smile. Welcome to the team, Yaoyorozu. 26. Chapter 26. The worried strategist, the metal platform, now an island of victory, dripped with salt water. Around it, the aquatic villains floated unconscious or were trapped in nets and wooden cages created in the heat of battle. Steam rose from Momo's body, a mist of spent power that mingled with the cold air. She stood tall, confusion and euphoria warring across her face. But the energy from Izuku's enhancer still vibrated under her skin, a warm bravado that kept her standing, alert, powerful. Her first action wasn't to celebrate, but to secure her suit. Instinctively, she adjusted the collar of her costume, a deep blush spreading across her bravado as she remembered the catalyst for her newfound power. Midoriya, she said, her voice trembling but firm, without looking at him. What has happened? I know. Izuku interrupted her gently. It was a desperate measure. It was a betrayal of my trust, she replied. Censuredo, an absolute emergency measure, never to be used again unless the alternative is certain death. Do you understand? Izuku stepped closer, his own eyes filled with an overwhelming sincerity. He took her hands gently. Hers were still shaking slightly. Yaoyorozu, I swear on my life and on my dream of being a hero. Censuredo, I accept your apology. Her gaze then fell on his arm, on the deep, bleeding gash the shark villain had inflicted. Her pragmatism instantly pushed past her shame. Your arm. You're hurt. It's nothing. ITLL heal. Not right now, she said, her tone becoming professional, almost clinical. She let go of Izuku's hands, and, thanks to the enhanced state still coursing through her veins, her quirk responded instantly. The skin on her forearm glowed, and from it, she created not a simple bandage, but a high-tech dermal applicator, a small device that hummed with a blue light. Stay still, she ordered. With a surgeon's precision, she passed the applicator over Izuku's cut. A cold, transparent gel covered the wound, instantly sealing it and numbing the pain. Her hands, though precise, trembled slightly, betraying the storm of emotions still swirling inside her. Thank you, Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, amazed by the device's complexity. Once he was healed, the urgency of their situation fell upon them again. Izuku looked around toward the distant shores of the shipwreck zone and beyond, toward the central plaza. "We have to get out of here," he said, his voice tense. "We have to find Uraraka." The others. Momo nodded, her determination now crystal clear, her shame tucked away for another time. "I agree." She looked at the platform they were on. "But we can't stay here. And swimming is too slow." She placed both hands on the metal surface. The platform rippled and reconfigured. In a matter of seconds, it had transformed into a small motorized raft, with a simple rudder and a propeller at the back. "Get on," she said. "Our mission is to find our friend." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the USJ, the situation was hell. Aizawa Sensei, who had seemed like a god of war moments before, was being brutally subdued by a monstrous, exposed-brain creature a being All Might would later call a Nomu. Every blow the hero landed was useless, and every counterattack from the monster was devastating. "We have to do something," Sato shouted, his face pale with horror. "Our duty is to run for help." Ida insisted, his voice tight with panic but clinging to the rules. Those were Aizawa Sensei's orders. Trusting him and completing the mission is the best help we can offer. But Ochako wasn't listening. Her gaze was fixed on the swirling portal of mist that was slowly dissipating. She had seen Izuku and Momo get taken by it. "No!" she exclaimed, her voice so sharp and hard it made Ida fall silent. "Look at Aizawa Sensei. That thing is going to hurt him. And I don't know where Deku and Yamamo are. They were pulled into that portal. I'm not abandoning them in a place like this." She turned to the small group of students who hadn't been scattered. Her face, normally sweet and cheerful, was now a mask of concentration and a cold fury born of worry. "We can't beat that monster over there," she said, pointing to the Nomu. "But we're not useless. There are dozens of minor villains scattered all over the place. We can neutralize them. We can look for our friends. It's what Deku would do. He wouldn't choose between option A or B. He'd find a third option." Her confidence, the same that Izuku had instilled in her, was now contagious. "Listen to me," she commanded. "Ida, Sato, you're our defense. You're the strongest physically. Protect us from any direct attacks. See, you're our scout. Use your agility to stay on the flanks and warn us of any danger. Ojiro, Siro, you're our crowd control. The rest of you, stay behind us and be alert. We're going to find our classmates." The group, surprised by her sudden leadership but desperate for a plan, nodded. They moved as a unit, heading into the ruins zone. It didn't take them long to find trouble. A group of 5 villains with earth and rock-related quirks ambushed them from behind a collapsed wall. Well, look what we have here. Some lost little birds. Ochako didn't order a frontal assault. Her mind was working like Izuku's, analyzing the environment. She saw a large, unstable wall of a ruined building, right above the villain's position. "Ida, Sato, keep them busy. Don't let them advance." While the 2 strongest boys engaged the villains, Ochako ran to the base of the building. She placed her palm against the cracked concrete. Now she whispered to herself. She made the entire wall tons of concrete and steel weightless. "Sato now," she yelled. "Hit that pillar on the left. With all your strength." Sato, having eaten some of the sugar he always carried, roared and struck the support pillar. The concrete cracked and gave way. The weightless wall tilted precariously. And then Ochako pressed her fingertips together. Release. Gravity returned with a vengeful fury. The wall came down with a thunderous crash, not on top of the villains, but right in front of them, trapping them in a dead end of rubble. "Deku, please be okay," she thought, her heart pounding with adrenaline and fear. "Momo, you too. I'm coming." They pushed forward, their small rescue team fighting its way through the chaos. In the next area, the mountain zone, they faced a new problem. 3 villains with projectile quirks one-shot bone darts. Another spat acid had entrenched themselves in a high position, raining down attacks. "We can't reach them," Siro shouted, dodging a jet of acid that sizzled on the ground. Ochako looked around. There were no walls to bring down, but there were rocks. Hundreds of loose rocks on the mountainside. A grim smile touched her lips. The smile of someone who had practiced. Ida, I need a distraction. Run along the base of the hill. Get their attention. Understood? Ida shouted and took off, his engines roaring, becoming a fast, noisy target that drew the villain's fire. While the projectiles focused on Ida, Ochako ran along the slope, touching every loose rock she could find. Dozens of them began to float silently into the air, creating a suspended minefield. Now, she whispered, and with the same command Izuku had taught her, she shouted, "Release all." It wasn't a shower of rocks. It was an avalanche. Dozens of boulders of different sizes fell at once, dragging more dirt and stones with them, creating a torrent of destruction that swept over the villain's elevated position. Cries of panic were heard as they were swallowed by the landslide. "Thank you, Deku," she thought, feeling a deep wave of gratitude. "You taught me my power isn't just for floating. It's for controlling." While Ochako led her team with tactical brilliance, other battles raged across the USJ. In the collapse zone, the combat was anything but subtle. Bakugo and Kirishima were a force of nature, a whirlwind of explosions and hardening, a loud and destructive chaos, but undeniably effective. Every villain who stood in their way was either overpowered or sent flying. In the landslide zone, the battle took on a different tone. Silent, chilling. Shoto Todoroki walked calmly through the landscape, leaving a trail of icy sculptures in his wake, villains immobilized where they stood. There was no struggle, no effort, just a display of power so overwhelming it was inhuman. Ochako's team had managed to clear a path back toward the central plaza. They were exhausted, but they had neutralized over a dozen minor villains without a single scratch. At the same time, Momo's small motorized raft reached the shore. Izuku leaped on his solid ground, then turned to help her down. And then, through the chaos, the smoke, and the distant screams, their eyes met. Two groups, separated by the mist, now saw each other across the battlefield. "Ochako!" Izuku's shout was a roar of pure relief. "Deku!" she answered, and the sound of her voice, unharmed, was the sweetest music Izuku had ever heard. And the facade crumbled. Ochako, the calm and tactical leader, the worried strategist, disappeared. In her place was just a terrified girl who had found her friends. She ran. She ran across the plaza, not caring about the remaining villains, not caring about the danger. Her face, which had been a mask of concentration and resolve, finally broke. The tears she had been holding back with superhuman willpower burst forth, tracing clean paths down her dust-stained cheeks. She didn't stop. She crashed into Izuku with the force of a comet, wrapping him in a desperate hug, sobbing from pure, overwhelming relief against his chest. "I was so worried," she sobbed, her voice muffled by tears. "I saw you disappear into that portal, and I thought you were hurt, or worse. I thought I'd lost you." Before Momo, who was watching the scene with a mix of surprise and a strange pang of envy, could react, Ochako took her by the arm and pulled her in, drawing the three of them into a close, desperately emotional group hug. The trio, the strange and dysfunctional training team, was reunited in a heartfelt moment of relief and friendship in the middle of a battlefield. But their moment of peace was abruptly interrupted. In the background, the distant sounds of struggle and a pained cry served as a grim reminder that the true crisis wasn't over yet. Aizawa's fight against the Nomu. 27. Chapter 27. Vestiges of defeat and the promise of creation, the hug was a refuge in a sea of chaos. For one glorious instant, the world shrank to that single point of contact. Izuku, at the center of the group, felt Ochako's sobs of relief against his chest, a sound that dispelled the tension he didn't know he was holding. Senchuredo, it was immediately followed by a pain scream, choked and guttural. Their teacher's scream. They broke from a hug as if struck by an electric shock. The relief on their faces evaporated, replaced by a mask of pure horror. Aizawa-sensei. Ochako's shriek was sharp, filled with renewed panic. Momo brought a hand to her barato, her gray eyes wide, unable to form a word. "No," Izuku whispered, his gaze locked on the scene unfolding in the distance. They watched as the monstrous creature, the Nomu, seized Aizawa and violently struck him against the stone ground. Barato stained the air. Tamura, Shigaraki's voice, raspy and petulant, slithered through the air like poison. Oh, look at that. He's breaking. How boring. They're so fragile, these heroes. Nomu, finish him. Then take care of the other brats. We need to hurry if we want All Might to make it in time for the final act. The threat wasn't a possibility. It was a sentence. The monster raised a fist the size of a ham, ready to crush their teacher's skull. Time had run out. Moments earlier, the Central Plaza was a whirlwind of controlled violence. Eraserhead moved like a panther, a predator in his element. The horde of low-level villains, which had seemed so threatening from a distance, was crumbling before him. My quirk. I can't use my hardening quirk. A reptile-like villain yelled, just before Aizawa's capture weapon wrapped around his ankle and used him as a human flail to take down 3 others. Watch out. It's Eraserhead. Don't look him in the eyes. Another warned. Too late. Aizawa grunted, his red eyes glowing under his goggles as he erased the quirk of a man shooting projectiles from his fingers. He took him down with a powerful kick to the knee and continued his rapid sequence of takedowns. His mind was a cold calculator. Neutralize the low-level ones first, create chaos, use their numbers against them, don't give them time to think. It was then that a thin, hunched figure stepped into his path, clapping slowly. Impressive, impressive, Tamura Shigaraki said, scratching his neck viciously. You're a fast hero, really good at your job. But you're just one guy. So boring. You're not the final boss I was hoping for. Aizawa stopped, his stance defensive, his gaze fixed on the leader. I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to stop you. Stop me? Shigaraki laughed, a dry, unpleasant sound. You don't even know why we're here. You're just an NPC, an obstacle in the way. He lunged forward, his hand outstretched. Aizawa dodged, his scarf flying out to catch the villain's arm. But Shigaraki was unnaturally fast. He slipped under the attack, and his hand reached again. Aizawa dodged again, striking Shigaraki's shoulder with his elbow to create distance. But Shigaraki was persistent. On a third attempt, while Aizawa was busy with another villain, his hand shot out and his 5 fingers brushed against the skin of the hero's elbow, in a spot his costume didn't cover. Tag! Shigaraki hissed with childish satisfaction. Aizawa felt a dull pain and an instant dryness. He looked at his elbow. The fabric of his suit around the area was disintegrating, turning to dust. He felt the skin underneath split and dry out at an alarming rate. A disintegration quirk on contact. Dangerous. He leaped back, but Shigaraki didn't follow. Instead, he gestured to the muscular, exposed brain creature that had remained motionless at his side. Nomu. Your turn. The creature moved, not with the speed of a sprinter, but with the unstoppable force of a freight train. It threw a punch. Aizawa dodged, his eyes glowing red, trying to erase the monster's quirk. It's not working, he thought, his mind reeling in disbelief. My erasure, it's not working on him. The Noma's fist caught him on the second swing. The impact was like being hit by a truck. Aizawa went flying, his ribs cracking. He landed hard, his vision blurring. How? Is it a mutation-type quirk that can't be erased? No, this is different. It's like he doesn't have a quirk to erase. It's just brute strength. Pure, inhuman strength. The Nomu loomed over him. It seized him roughly and drove him into the ground. Once, twice. Darkness began to creep in at the edges of Aizawa's vision. His last coherent thought was a plea. Run, kids. In the principal's office. The tension was of a different nature, quieter but no less heavy. Toshinori Yagi, in his skeletal form, paced in front of his desk, phone in hand. Come on, pick up, he muttered, frustrated. Why aren't they answering? Something's not right. Principal Nizu entered the room, carrying a small teacup. Patience is a virtue, Toshinori. Sometimes a hero's greatest feat is not action, but knowing when to wait for the right moment. But I feel so far away from them, All Might said, his voice tinged with a guilt that ate at him. This is my negligence. I used up my time this morning stopping that robbery. I should have been more careful. That was your heroism. Nizu corrected him gently, offering the cup. The same heroism that makes you a great symbol, and, perhaps in spite of everything, a great teacher. Don't punish yourself for saving people. At the USJ entrance, 13's battle against Kirojiri had reached an ominous conclusion. Your mist won't stop, avoid singularity. 13 shouted, activating their quirk, a vortex of nothingness beginning to form at their fingertips. You'll be pulled in and erased from existence. Kurojiri's polite, sinister voice replied from within the mist. A truly terrifying ability, Hero 13. Worthy of admiration. Allow me, however, to ask a purely hypothetical question. What would happen if a portal connected to your own black hole were to open directly behind you? 13 froze. The sound of their own power turning against them was the last thing they heard before the darkness claimed them. Meanwhile, in the ruined zone, the strategy was taking an unexpected turn. Bakugo, we have to get back to the Central Plaza, Kirishima yelled, hardening his arms to deflect falling debris from a building Bakugo had just demolished out of sheer frustration. The others could be in serious trouble. Bakugo stopped, panting. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. His expression wasn't that of a raging beast, but of a calculating hunter. You idiot, he said with surprising calm. And face the final boss who's beating the teacher badly head-on? Is that your brilliant idea? So what we do? The target is the mist guy, Bakugo said, his gaze fixed on the distance. He's the only way all these clowns got in, and he's probably the only way they'll get out. If we neutralize him, they're trapped. We isolate them. We win. It's the most logical play. Kirishima stared at him, blinking, completely shocked. Whoa, dude, that was actually smart. Bakugo gave him a crooked grin. Of course it was. Now stop whining and follow me. We're going after the ghost. The image of Aizawa being overwhelmed replayed in Izuku's mind. The Nomu raised its fist for the final blow. We have to help him. Achiko cried, her voice broken with panic and urgency. We can't just stand here and let them take him down. She was about to run toward the plaza, but Izuku held her arm back, his grip firm. No, Uraraka, he said, his voice tense and authoritative. Look at them. It's a trap. Shigaraki is watching us. He wants us to go. He wants that thing to crush us one by one. My priority right now is keeping you two safe. But it was Momo who interrupted them. She stepped forward, placing herself between the two. Her face, though pale, no longer showed fear. Her gaze met Izuku's, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she remembered her recent empowerment. But her voice was clear as a bell, filled with a confidence neither of them had heard from her before. Midoriya-san is right, she said firmly. We can't fight them head-on. It will be suicide. But maybe we don't have to. Izuku looked at her, intrigued. What do you mean, Yaoyorozu? She took a deep breath, her confidence growing with every word as her brilliant mind connected the pieces. Communication with the outside is blocked. Kaminari-san couldn't contact the school. That suggests localized radio frequency jamming, likely being emitted from somewhere inside the dome. It's an effective isolation tactic. And how does that help us? Ochako asked impatiently. Because local jamming can't block all forms of communication, Momo continued, her eyes shining with a feverish light of genius. It can't block a direct uplink signal to a satellite. It's technologically unfeasible at this scale. As she paused, bringing a hand to her chest, feeling the residual energy of the booster humming under her skin. With the energy I can still feel, I think I can build a satellite communication device. Izuku's and Ochako's jaws dropped. I can create a foldable high-gain parabolic antenna, a broadband transmitter, and its own power source, a lithium polymer battery, she explained, the words tumbling out of her with astonishing speed and precision. If you give me cover, if you give me time, I think I can build it, aim it, and send a digital distress signal to the UA network in under a minute. A signal no one in here will be able to stop. They stared at her, completely stunned. They were no longer looking at their classmate, the formal, rich girl. They were looking at an engineering genius, a tech wizard, their new, most powerful weapon, one that had just offered them a way out based not on strength, but on pure, overwhelming intelligence. Yaoyorozu, Izuku whispered, a smile of awe and hope slowly spreading across his face. You're brilliant. 28. Chapter 28. The last Bastion Lita, who, and the others came running, their faces a mixture of relief and astonishment. You're okay. Ida panted, his armor dented but intact. We are, Izuku confirmed, his gaze fixed on the central plaza where the nightmare continued. The Nomo had just smashed Aizawa into the ground one last time. Hope was fading at a dizzying speed. We can't win a direct fight, Izuku said, his voice tense as he took command. But we can buy time. Everyone, to your positions. Yaoyorozu is our only chance to call for help. Form a defensive perimeter around her. The class representative's voice cut through the panic. The scattered students who had arrived, including a grim-faced Todoroki and a weary-looking Shiro, obeyed without hesitation. They formed a desperate circle around Momo, a last bastion against the tide of villains. Before kneeling to begin her most complex creation, Momo's skin glowed as she became a walking armory. Sato, Ida, she said, her voice fast and precise. You need more than just your strength. Titanium alloy shields, tower design. 2 enormous shields sprouted from her back, and she tossed them. They both caught them midair, planting them in the ground like a makeshift wall. Todoroki, she continued, and a pair of spiked gauntlets appeared in her hands. Your ice is our best barrier, but take these in case they get too close. She threw them to him. Todoroki caught them, his expression impassive, but he nodded in acknowledgement. Jiro, Kaminari, non-lethal sonic dispersal equipment. Aim for their ears. The rest of you containment weapons. Staffs, nets, whatever you need. The objects poured from her, an instant arsenal born from the energy Izuku had transferred to her. It was a stunning testament to the power of his booster. Finally, she knelt in the center of her human fortress. The skin on her arms and torso began to glow intensely. I need a minute. 60 seconds, she said, her voice now strained with concentration. Protect me. Don't let anything or anyone get close. She closed her eyes, and complex pieces of metal and wiring began to emerge from her skin. The countdown had begun. Izuku watched the scene, his heart in his throat. He saw his team, armed and ready. He saw Momo, vulnerable in the center. And he saw the Nomu, which had left Aizawa's unconscious body and was now watching them, its head cocked like a curious bird. And behind it, he saw Shigaraki's grin. It won't be enough, he thought, an icy certainty washing over him. The shields are strong. Todoroki's ice is powerful. But that thing broke Aizawa-sensei like a twig. It's not a villain. It's a walking natural disaster. He knew what he had to do. It was a risk. It was insane, but there was no other choice. He moved closer to Ochako, who was on the front line next to Ida. Uraraka, he whispered, his voice so low it was barely audible over the snarls of the approaching horde. Listen to me. It won't be enough. I need to boost you too. Ochako turned, her eyes wide with surprise. What? But how? Right now? Can you handle 2 at once? I don't know, he admitted with brutal honesty. I've never tried, but I have to. You're our best active defense. As he spoke, he shouted orders to keep up appearances, his body moving with calculated purpose. Sato, close that gap on the left flank. Kirishima, get ready to reinforce Ida. In the chaos of his own shouts, he positioned himself directly behind Ochako. His movement was a blur, an accidental action amid the coordination of their defense. His hand landed with deliberate firmness on her barato to steady her. Ochako let out a startled gasp, her barato tensing in shock. A blush so intense you could almost feel the heat flooded her face. It was a mix of absolute embarrassment and an unexpected jolt of adrenaline that made her tense. But she didn't back away. She didn't scream. Her face, after the initial shock, hardened with steel-like determination. She felt the energy, a new, familiar resolve spreading through her, even more potent than the last time. She nodded at Izuku without looking at him, her gaze fixed on the enemy. The boost had worked. Their secret was safe in the heart of the battle. Shigaraki's patience ran out. They stopped running, he hissed, scratching his neck furiously. They're grouping up. They think they can win. Such arrogance. They're planning something. Forget the teacher. Attack the ponytail girl. She's the only one that matters. Now, the horde of lesser villains, emboldened by their leader's command, charged. It was a torrent of bravado and strange quirks, a wave of violence that crashed against their small fortress. Hold the line, Izuku roared, his voice that of a true commander. Ida, Sato, front line, absorb the impact. Todoroki now. Todoroki stomped his foot. A gigantic, jagged wall of ice erupted from the ground, soaring toward the dome's ceiling. It wasn't a complete barrier. He had built it at a clever angle, creating a funnel that channeled the horde into a single choke point. Uraraka, Izuku yelled. Got it. She yelled back. Boosted now, her power was on another level. The villains trying to scale the ice wall or push through the funnel suddenly lost all their weight. Ochako made them float with a simple mental touch. Her control, so absolute she could handle 5, 6, 7 at a time. She left them suspended in the air, spinning helplessly like fish on a hook. Now, she would shout, and the rest of the class, using the weapons Momo had given them, would neutralize them. Zero's nets enveloped them. Aoima's laser blasts dazzled them. Jiro's sound waves disoriented them. It was working. Their coordinated defense was repelling the horde. A spark of hope ignited in the midst of the chaos. Shigaraki watched the scene with growing irritation. His minions, his army of thugs, were being humiliated by a group of kids. Useless, he hissed. All of you. You're all useless NPCs. He turned to his ultimate weapon. Useless. Inomu, forget the others. Crush that girl. The one with the ponytail. Right now. The Nomu, which had been observing the battle with a vacant intelligence, obeyed. It ignored everyone else and charged. It didn't run. It moved like a force of nature. It tore through Todoroki's ice wall as if it were glass, sending a shower of frozen shards everywhere. The other students' attacks bounced off its dark skin without the slightest effect. Netsutoa. Lasers dissipated. It was an unstoppable force on a collision course with the heart of their defense. Momo. The Nomu reached the defensive circle. Everything seemed to happen in agonizing slow motion. It raised its devastating fist, a battering ram of muscle and bone, and brought it down directly toward Momo, who was still kneeling, eyes closed, completely absorbed in her creation. But Class 1 didn't break. They reacted as one. Ochako, with a cry of effort, thrust her hands out. Using all the power Zuko had given her, she created a gravitational distortion in the air right in front of the Noma's fist. The air visibly warped, and the punch's velocity slowed noticeably, as if it were moving through molasses. At the same time, Todoroki unleashed a second, massive wave of ice. Not a wall, but a torrent that engulfed the Noma's arm, freezing it, trying to halt its advance. The ice further dampened the blow, but it bravado from the monster's sheer strength. The fist, though weakened, though slowed, continued its deadly trajectory. Izuku saw it. He saw the fist. He saw Momo, oblivious to the danger. He saw that no one else could get there in time. A rapid succession of images flashed through his mind. Momo in the hallway, asking for his advice. Momo on the beach, her face focused during training. Momo in the shipwreck zone, her face close to his in a desperate final moment. Centuredo, just the pure instinct of a class representative protecting his class. The instinct of a boy protecting a girl he cared about. He raised the shield. The impact was a sound none of them would ever forget. A thunderous noise of twisting metal and shattering bone. The titanium alloy shield crumpled like aluminum foil and then split in two. The harsh bravado of his leg bones breaking under the sheer pressure of the impact rang out. And finally, the fist, already extremely weakened by the layered defenses, struck his abdomen. It didn't send him flying. It simply drove him down. Izuku's vision turned black at the edges. He felt weak and unsteady. a sharp pain overwhelming his senses. He was hurt, visibly struggling, but somehow, miraculously, he remained standing for 1 Barato second. Through his blurry vision, he saw Momo's eyes open, the last piece of her creation forming in her hands. He smiled at her, and then he passed out, collapsing to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The Nomu, its task incomplete, ripped the shattered shield from Izuku's arm and tossed his unconscious body aside like a sack of trash. It prepared to strike Momo again. Momo, her back to the scene, hadn't noticed the sacrifice. She was still focused on her device. But Ochako saw it. For her, the world stopped. The sound of the battle, the cries of her classmates, it all faded away. Her vision tunneled, focusing on a single point. The injured and motionless form of Izuku lay on the ground. Her brain didn't process sadness. It didn't process grief. It skipped straight to a pure, white-hot, incandescent fury. Her objective changed. She no longer saw an enemy that needed to be defeated. She saw a being that had hurt Deku, a being that didn't deserve to exist. The heat in her chest, the power Izuku had given her, became an inferno. She let out a scream. It wasn't a scream of pain. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was a roar of pure, absolute rage. And she unleashed her quirk. Not with control, not with finesse. She unleashed all of it, with no reservations, no restraint. A massive gravitational shockwave, visible as a distortion in the air, exploded from her body. It didn't lift the Nomu. It tore it from the ground and hurled it violently through the air, away from Izuku's body, as if it were a mere pebble. 29. Chapter 29. Zero Gravity. Director Nizu's office was an oasis of calm in the heart of the fortress that was UA High. The aroma of high-quality tea floated in the air, and through the enormous picture window, the campus could be seen, peaceful under the midday sun, completely oblivious to the chaos that was being unleashed just a few kilometers away. Toshinori Yagi, in his skeletal form, paced back and forth. His agitation was a discordant note in the room's serenity. The phone lay silent on the desk. "They're not answering," he muttered for the 10th time, his voice a mixture of frustration and growing apprehension. "Neither Aizawa nor 13. Something's wrong. I feel it in my bones." "Patience is a virtue, Toshinori," Nizu said from his armchair, taking a sip from his cup with impeccable delicacy. "Aizawa is one of our best undercover heroes, and 13 is an expert in crowd control and rescue. The students are in the best possible hands. But I should be there," Toshinori retorted, slamming a fist on the desk that, despite its fragility, made the teacup tremble. "My negligence, my recklessness in using up my time, this morning it left them exposed." "Your heroism, you mean?" Nizu corrected him calmly. "The same heroism that makes you a great symbol and, perhaps, a great teacher. A symbol must be an unbreakable pillar, Toshinori, but a teacher must know how to break a little for their students, how to show them that strength doesn't lie in never falling, but in how you get back up. It is a delicate balance." Just as Toshinori was about to reply, a device on Nizu's desk emitted a sharp, urgent beep. A red light blinked on the console, a high-priority emergency tone. "Incoming call," Nizu announced, his expression shifting from philosophical calm to instant alert. "It's a signal encrypted with UA protocols, but it's being broadcast from an unregistered device." He pressed a button to activate the speakerphone. At first, there was only static. Then, through the interference, a girl's voice came through, choked with panic and effort. "Director Nizu, can you hear me? It's Momo Yaoyorozu, Class 1A. The two men leaned over the desk, their hearts frozen. "The USJ is under attack. Villains. Real villains. Aizawa-sensei and 13 have been defeated. They're everywhere. We need immediate backup. Please, the signal is—" Her voice cut out. Cinchureto, the silence that followed was absolute, deadly. Nizu dropped his teacup. It shattered against the floor, the dark liquid spreading like a pool of blood. Toshinori Yagi roared. It was a sound of pure fury and pain. In an explosion of steam and power that made the windows tremble, he transformed. Muscles bulged. His height skyrocketed, and the symbol of peace stood tall in the middle of the office, his face not wearing a smile, but a mask of righteous fury. "And easy you." His voice was thunder. "Gather every available hero on campus. Get them to the USJ now." He turned toward the window, his blue eyes burning. "I am going immediately." And without waiting for the door, he leaped. He shattered the reinforced glass of the picture window and disappeared into the sky, a golden missile propelled by guilt and fury. That scream, the one that had frozen the blood of the two men in the office, had been born from the most absolute despair. Momo had just finished creating the device. It was a work of art, a complex matrix of metal and wiring that had emerged from her skin in less than a minute. She turned, a triumphant smile on her lips, ready to announce her success. "I have it, Midoriya-san. We can." And then she saw him. She saw Izuku's injured form on the ground, clearly badly hurt. She saw the Nomu standing over him, tearing away the damaged shield from his arm. She saw her friend, her class representative, growing weaker before her eyes. The boy who had called her brilliant. It was then that her world broke, and she screamed. The communication device, her masterpiece, her hope, fell from her hands and crashed to the ground. She crawled toward Izuku, heedless of the dust, the dirt, the blood. Her decorum, her logic, her composure, it all vanished, burned away by the fire of her grief. "No," she sobbed, her hands trembling as she hovered over him. No, this wasn't in my calculations. You weren't supposed to get hurt. I was the one who was supposed to be protected. It was my plan, my responsibility." She choked on a sob, her tears falling and mixing with the blood on his face. "Izuku, please, answer me. Open your eyes." Her mind, though fractured by pain, was still working. Her quirk, still supercharged by the booster, responded to her panic. "You're not going to die," she thought with desperate ferocity. "I won't allow it. Not on my watch." The skin on her arms glowed, and from it emerged not weapons, but tools of life, an arsenal of advanced medical equipment. Biofoam to stop the internal bleeding, dermal regeneration patches, a portable cardiac stabilizer. With a delicacy that contradicted her panic, she began to work. She sprayed the foam over his badly bruised abdomen and placed the patches on his broken legs. With infinite care, she lifted his weary head and rested it on her barato, cradling him as if he were the most precious thing in the world. She stroked his green hair, matted with dust. "Everything will be okay, Izuku," she whispered, her voice broken, as tears fell endlessly. "Don't fall asleep, do you hear me? Stay with me. Follow the sound of my voice. We'll talk about physics, it'll explain the second law of thermodynamics. It's fascinating, just don't go, please, please. Don't leave me alone." While Momo desperately clung to Izuku's life, Ochako's fury found a target. After launching the Nomu through the air with her gravitational shockwave, she landed on the ground. Her body trembled, not from exhaustion, but from a power she couldn't contain. A crackling, pink aura surrounded her, causing the small stones around her to levitate. A group of low-tier villains, seeing Momo occupied and the other students in shock, thought they saw their chance. "The creation girl is distracted," one of them shouted. "Finish them." They ran toward Momo and Izuku. Ochako turned. Her face, normally a canvas of smiles, was blank. Her eyes, usually warm, were two pits of cold hatred. She said nothing. She touched the ground with her fingertips. A nearby concrete pillar, weighing several tons, was ripped from its foundation as if it were a weed. It rose into the air and crashed down on the group of villains with a crushing finality. There were no screams, only a dull, final sound. The other students stared at her, horrified. Another villain, a thin man with a knife in each hand, ran toward her, yelling, "You damned witch!" Ochako didn't move. She simply raised a hand. The knife in the villain's right hand stopped midair. It floated. Then, with a simple barato of Ochako's wrist, the weapon spun around and drove straight into its owner's barato. The man fell, a look of pure surprise barato. She used the debris around her to create sharp projectiles of metal and concrete that cut down those who approached. Her barato were fluid, graceful, and utterly lethal. Shigaraki, watching from a distance beside Kurogyari, scratched his neck with nervous fury. "Who is she?" he hissed, his voice shrill. "Why is she so strong? She wasn't in the files. Her quirk is zero gravity. It's supposed to be for rescue, not for this. Her power is—" Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogyari's calm, deep voice cut through his rant. "The mission has failed. They've managed to contact the outside. UA reinforcements will arrive at any moment. The Nomu has been damaged, and although it's regenerating, All Might could be on his way. We must leave. Now." "No!" Shigaraki shrieked. "I'm not done yet. I have to stop that girl. I have to make her pay." Ochako, seeing them try to escape, turned toward them with a look of pure fury. She no longer cared about anything. Not heroes, not villains. She cared about only one thing: confronting the monster that had hurt Deku. With a scream that was not of words, but of pure, concentrated fury, she slammed both hands on the ground. A huge section of the central plaza, a disc 10 meters in diameter, was instantly torn from the ground, becoming weightless. With another gesture, she threw it like a frisbee toward Shigaraki and Kurogyari. "Kurogyari!" shrieked Shigaraki. Kurogyari opened a portal just in time. The massive chunk of earth disappeared inside it, reappearing high above the dome and crashing against the glass ceiling with a deafening roar. They realized with a chill that she wasn't trying to stop them. She was trying to kill them. Just then, the massive doors of the USJ burst inward in an explosion of metal and dust. A phalanx of pro-heroes stormed the facility, Snipe with his revolvers in hand, Present Mike ready to unleash his sonic quirk, and Ectoplasm creating clones of himself. The cavalry had arrived. "Time's up," Kurogyari said calmly. Taking advantage of the distraction, he opened a portal beneath them and swept Shigaraki and the few remaining villains away, disappearing in a swirl of purple mist. All Might was the last to arrive, but the first to reach the central plaza. He landed with the force of a meteor, his heroic smile already on his face. "Fear not, students." "Fry." He stopped. The smile vanished, replaced by an expression of absolute horror. He saw the devastation. He saw the unconscious bodies of Aizawa and 13 being tended to by other heroes. He saw injured, terrified students, and he saw the bodies, the fallen forms of the villains Ochako had defeated. Then, his gaze found the epicenter of the tragedy. He saw Momo Yorozu, one of his brightest and most composed students, kneeling on the ground, sobbing over the still form of Izuku Midoriya. And he saw Ochako Uraraka, on her knees a few meters away, the pink aura of power finally fading from her form, sobbing with a desperation so absolute it seemed her very soul was breaking. I failed, All Might thought. The realization was a physical blow, harder than any the Nomu could deliver. My negligence, my absence, forced this child. He looked at Ochako's face, streaked with tears and void of all its usual joy, to become this, a murderer, to protect her friend. I wasn't here, and she had to become a monster. I created this tragedy. Real tears welled in the symbol of Peace's eyes. Cinchuredo, though its appearance was weaker, more unstable. All Might clenched his fists. His pain and guilt transformed into a righteous, terrifying fury that made the very air vibrate. He stared at the regenerated Nomu as it slowly got to its feet. Yu's voice was a growl that rumbled through the entire USJ. Cinchuredo. What remained was the mask of a vengeful god, his face a storm of righteous fury and a guilt that gnawed at him from within. "You," he growled, his voice a thunder that rumbled throughout the entire USJ, a promise of divine retribution. "You will pay for this, for every tear, for every life you have taken." The pain consuming him from within erupted into an external roar of power. "Now ITS my turn." There were no more words. He launched himself. It wasn't a heroic leap. It was a cannonball. He crossed the plaza in a blur of red, white, and blue, his fist cocked back. The newly regenerated Nomu barely had time to turn before the first blow connected. Smash! The impact made the entire dome vibrate. The ground cracked beneath their feet. All Might struck with a force designed to topple skyscrapers, but the creature absorbed the impact. Its body rippled like a sack filled with liquid, the kinetic energy dissipating into its elastic flesh. What is this thing? All Might thought, taking a step back as the Nomu recovered without a scratch. It's like punching water. My strength isn't breaking it. The Nomu threw a punch of its own, a clumsy but incredibly powerful blow. All Might deflected it with ease. It doesn't matter, he decided, his mind burning with the images of his injured students. If I can't break it in one blow, it'll hit it until there's nothing left to absorb. It'll reduce it to atoms. And the real battle began. A whirlwind of punches that made the very air scream, a fierce dance between the symbol and the beast. Far from the chaos of the USJ, in the quiet, sunny Midoriya apartment, the only combat being waged was against the potato. Inko Midoriya watched with an amused smile as Himiko Toga struggled awkwardly with the peeler. She was wearing one of Ochako's hoodies, and her blonde hair was pulled back into a messy bun, making her look like a normal teenager helping out in the kitchen. "Careful, Toga-chan, the peeler is sharp," Inko said in a motherly tone. "Fingers inward like this, with a gentle motion. Cinchuredo. Izuku will be home soon. I want to have a nice dinner ready for him. He's been working so hard." The television, on the background to a loud and colorful variety show, filled the kitchen with a false sense of joy. "He's a good kid," Izuku, Toga said, concentrating on a particularly stubborn potato. "Weird as anything, but good. He promised he'd help me. He always keeps his promises," Inko replied with pride. "Sometimes he's too good for his own good. He worries so much about others." Just then, the variety show was cut off abruptly. A sharp, urgent beep silenced the canned laughter. A flashing red banner appeared on the screen. "Breaking news. We interrupt this program for an urgent news report," said a deep, male voice. Inko and Toga looked up, their hands stopping in midair. A frantic reporter appeared on screen. Behind her, shaky, grainy aerial footage showed the giant glass dome of the USJ. Smoke was pouring from a section of the roof. "We are receiving reports of what appears to be a large-scale villain attack at UAS training facility, the unforeseen simulation joint," the reporter said, her voice strained with urgency. "Unconfirmed sources speak of multiple injuries and possibly fatalities among the students of Class 1A, who were conducting a rescue exercise." The potato and peeler fell from Toga's hands. Inko froze, her face draining of all color. The knife she was holding slipped from her fingers and clattered against the kitchen floor with a sharp, final metallic sound. "Authorities have not yet been able to access the facility," the reporter continued. "The situation is chaotic and information is scarce, but we can see weight. That figure. It's All Might. All Might is on the scene. He appears to be fighting a large, unidentified villain." Toga, her face now a mask of pale horror, shot to her feet and grabbed Inko just as her knees began to buckle. "Inko-san," she whispered, her own voice trembling, "try and be strong. He'll be okay. Izuku-kun, he's strong. He knows how to survive. He promised me I can't do anything," Toga thought, a wave of bitter helplessness rising in her throat. "The only person who offered me helped the only person who trusted me, and I'm here, hiding, useless, peeling potatoes while he could be." She didn't dare finish the thought. Inko wasn't listening. Her gaze was locked on the screen. She gently pushed Toga away. "My son," it was a choked whisper, a sound of pure agony. "My baby, I have to go." She grabbed her keys from the counter, her hands shaking so violently she could barely hold them, and ran for the door. "Inko-san, wait." Toga yelled. "I can't. The police will be everywhere." But Inko was already gone. Toga stood alone in the middle of the apartment, the smell of the half-cooked meal now a nauseating aroma. She stared at the screen, where the helicopter's camera was trying to zoom in on the golden figure moving like a blur, an expression of absolute helplessness on her face. Back at the USJ, the Central Plaza was a triage in hell. The pro-heroes who had arrived moved with grim efficiency, securing the minor villains and tending to the injured students. Amid the chaos, Recovery Girl, UAS Healing Hero, arrived on the scene. Her normally jovial face twisted into a mask of professional horror when she saw Izuku's body. All Might's battle against the Nomu was a backdrop of booms and seismic tremors. But for the medical team, the only universe that existed was the broken figure lying on the ground. "Good heavens!" Recovery Girl exclaimed, her expert hands already assessing the damage. Massive internal injuries, multiple fractures in both legs. Major head trauma. It's a miracle his heart is still beating. "We need a stasis gurney now." Momo, covered in Izuku's barato, refused to move aside. Her face was streaked with tears, but her gray eyes burned with a feverish intensity. "No," she said, her voice a mixture of logic and desperation. "Don't move him yet. The bleeding is too severe. I can stabilize him. Young lady, step aside. We are professionals. I know his physiology," she insisted, her voice gaining strength. "The enhancer my quirk had a reaction with his. It gave me access to his biological data. I know where the damage is. I can create a temporary life support system. Just let me try." Recovery Girl looked at her, saw the insane but desperate logic in her eyes, and made a decision. "All right, but be quick. Child, we don't have time." Momo nodded and got to work. She became an extension of her quirk, her grief channeled into a miraculous creation. She worked alongside the paramedics, her hands moving with a speed and precision that defied her emotional state. "I need an internal coagulation patch for the femoral artery," she said softly, and a translucent, glowing patch sprouted from her arm, and a transcranial neural stimulator to keep his brain activity above the critical threshold. She created impossible tools, medical technology that shouldn't exist outside a state-of-the-art laboratory. And as she worked, she continued to cradle Izuku's head in her lap, whispering to him, her voice a mantra to keep death at bay. "You're going to be okay, Izuku. Don't you dare leave. Do you hear me? When you wake up, we'll talk, okay?" All Might's battle had reached a turning point. He realized that brute force, even his, was not enough. This Noma was designed to absorb his blows, to be his absolute negation. Then I'll have to do what it can't, he thought, dodging a blow that pulverized the ground. I have to go beyond absorption. The memory of Momo's tear-streaked face, Aizawa's battered form, Ochako's vacant stare at all fed his rage. His guilt became fuel. For every one of Aizawa's broken bones, he roared, unleashing a barrage of 50 blows that sent the Nomu staggering back for the first time. For every one of young Yaoyoro's tears, 100 more blows. The air crackled. The ground shattered. For young Uraraka's broken soul, 200 blows. His fists were a blur, each impact a clap of thunder. "And this," he shouted, his voice torn by effort and pain, "this is for you, young Midoriya, for your bravery, for your sacrifice. Beyond plus ultra." He unleashed a final storm. Senshirado about to revert to his skeletal form. In that precarious moment of calm, a new sound shattered the silence. A heart-wrenching scream from outside. "Izuku, my son!" Inko Midoriya had arrived. She was at the police barricade, fighting against the officers trying to hold her back. Her face a mask of absolute terror as she saw the devastation inside. All Might, on the verge of collapsing, surveyed the final scene of the battlefield. He saw the paramedics finally placing Izuku on a stasis gurney, his condition critical. He saw Momo running alongside it, refusing to leave him. And he saw a grim-faced man in a trench coat, Detective Tsukachi, approaching Ochako's catatonic figure. The detective knelt gently in front of her. "Uraraka Ochako," he said, his voice professional but not without compassion. "I'm sorry to interrupt at such a difficult time, but I need you to come with us. There are many questions that need answers." Ochako's empty eyes didn't even move to look at him. Her victory had become a sentence. 31. Chapter 31. A mother's oath. A friend's tears. The plaza of the USJ was a war zone. The air, thick and heavy with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder from Bakugo's explosions and the unnatural chill of Todoroki's ice, now also smelled of blood. Amidst the chaos of pro-heroes securing the area and paramedics moving with grim efficiency, Detective Naomasa Tsukachi knelt before the motionless figure of Ochako Uraraka. Her face, normally warm and kind, was blank, her gaze vacant. The pink aura of her power had vanished, leaving her like a broken doll in the middle of the carnage she herself had created. Uraraka Ochako, the detective said, his voice professional but not without a weary compassion. "I'm sorry to interrupt at such a difficult time, but I need you to come with us. There are many questions that need answers." He extended a hand, not to arrest her, but as a gesture to help her up. She didn't move. She didn't blink. "Get away from her!" The shout came not from a hero, nor a villain. It was a mother's roar. Inko Midoriya burst onto the scene, breaking through the police cordon with a force no one would have expected from her. Her face, normally so gentle, was twisted by panic and a leonine fury. She ran and threw herself between the detective and Ochako, spreading her arms like a human shield. "Don't touch her," she hissed, her voice trembling with rage. "Can't you see the state she's in? She's just a child. She's a child, and she's in shock." Tsukachi rose slowly to his feet, his expression hardening with professional patience. "Ma'am, please, I must ask you to step back. This is an active crime scene. I understand your concern, but no, you don't understand anything." Inko interrupted, her green eyes shining with furious tears. "My son is in one of those ambulances, maybe dying because of these monsters. And this girl fought. She fought to protect him, to protect her friends. And now you want to treat her like a criminal. I won't allow it." "Ma'am, with all due respect," Tsukachi said, his tone now firmer, "that child is the one presumed responsible for the deaths of over a dozen villains. The law is clear. It is my duty to look into every one of those cases." The word investigate, the veiled accusation, something inside Inko, something that had been held together by threads of hope and denial, finally snapped. The sharp sound of her hand striking the detective's cheek rang through the room, clean and utterly stunning. An astonished silence fell over the nearby group of police and heroes. Everyone was frozen. She defended herself. Inko hissed, her hand trembling, her face a mask of pain and defiance. "Censurado, you are under arrest for assaulting an officer enough." The voice wasn't a shout. It was a command, a thunderclap that rumbled with an authority so absolute it froze everyone in place. All Might, still in his muscle form, appeared among them, his massive figure casting a shadow over the tense scene. His smile was completely gone, replaced by an expression of profound pain and an icy fury. He ignored the police officers. He ignored the detective. He walked straight to Inko, and he bowed. A deep, humble bow, the bow of a king begging a peasant for forgiveness. "Midoriya-san," he said, his voice booming, yet tinged with unmistakable guilt. "There are no words in any language that can express how sorry I am. All of this your son's condition, young Uraraka's state, it is my failure, my total and absolute incompetence as their teacher and as the symbol who is supposed to protect them." He straightened up slowly, his gaze meeting Tsukachi's, who was still pressing his hand against his reddened cheek. "All Might," the detective said, his tone professional but tense. "This is standard procedure. Lives were lost. The law must run its course." All Might turned to him, and the air temperature seemed to drop several degrees. His blue eyes, normally beacons of hope, now burned in the sunken sockets of his face, two pits of glacial fury. "Detective," he began, his voice dangerously quiet, "are you truly going to try and take a student in catatonic shock for questioning, a student who just came out of a nightmare that I, through my own negligence, allowed to happen?" He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "Let me be clear. That is a ridiculous idea. She will go nowhere but a hospital. I, as her homeroom teacher and as this nation's #1 hero, assume all legal and moral responsibility for every one of her actions. They were carried out in self-defense and under extreme duress that you and I can barely imagine. But the law, All Might the law makes no exceptions. All Might's voice dropped to a whisper more menacing than any shout. The law can wait. That child needs psychiatric help, not an interrogation in a cold room. I assure you, Detective Tsukachi, that any attempt to forcibly remove young Uraraka from here will be taken as a personal affront. He locked his gaze on the detectives, hard and unyielding. And I highly doubt you want to make the symbol of peace your personal adversary in this matter. Do I make myself clear? There was no doubt in his tone. It was a threat, a promise. Tsukachi looked at him, saw the righteous fury burning behind the calm, and knew it was a battle he could not win. He let out a sigh of resignation and, with a wave of his hand, ordered his men to stand down. A black, unmarked UA car pulled up silently beside them. All Might opened the back door. With a gentleness that contradicted his enormous size, he helped a meek and trembling Inko into the vehicle. Then, he walked over to Ochako, who was still kneeling, her gaze lost. He lifted her into his arms, as if she weighed nothing, and placed her gently in the seat next to Inko. Go to Mizudafu General Hospital, All Might told the driver. They'll take care of everything here. And Midoriya-san, he looked Inko in the eyes. He's strong. He's the strongest kid I know. Inko could only nod, as tears rolled down her face. The car pulled away in silence. Inside, Ochako stared out the window, not seeing the landscape pass by. She was trapped in a loop of the last few minutes, the image of Izuku falling, replaying over and over in her mind. Inko, despite her own broken heart, acted on maternal instinct. She wrapped her arms around Ochako's trembling shoulders and pulled her close. She held her tightly, cradling her head against her chest, and pressed a kiss to her forehead, a gesture of pure comfort. "It's okay, my child," she whispered, rocking her gently. "It's over. You're safe now. Shu Izuku." My baby, she thought, as her own storm of fear raged within, hidden behind her facade of strength. "Please, hang on. Please, be the hero you always wanted to be and survive this. Don't leave me alone. Don't leave us alone." She stroked Ochako's brown hair, a mother comforting the girl who loved her son, while her own heart shattered into pieces. The sharp, steady beeping of the heart monitors was the only rhythm in a world of chaos. Momo Yaoyorozu hadn't let go of Izuku's hand since they had loaded him onto the stretcher. Her elegant hero costume was stained with his blood, her face streaked with dried and fresh tears. Her usual decorum was lost somewhere between the shipwreck zone and the central plaza. It was my fault, the thought replayed in her mind, over and over. My plan, my device, my moment of concentration, it should be me. I should be on this stretcher. She created a soft silk handkerchief and, with infinite tenderness, began to clean Izuku's face. The blood, the dust, the grime. What good is all my intelligence if I couldn't protect you? She thought, a choked sob escaping her lips. He gave his life for me, for my idea, and I can't do anything, I can't create anything that can truly fix this for the first time in her life. Momo Yaoyorozu didn't have a plan. She only had pain, and the memory of a desperate kiss. The two vehicles arrived at the Mizudafu General Hospital emergency bay at almost the same time. The ambulance doors burst open with alarming efficiency. Massive impact trauma, uncontrolled internal bleeding, multiple fractures in the lower extremities and right arm. "We need in or now," a paramedic yelled. They rushed Izuku's stretcher out, running toward the emergency room doors. Momo ran beside them, still clinging to his hand, her face a mask of desperation. The doors of the black car opened. Inko helped a still absent, vacant-eyed Ochako out of the car. The first sound Inko heard was the paramedic's shout. Her eyes locked onto the stretcher, carrying her son's broken body. A raw cry of pain escaped her lips. The emergency room doors swung shut behind the stretcher, separating Izuku from the world. And there, under the harsh, unforgiving lights of the hospital entrance, the three women finally met. A terrified mother whose world had just imploded, a brilliant genius broken by guilt, and a formidable heroine shattered by trauma. They were bound together, not by a plan or a strategy, but by their love and their pain for the boy who now lay between life and death. 32. Chapter 32. The last therapy, the conference room of Mizutofu General Hospital, was a cube of sterile despair. The merciless, white fluorescent light bleached the faces of everyone present, accentuating the dark circles under their eyes and the pallor of their exhaustion. It smelled of antiseptic and finality. In a corner, the imposing bravado of All Might seemed to collapse in on himself. His broad back, usually a symbol of unbreakable hope, was hunched by a weight no villain could ever match. He was a silent spectator to the anguish. "The neurological damage is massive," said the doctor, a middle-aged man with tired eyes that had seen too many tragedies. He adjusted his glasses, a nervous tic that failed to hide the tremor in his hands as he pointed to the brain scans on the screen. "The internal bleeding is uncontrollable. We've tried to stabilize him, but his body is undergoing a cascading systemic failure. Every organ is beginning to shut down. Can't you try something?" Inko's voice broke, a fragile thread in the clinical silence. "Anything. A surgery? He's just a boy." Recovery girl, sitting beside her, placed a hand on Inko's trembling shoulder. Her usually cheerful face was a mask of professional grief. "Inko-san, I'm sorry. Using my quirk on him right now, it would be like trying to fill a sieve. It would drain what little life force he has left. It would kill him instantly. It isn't an option. It's a death sentence. Experimental therapies?" Momo's voice was a sharp whisper, a last-ditch effort to impose logic onto chaos. She had stood up, her hero uniform stained with dried blood, a dark smudge against her natural elegance. "Nanotechnology? Any specialized cell regeneration quirks?" "Miss Yerozu," the doctor interrupted her, with a gentleness that was crueler than any shout. "The life support we have him on is the only thing keeping him with us. His heart is still beating, but it's a mechanical function. There's no higher brain activity. Moving him, attempting any invasive procedure, that would be the end. It already is." The doctor lowered his gaze, unable to continue meeting the eyes of a mother whose world was disintegrating. "The only thing we can do is give you time. Time to say your goodbyes. I am so terribly sorry." Ochako, sitting in a chair against the wall, said nothing. She didn't move. Her gaze was fixed on an empty spot on the floor. She wasn't processing the words, the denials, the science. Her mind was trapped in an infinite loop. The sickening sound of Izuku being thrown, the blur of his form as it hit the ground, the dark stains spreading across the concrete. The sound of Inko's weeping filled the room. It was a torn, broken sob that made All Might shrink even further in his corner, each tear and needle piercing his own guilt-ridden soul. The only sound in the hospital room was the rhythmic, faint, and monotonous beep of the monitors, a metronome marking the final beats of a life. Izuku lay in the bed, pale, almost translucent. The white bandages covering his legs and abdomen were a brutal contrast against his pallid skin. A breathing tube covered his mouth, rising and falling with an inhuman regularity. Inko sat beside him, in a vigil that had already lasted for hours. She straightened his sheet again and again, a useless gesture against the disarray of death. With a damp cloth, she wiped his forehead, a cold forehead that no longer sweat. "Do you remember when you fell off that swing at the park?" She whispered, her voice hoarse from crying. "You scraped your knee and cried as if the world was ending. The cut was tiny, but you said your soul hurt." A broken laugh escaped her lips. "I kissed the wound, blew on it, and told you everything would be all right. And you believed me." She stroked his green hair, tangled and lifeless. "Why can't I make this all right, Izuku? Why can't my kiss heal this? Please, my baby boy, my little hero, just wake up." "Mom's here, standing by the window." Momo watched the numbers on the monitors. They were her only refuge, the only logic in a universe that had lost all meaning. "Blood pressure is 60/40, she whispered to herself. The data, a mantra to keep hysteria at bay. Oxygen saturation at 92% with mechanical assistance. Body temperature has dropped 0.5 degree in the last hour. It's not sustainable." These are the vitals of a system that's giving up. She squeezed her eyes shut. It was my plan. My stupid, brilliant plan. I told you we could do it, and I led you to this. She clenched her fists, her knuckles white. I'm sorry, Itsuku. I'm so sorry. I swear to you, I will be a hero worthy of your sacrifice. I won't let your faith in me be in vain. In the farthest corner, on an orange plastic chair that clashed with the solemnity of the moment, Ochuko hugged her knees to her barato. She wasn't crying. She wasn't speaking. She was simply watching. Her empty gaze was fixed on Izuku's face. In her mind, the film never stopped. The Noma's fist, the barato titanium shield, the sound of impact. Final sound. Izuku's fall. The scene. The chaos everywhere. And then the rage. The cold, white rage that had hollowed her out, that had turned her into someone she never wanted to be. The guilt and the pain of having lost him had canceled each other out, leaving an absolute void. A deafening silence. Afternoon turned to evening. The lights in the hallway dimmed, plunging the room into a bluish gloom. The murmurs of the nurses at the shift change faded away. Room 302 was no longer a priority. It was the room of a lost cause, a waiting room for the morgue. Overcome by physical and emotional exhaustion, the three women had fallen asleep in their chairs. Inko, her head resting on the edge of the bed, her hands still clinging to her son's. Momo, slumped in her chair by the window, her impeccable posture finally broken by grief. And Ochako, curled in on herself in her corner, a statue of trauma in the darkness. The silence was absolute, broken only by the soft beep of the heart monitor. With each passing hour, it seemed slower and weaker, cutting through the stillness of the early morning. A rhythmic click-clack sounded sharp and strangely cheerful on the silent linoleum of the hallway. High heels. The sound stopped right in front of the door to room 302. The door opened without a single creak, as if pushed by a ghost. A figure slipped inside. It was a nurse. Her white uniform was spotless. Her cap was perfectly placed, and a surgical mask covered the lower half of her face. But there was something strange in the smile her eyes hinted at. A feline, watchful glint. Himiko Toga observed the scene with quiet curiosity. She saw the three sleeping women, castaways in a sea of grief. A fleeting expression, something like compassion or perhaps understanding, crossed her face. She saw Ochako and recognized the empty rage. She saw Momo and recognized the paralyzing guilt. She approached the barato. Her smile vanished when she saw Izuku's condition. The waxy pallor, the tubes, the stained bandages. She reached out a hand and gently rested it near his barato. It was cold. "Look how they've left you, my hero," she whispered, her voice a murmur barely audible over the monitor's beep. "My coach, you promised you'd help me. What terrible customer service it would be if you died now, don't you think? I'll have to leave you a very bad review." Cinchuredo, she lifted the sheet covering Izuku. The contrast between her, warm and vibrant with life, and him, cold and fading, was harsh. She slipped into the barato and curled up beside him, seeking comfort and closeness. Her warmth against the coldness of impending loss. "You said your quirk needed contact," she whispered, her warm breath brushing against Izuku's ear. "That worked better with focus. You said mine was a flaw in the system, that my addiction was a programming error that needed a catalyst to be corrected." She stepped closer and gave him a quick, friendly barato on the cheek to seal her promise. "Urgent, disperat borado." She wasn't looking for a response. There was no barato in the gesture. It was an attempt to barato a connection, to build a bridge between life and nothingness. Her barato pressed against his, cold and inert, trying to infuse him with her own vitality. When she pulled away, she took Izuku's barato left hand, which wasn't connected to the fore. With a delicacy that contradicted her chaotic nature, she held it gently against her own barato, keeping his cold palm there for comfort. She closed her eyes, her face contorting into a mask of superhuman concentration. "It's my turn to be the coach," she said softly. "You gave me the manual for my quirk. Now let me use it to rewrite yours." She held onto Izuku's hand with both of hers. "Come on, you stubborn quirk. She thought, her mind a silent scream. Work. You have to work. Don't read my manual. Rewrite his. Give him something. Give him whatever I have. The coach needs a coach. Work, for crying out loud. For a moment, nothing happened. Only the faint, steady beep of the heart monitor. And then it happened. A faint, greenish light, the characteristic color of Izuku's energy, began to flicker. It didn't emanate from him. It emanated from Toga. The light was born in the center of her chest, right beneath Izuku's hand. It pulsed once, faintly, and flowed through his hand, a river of green energy that entered his inert body. The beep of the heart monitor faltered. Then, a red light, the color of blood, seemed to return from Izuku to Toga, completing a cycle. Beep, the green light pulsed from her again, a little stronger this time. The red returned. Beep, a rhythmic pulse. Green to him, red to her. A cycle, a reverse transfusion of life and power, synchronized with the faint beat of a heart that refused to stop. Beep, 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 33. Chapter 33. The boat's contract, a languid bip-bip, pulled Ochako into consciousness in the dim light of the hospital room. She saw Momo and Inko asleep in their chairs, and, in the bed, an almost unrecognizable Izuku. Her attention, however, was drawn to a greenish pulsation that beat in time with the monitor. The light emanated from a slender Barato curled up next to him. Toga. She held Izuku's free hand against her Barato with a profane delicacy, while the boy's other hand remained connected to an foreline. Understanding and rage exploded within her. In a silent, lethal movement, Ochako rose, every fiber of her being screaming to protect him. Toga. Her voice was a furious hiss, a knife in the stillness. What on earth do you think you're doing? Let him go right now, or I swear on my life, he'll make you float until you Barato up in the sun. Toga didn't startle. She didn't even tense up. She turned slowly, a mischievous and completely out-of-place smile playing on her Barato. Her yellow eyes shone in the gloom, reflecting the greenish light that she herself seemed to be generating. Shoo, you'll wake him, she whispered with inappropriate glee. Oh wait, that's the point, right? Relax a little, zero gravity. Don't be so dramatic. I'm just testing a little something. A theory. Ochako stared at her, as if she had gone completely insane. A theory? You're desecrating. Just think about it for a second, will you? Toga interrupted, her tone Barato, serious now, though the smile didn't entirely vanish. Izuku-kun's science. He's curious about everything. Yes, he's our curious one. But he's a strange mentor with a method. He touches us, and boom, we get stronger, faster, better. His quirk is like a charger, isn't it? It gives us Barato jolt of energy. She leaned over Izuku, her silhouette framed against the light from the window, a surreal vision of determination and resolve. I was just wondering, what if it works in reverse? What if the charger can also be charged? If he gives us energy, isn't it logical that we can give energy to him? It's a reversal of the flow. Simple. It was the most twisted logic Ochako had ever heard. It was insane. A desperate Barato born from the mind of a dangerous person. She was about to scream, to wake Inko and Momo, to call the nurses, security, all might if she had to. You're out of your mind. Stay away from him. She hissed, taking a threatening step forward. Oh yeah? Toga didn't argue. She simply nodded with her chin toward the heart monitor. Look at that little light. And listen to the beep. A little while ago, when I snuck in here, you could barely hear it. It was a whisper. Bip bip now. She tilted her head, listening intently. It's a little stronger. Bip, bip, bip. And look at the number. Ochako's eyes, filled with furious tears, shifted to the monitor. The number displaying Izuku's heart rate had been a terrifying 42 all night. A number that meant his bruised and exhausted heart was giving up. A number the doctors had said was critically low. Now, a 45 blinked on the screen. 45. It was almost nothing. A statistical fluctuation. A machine error, probably. But it wasn't zero. It wasn't a flat line. It was an improvement. A minuscule, pathetic but undeniable improvement. I think he likes me, Toga said with a childlike simplicity that was both chilling and convincing. I'm giving him some of my energy, It's like sharing a meal. He gave me his Barato. I'm giving him my strength in return. A fair trade. He recharges us. We recharge him. Ochako stood frozen, her fury deflated, replaced by a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Shame, jealousy, and revulsion fought against a desperate, growing bravado of hope. She looked at the monitor again. 45, stable. She saw the greenish light connecting Toga's bravado to Izuku's hand. She saw the genuinely hopeful smile on the face of the girl who had once tried to harm him. Her desperation to save Izuku outweighed every other feeling. Logic, morality, modesty had all turned to dust before the simple, brutal equation of survival. "It's working," she whispered, her own voice trembling, broken. "My God, it's really working." She looked at Toga, no longer as an enemy, but as a pioneer in a terrible and strange science. A partner in desperation. What she swallowed, the tight feeling in her throat making it hard to speak. "What do I have to do?" Toga's smile widened into a triumphant grin. Her eyes shone with the light of a mad prophet whose delusions had just been validated. "I knew you'd get it," she exclaimed in an excited whisper. "You're smarter than you look." The big-hearted girl couldn't be dumb. Ochako ignored the compliment. "Tell me what to do." "Now." "It's simple." Toga shifted carefully so as not to break contact. "He needs to sense our presence. Constantly. Frequent proximity. If he got the best analysis by staying close to the strongest sources of energy, Sensuredo. She felt afraid and uncertain, but then she saw Izuku's motionless form, and worry turned to determination. She sat beside the Barato, on the other side of him, feeling the cool sheets nearby. Izuku was Barato with fever. With infinite care, she settled beside him, and seeing no free hand to take, she improvised. She stood close beside his right side, adjusting her position so she was aligned with him. Then, she placed her hands on him, one near his Barato and the other near his hip, creating her own points of contact to join the setup. The instant she made contact, the greenish light connecting Toga and Izuku seemed to vibrate. A new thread of light, a pale pink, sprouted from Izuku's body and connected to Ochako. The overall intensity of the glow in the room subtly increased, becoming slightly warmer. Ochako held her breath, her eyes fixed on the heart monitor. It went up 3 points. It was working. It was working better with both of them. "Yes," Toga whispered with satisfaction. "2 hands work better. Good job, partner." They remained that way, in silence, 2 girls flanking a broken boy, bound by a spectral light and the ever-stronger beat of a heart that refused to give up. The change in the room's atmosphere was what woke Momo Yaoyorozu. It wasn't a sound, but a shift in the quality of the light and the rhythm of the monitor, which was now louder, more insistent. Sensuredo, a web of green and pink light connected them, pulsing with an almost tangible energy. Her own crimson costume felt heavy and dirty in comparison. There was no shock, no scandal. Her brain skipped those stages and went straight to data analysis. The light, the improvement in his vital signs, the girl's positions, Izuku's theory on the efficiency of contact. The logic, though unconventional and in violation of every social norm, was impeccable. Vital energy transfer catalyzed by physical touch, she thought, her mind racing. Efficiency increases with sustained, direct skin-to-skin contact. Direct contact maximizes conductivity. It's illogical. It's unscientific. But the results are empirical. His pulse is at 52. Then, the emotion hit her. Not shame or outrage, but a memory. The icy water of the USJ. The missile flying toward them. And his response. The brief moment. The steady, firm grip underwater on her chest. The deliberate, clinical gesture that had unlocked a power she didn't know she possessed. His sacrifice to protect her. He broke every barrier to save me, was the thought that drove her. He didn't hesitate. He didn't ask for permission. He gave me his power, his trust, unconditionally, so that I could be strong. And my dignity? My principles? They are abstract concepts. His life is a tangible fact that is fading away before me. I owe him this debt. His life for my weakness. It is a logical and fair exchange. She stood up from the armchair. Her bravado were fluid, precise. Cinchuredo. Even when he was in danger, Momo ignored the comment. Her face was flushed with anger, but her gaze was like steel. She approached the bravado. There was no room on either side, so she made the only practical decision available. With care that contradicted the boldness of her choice, she moved onto the bravado and knelt beside Izuku's bandaged legs to reach him bravado easily. With hands that trembled only slightly, she leaned over him and placed her palms on his bravado, one on each side of his bravado, right over his heart, to begin first aid, creating a new and powerful point of contact. The instant her skin made contact with the thin fabric of the hospital gown, the green and pink light in the room didn't just intensify, it exploded. A brilliant, warm, almost blinding radiance flooded every corner, forcing the shadows to retreat. The heart monitor, as if it had received an electric shock, jumped erratically for a second and then stabilized. Bip, 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 bip. The number on the screen showed a solid 65. A sigh, an almost imperceptible but unmistakable sound, escaped Izuku's lips. A trace of color, a healthy pink hue, returned to his pale cheeks. Momo was, without a doubt, the most potent energy source. The perfect catalyst. It worked, she whispered, a single tear rolling down her cheek. But it was not a tear of sadness. It was one of relief, of hope. The constant glow and the drastic change in the monitor's rhythm were what finally woke Inko Midoriya. Cinchuredo, she saw the sacrifice in their postures, the desperation on their faces, and the hope in the light that bound them. She saw 3 young women willing to abandon all dignity for the life of the boy who, in different ways, had changed theirs. The girls turned to look at her, their faces a mixture of guilt and defiance. It was Momo, the strategist, who spoke first, her voice trembling but clear. Inko-san, you've been here the whole time. You see it, don't you? It's working. We think the connection is stronger with the people he recorded in his quirk, the ones whose manuals he has read. Cinchuredo. Shame it all swirled in a vortex of panic. And then, a single image swept it all away. Her son in his crib, smiling at her. My baby. Who cares about people? Who cares about morality? He's my son. He's my life. If I have to crawl through Barado and face any danger to get him back, I will. With a resolve that would have impressed even All Might himself, Inko stood up. Her first action was not to approach the couch, but to walk to the room's door and turn the lock. A sharp, metallic click that gave them privacy from the outside world. Momo nodded seriously as she realized that, in all her brilliant logic, she had forgotten the simplest, most crucial detail: privacy. Inko turned and began to remove her outer layers. There was no haste in her motions, no hesitation. It was a solemn bravado, a ritual, a mother casting aside all her defenses to return to her most essential purpose, protecting her young. Her form, toned from months of training she had shared with him, was a vision of mature strength. Wow, Togo whispered with genuine admiration. So that's where the good genes come from. The mom is a goddess, too. What a family. Inko approached the bed. The 3 girls instinctively made room for her. Cinchuredo, it was infinitely tender, a kiss that asked for nothing and gave everything, a kiss that whispered, "I'm here, my child, come home." The union of the 4 created a complete circuit. Izuku's body became the epicenter of a silent explosion of light. The luminescence merged into a pure white, so bright the girls had to close their eyes. The light filled every corner of the room. The monitors went wild for an instant, their beeps merging into a single, sustained, healthy tone. The numbers stabilized completely in their normal ranges. Izuku's heart beat strong, rhythmic, alive. In the midst of the blinding light, Izuku Midoriya's eyelids fluttered. Slowly they opened. His gaze slowly scanned the scene. He saw Toga on his left, Ochako on his right, Momo near his legs, and his mother leaning over him. He saw the 4 young women gathered closely around him, connected to him by visible threads of pure energy that flowed in both directions, a circuit of life and sacrifice. 34. Chapter 34. Paradise and its earthly consequences. Consciousness returned to Izuku Midoriya not like a switch, but like a slow dawn in a misty world. First came the sound, a chorus of female voices that seemed to come from far away, muffled by emotion and a kind of celestial cotton. He's awake. Izuku, finally, you're back. Then came the sensation, an overwhelming warmth, a softness that enveloped him completely. It was like being submerged in a sea of warm clouds. He opened his eyelids, which felt heavy as lead, and a pure, white light blinded him. The world was a blur of soft shapes and pale colors. And then the avalanche. The relief in the voices transformed into unified action. The four women rushed him in a group hug, a chaotic knot of limbs, hair, and a gentle softness. His face sank into a warm place that smelled of flowers, hospital, and home. His hands, instinctively searching for something to hold, found themselves surrounded by a smooth fabric. A smile of pure, absolute comfort spread across his face. His eyes closed again, not from sleep, but from within. So this is it, Ibarato. The thought wasn't terrifying. It was a peaceful revelation. Ibarato, a hero, blocking that punch to save Yaoyorozu. And this is Valhalla. Wow, totally worth every broken bone. What a warm, welcoming place. This must be the ultimate reward. Thank you, universe. Really, thank you. He decided that if he was in paradise, he should enjoy it fully. He had to thank his guardian angels in the most sincere way possible. Surrounded by warmth and closeness, he felt deeply grateful. Without a shred of shame, Shinjuredo began to tend to it with reverential delight. They were like Momo's, but were they hers? What did it matter? In paradise, all Barato must be perfect. With a smile of total satisfaction, Izuku opened his eyes, ready to thank his celestial saviors for their Barato hospitality. His vision, still Barato blurry, first focused on the work of art before him. He traced the gentle curve of the form, admiring its craftsmanship. A masterpiece. He looked up, following the line of the neck, and met a pair of huge, teary, gray eyes that stared back at him with a mixture of joy and shock. Yaoyorozu, he thought, overjoyed. Wow, heaven recruits the best. Such good taste. I knew she was an angel. Then he heard a familiar sob to his left. He turned his head, his cheek brushing against another incredibly soft surface. Ochako Uraraka's face, inches from his, was bathed in tears of happiness. Uraraka, my partner, you're here too. Joy flooded him. This is the best afterlife in history. His two closest friends are here. His mind, finally clearing, began to make connections he had been missing. His sense of logic, rusted but not gone, sputtered back to life. Wait a minute. If they're here, does that mean they died too? The idea struck him with a pang of sadness. No, it can't be. They didn't deserve. And then another thought. The smell. Paradise shouldn't smell like antiseptic. Paradise shouldn't have the faint beep, beep of a heart monitor in the background. This is the hospital. Cold, deadly panic seized him. If he was in the hospital, it meant he was alive. And if he was alive, that meant his right hand. He looked at his other hand, the one still firmly holding something. Something wonderful, yes, but an earthly one. He followed the line of that Barato with his eyes. Shinjuredo, it became a Hieronymus Bosch painting, a nightmare of humiliation and taboo. The smile on his face froze, cracked, and shattered into a million pieces of existential horror. He let go of both targets as if 200 volts had been shot directly into his palms. And he screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain. It wasn't a scream of fear. It was the sound of a soul leaving its body out of pure, absolute shame. Izuku's sharp, piercing shriek broke the spell of relief that had enveloped the room. The four women recoiled from him as if they had touched a high-voltage wire. Chaos replaced the tears of joy. Shinjuredo, Shinjuredo, Shinjuredo. Ah ha ha ha. She cackled, unable to stop. Not even a minute back to life, and you're already staking your claim. Izuku-kun. That's my hero. Straight to the point. No beating around the bush. Izuku's scream and Toga's laughter turned the hospital room into the scene of a surreal farce. "Shut up, Toga!" Ochako yelled from under the sheet. "Oh, come on, zero gravity. You have to admit it was bold." Toga replied between laughs. "He gave you both a strong reaction. I saw it. I wasn't reacting to anything. I thought I was finished." Izuku defended himself, his voice an octave higher than normal as he tried to curl into a ball and sink into the mattress. The four women, now painfully aware of the awkward situation, scrambled to get dressed in the cramped space. "Where's my uniform?" Momo asked, her voice tense as she fumbled for her hero costume. "Try not to look at anyone." "That's my hoodie," Ochako said, peeking her head out from under the sheet to point at a pink garment on the floor. "Girls, please, a little order." Inko tried to mediate as she put her blouse on backwards and struggled to find her skirt. I can't look. I'm so embarrassed." "ID rather than Nomu had gotten me." Izuku groaned, his face buried in his hands. "Don't be so dramatic, Izuku-kun," Toga said, already dressed and standing nearby, watching the chaos with mischievous amusement. "It was a compliment. They like you. All of them. Especially your mom." "Toga." The other three shouted in unison. Finally, after several minutes of chaos, stumbling and stifled laughs, the room returned to a tense silence, thick with monumental embarrassment. Everyone was back in their seats. Izuku was still curled in a ball, refusing to look at anyone. The air was so thick you could cut it with one of Toga's knives. After a long, painful minute, Inko, as the responsible adult, and possibly the most mortified of all, was the first to speak. She sat in a chair, smoothed her skirt, and took a deep breath. "Izuku, honey," she said, her voice shaky but soft. "Look at me. We have to explain what happened." Slowly, Izuku turned his head, his face still the color of a stop sign. He saw his mother, Ochako, Momo, and Toga, all sitting, all avoiding his gaze. Momo, regaining a shred of her composure, tried to apply a logical framework to the most illogical event of her life. She cleared her throat. "Midoriya-kun, when you fell at the USJ, your vital signs were critical," she began, her voice precise and clinical, though her pink cheeks betrayed her. "The doctors weren't optimistic. Your heart was giving up." Toga-san, she had a theory. "A brilliant theory, if I may add," Toga interrupted with pride. Momo shot her a glare before continuing. "She postulated that if your quirk can transfer energy to us, the process might be reversible. A feedback loop, that we could transfer energy back to you through physical contact." Ochako nodded, keeping her composure. "We ran the test, and it worked, Deka-kun. The readings showed a clear response, but it was slow. We needed a stronger approach." Izuku listened, the concerned bravado slowly giving way to analytical comprehension. The engine of his brain was running at full throttle, processing the information. "I understand," he murmured, sitting up in bed. "So you weren't giving me your energy directly. We were creating a circuit. A loop." He looked at his own hands, as if seeing them for the first time. "My quirk, it didn't just pull information or push it out. It amplified it. It took your life force, refined it through me, and sent it back, creating a cycle that fed on itself and strengthened all of us. It's not coach, it's not enhancer." He paused, searching for the right word. Cinchuredo, the words caught in his throat. "I felt everything. Your relief, your joy, your kindness, all at once. I thought it was perfect." The honest and slightly embarrassing admission broke the last barrier of tension. Ochako let out a nervous giggle. Momo covered her bravado with her hand, but her eyes were smiling. Inko let out a sigh that was half relief, half exasperation. "So, technically," Toga said, with twisted logic and a shark-like grin, "it wasn't your fault. You were high on heavenly power and hormones. Any court would acquit you." "It's not funny, Toga," Izuku said, though a small smile crossed his face. The mood in the room shifted. Awkwardness faded into a new, unfamiliar closeness. They regarded each other in a new light. They were no longer just a mother, friends, and a protege. They were a unit, a team bound by an incredibly strange, powerful, and deeply embarrassing secret. Izuku leaned back against the pillow, his body still weak, but his mind clearer than ever. I'm connected to them. It's not just a theory, it's a fact. I can feel a trace of their presence inside me, even now. He closed his eyes, concentrating. Ochako is warmth and a loyalty that feels like an embrace. Momo is a brilliant logic and an unexpected pressure, like a diamond being formed. Toga is an electric and playful chaos, an unpredictable current. And my mom is the pillar that holds it all together. The original source. In their coach, their catalyst, and now they're my power source. We're a team. The weirdest, most unconventional, and potentially the most powerful team in the world. Just as this profound and revealing thought crossed his mind, the door to the room burst open without a knock. The lock Inko had set snapped with a metallic bravado. Young Midoriya, a familiar voice roared, full of a concern that had overcome all discretion. I couldn't wait any longer. I came to see you. All Might, in his imposing muscular form, stormed into the room. He stopped dead in the doorway. His heroic smile froze. His gaze swept over the scene. His young prodigy, sitting up in bravado, pale but alive, and surrounding him, as if they were his personal Valkyries, the 4 women in his life. The air still vibrated with a strange energy, a charged tension that the symbol of peace could not comprehend at all. All Might's face went from concern to shock, and from there to a poem of absolute and utter confusion. Silence fell on the room once more, this time more awkward than ever. 35. Chapter 35. The assimilation protocol. The silence that followed All Might's entrance into the hospital room was so thick it could have been created by Momo's quirk. The symbol of peace stood frozen in the doorway, his iconic smile fixed on his face, but his eyes, normally twin beacons of hope, were now 2 abysses of complete confusion. His hero brain, trained to process threats at the speed of light, completely short-circuited at the scene before him. His young student, Izuku Midoriya, was awake, sitting up in his room, pale but undeniably alive, and gathered closely around him, like a loyal honor guard, were the 4 most important women in his life. They were all fully dressed, and the room had a tense but caring atmosphere as they watched over him with concern. An intimacy and emotional exhaustion so palpable that All Might felt as if he had walked into a secret meeting in the middle of a life-or-death decision. The gazes of all 5 people locked onto him, a mixture of relief, surprise, and a monumental panic they failed to hide. Young Midoriya, All Might's voice boomed, a thunderclap trying to sound casual and failing spectacularly. I'm glad to see you awake. This is wonderful news. But am I interrupting something? The atmosphere in here is thicker than the smoke after one of young Bakugo's explosions. The quintet jumped. Panic, an old acquaintance, returned with the force of a hurricane. Ochako shrank in her chair. Momo sat up with a stiffness that betrayed her nervousness, and Inko brought a hand to her chest, her heart racing. Izuku, however, felt the engine of his coach brain roar to life. Panic was replaced by the cold logic of survival. We can't tell him the truth. Impossible. Hey, All Might, it turns out my quirk is activated by direct physical contact, and we had to form an emergency group to save my life. Yeah, that would sound really heroic. All Might Sensei. It was Momo who reacted first, standing with a dignity that was struggling not to crumble. Her voice, though a bit higher than usual, was a pillar of logic in the midst of the chaos. It's not what it looks like. We were performing an emotional attunement stabilization protocol. It's a psychological support technique that uses proximity and shared narrative to stabilize a patient's vital energy in a critical state. The concentration of moral support is essential for recovery. All Might blinked, his great hero brain trying to process the torrent of jargon. An attunement protocol? Yep, Toga exclaimed, popping up from behind Momo with a mischievous and sabotaging grin. We were telling him embarrassing stories, so Head won't wake up just to shut us up. And it worked. It's emotional shock therapy. Very effective. Ochako, desperately searching for something to say, nodded vigorously. Lots of moral support. We were cheering him on. As a group, Inko, seeing that the girl's excuses were only making things worse, decided to take control with the undeniable authority of a matriarch. She stood, approached All Might, and her expression was not one of panic, but of a fierce, protective calm. "My son almost died, All Might," she said, her voice quiet but with an edge of steel. His team and his mother made sure he didn't give up. We were here for him, giving him our strength and our will to live. I don't think we need any further explanation. A mother's logic was irrefutable. All Might, the man who could topple buildings with a single punch, felt completely outmatched. "No, of course, Midoriya-san," he stammered, scratching the back of his neck, a strangely human gesture in his muscular form. "I get it. Extreme family support. It's admirable. I'm glad young Midoriya has such a close support system." As he retreated slowly, muttering to himself about the strange encouragement techniques of today's youth, his gaze drifted for a moment to the blonde girl with the sharp smile. She looked vaguely familiar, a strange sense of déjà vu he couldn't quite place. Utterly confused, but not daring to question a mother with that look in her eyes, he closed the door. The quintet let out a collective sigh of relief. Just then, a friendly, middle-aged nurse entered the room for her rounds. "Well, looks like we have a party in here." She smiled upon seeing Izuku awake. "I'm so glad to see you doing so well, young man. Your vitals have shown a miraculous improvement." As the nurse was working, a soft knock sounded at the door. "Midoriya? It's Detective Tsukauchi. May Director Nizu and I come in?" Everyone's blood ran cold. Toga's smile vanished. "Toga," Izuku whispered urgently. "Quick!" With the silent agility of a cat, Toga slipped out of her chair and, before the nurse could even react to the new visitors, hid in the room's small bathroom, closing the door without a sound. The nurse finished her checkup, cast a curious glance at the bathroom door, and said her goodbyes just as Detective Tsukauchi and Director Nizu entered. Reality had come knocking again. Aizawa and 13 are out of danger, but their recovery will be long, Nizu reported, his calm voice contrasting with the gravity of his words. "The attack was a major blow to UES reputation, but we will not be broken." Tsukauchi turned to Ochako, his tone professional but not without compassion. "Uraraka-san, the prosecutor's office has reviewed your case. Given the extreme circumstances and your state of shock, no criminal charges will be filed. However," his voice hardened slightly, "mandatory psychological therapy has been ordered, and a permanent note regarding the use of lethal force will be entered into your hero file." Ochako nodded, not looking at him. The words therapy and file settled on her shoulders like an invisible weight. She had saved her friends, but a part of her future had been forever darkened. As for the League of Villains, Nizu continued, his black eyes shining with a calculating intelligence. "They are a real threat. This was a declaration of war. And for that very reason, the UA Sports Festival will be held as scheduled. It will be a demonstration to the world that we are not afraid, that the next generation of heroes is stronger than ever." As the director spoke, Izuku felt something new. It wasn't a thought. It was a background vibration, a low, persistent frequency in his own mind. It was Ochako's anxiety. He didn't hear it, he didn't see it, but he felt it like an undercurrent in his own nervous system. The connection, he thought, it's not something that activates anymore. It's a constant part of me now. When they were alone again, the atmosphere shifted. There was no more panic, only intense curiosity and a new intimacy. It was Izuku who broke the silence. "I feel different," he said, stretching his legs on the mattress with surprising ease. He flexed the fingers of his right arm, the one that had been badly broken in the attack. It was only a dull memory, and the skin beneath the wrapping felt oddly warm and renewed. Not just healed, upgraded. The four women looked at him, expectant. Toga slipped quietly out of the bathroom. "I think I know what happened," he continued, his green eyes shining with the light of a discovery. "When you saved me, when you created that circuit, my quirk didn't just take your energy. It did something more. It made a copy of the foundation of your quirks, and it installed it in me, permanently. Now, The fundamentals of your powers are part of my biology. He turned to Momo, his voice filled with awe. Yaoyorozu, the wound on my arm, it's almost healed. The doctors said it would take weeks to close. My cellular regeneration ability is much faster now. It's because my body assimilated the concept of your creation quirk, your mastery over matter at a molecular level. It's like my cells learned how to repair themselves more efficiently. Then he looked at Ochako and stood up on the bed with an agility that should have been impossible for someone who had just woken from a coma. His balance was perfect like a tightrope walker's. Uraraka, I feel incredibly light. My balance is perfect. It's not that I weigh less, it's that my body understands gravity in a new way. I assimilated the foundation of your zero gravity, giving me a bodily control, a proprioception, far superior to what I had. Finally, his gaze fell on Toga, who was watching him with a fascinated smile. And Toga, my reflexes, they're faster. It's like my muscles know what to do before I do. It's because of your transform quirk. I can't change my shape, but I assimilated your mimicry ability, applying it to my own muscle memory. It's like my body can imitate and perfect movements at an incredible speed. An astonished silence filled the room. The implication of his words was monumental. And best of all, Izuku said, his voice now a whisper charged with emotion, is that these upgrades are passive, but not static. The circuit we created, it's still there, dormant. As you all get stronger, more skilled with your quirks, my assimilated upgrades will get stronger too. Your growth will fuel mine. And my growth, when I boost you, will fuel yours. We feed each other. It's a symbiosis, Momo murmured, her logical mind marveling at the elegance of the concept. A positive feedback loop. The potential is exponential. And that brings me to you, Mom, Izuku said, his tone full of reverent awe as he turned to Inko. Your quirk, your control over vectors, I assimilated that too. It was the final piece, the one that connected everything. Izuku took a deep breath, like a professor about to reveal the theory of everything. I saw your manual. Again, but this time it was different. It reflected my own. Quirk analysis. Evolve coach mode, quirk name. Minor inheritance user. Ainkeo Midoriya linked heritage. Generation of a telekinetic vector from the user's center of mass. Its primary limitation is a self-imposed mental barrier, now significantly weakened by training and willpower. Assimilation Midoriya. Ainkeo Biovector Control. Permanent upgrade. Assimilated foundation. The conceptual mastery over vectors of attraction and repulsion. Passive upgrade for Izuku. The assimilation grants him permanent, optimized control over his own Bodis internal vectors. Perfect proprioception and balance. Absolute awareness of his body in space. A product of the synergy with Ochako's quirk and enhanced by vector control. Explosive strength and speed. The ability to control the vectors of his own muscle fibers. The pull and push of contraction for maximum efficiency and power. His physical strength is no longer based on muscle alone. Centuredo, simultaneous control of a telekinetic swarm of up to 15 objects, allowing for coordinated attacks or complex defenses. Vector propulsion, inverting the vector of attraction on herself to perform enhanced jumps, dodges, and bursts of movement, using nearby objects as telekinetic push points. Suggested evolutionary path. Phase 1. Find control multitasking exercises with complex patterns, making objects orbit, create spirals, move in nonlinear trajectories. Phase 2. Practical repulsion, practicing the act of pushing or deflecting light projectiles thrown at her to develop defensive reflexes. Your power isn't just moving things, Mom, Izuku explained, his eyes shining. It's controlling direction. Vectors. By assimilating that, my body can now control the vectors of my own muscles. Every contraction, every movement is now perfectly efficient. That's why I feel stronger, faster. It's your power inside of me. Inko looked at him, her eyes filled with tears of astonishment and pride. The idea that her small and useless quirk was the key to her son's new strength was overwhelming. It was Toga who, as always, broke the solemn moment with the question they were all thinking. She leaned back on the bed, a sly smile on her lips. Hold on, she said, raising a finger. In processing, all this stuff about symbiosis, permanent upgrades, and deluxe manuals is fantastic. But, Centuredo, the passive connection, gives me a constant read on your general status. That's why I felt Uraraka's anxiety. But to actively boost your quirks to Barato and evolution and see the full manual, yeah. The close physical link, the direct contact with each person's power source, is still the strongest catalyst. A silence, and then a peal of laughter. Imin, Toga exclaimed, sitting up again. This is without a doubt the best training plan in history. The hospital room, which had been a stage for tragedy and desperation, was filled with a new kind of energy. It was the energy of complicity, of shared ambition. Inko, with a new determination in her eyes, took Izuku's hand. Then the training continues, she said, her voice firm. For all of us. Toga summed up the situation with her own particular twisted logic. Let me see if I've got this straight, she said, looking at each of them with a sly grin. For all of us to become superpowered goddesses, capable of rewriting the laws of physics and biology, and for you, Izuku-kun, to become the #1 hero who can defeat anyone, you have to, occasionally, give us a gentle Barato. The audacity of the request, and the undeniable truth it contained, broke the last of the tension. Ochako let out a nervous giggle. Momo covered her mouth to hide her smile, and Inko just shook her head with amused resignation. Definitely the best training plan in history. Toga concluded with an air of triumph. I'm signing up for life. Izuku, blushing to the roots of his hair but with a genuine smile on his Barato, looked at his team, his strange, dysfunctional, and now terrifyingly powerful family. She's right, he thought, feeling the warmth of their hands, the vibration of their presence. It's the most outrageous and brilliant plan in the world. And with it, we're going to show everyone what we're capable of. This isn't just about my dreams anymore. Now it's about ours. 36. Chapter 36. Room 302 at the nurse's station in the intensive care unit of Mizudafu General Hospital. The previous night's silence was only broken by the soft hum of equipment and the rhythmic beeping of monitors watching over the fragile lives that hung by a thread. Dr. Kenji Ito, a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a patience forged in 36-hour shifts, was making his rounds. His rubber shoes slid silently across the polished linoleum as his eyes scanned the screens, checking the data with routine efficiency. He stopped, his brow, usually a line of calm concentration, furrowed in an expression of pure disbelief. There was a monitor that made no sense. The one for room 302. The patient, Izuku Midoriya. The system had him marked with a flashing red alert, palliative care. A clinical euphemism for beyond saving. The boy had arrived with multi-organ failure, fractures that looked like a shattered road map, and severe head trauma. They had done everything possible, but his vital signs had been plummeting for hours. But now they were rising. What on earth? He muttered to himself, moving closer to the screen. It wasn't an erratic spike. It was a slow, steady, almost defiant climb. His Barato pressure, which had been dangerously low, was normalizing. His heart rate, which had been a faint whisper, gained strength with each beep. It was medically impossible. It was like watching a dead flower come back to life in real time. Alarmed, his scientific curiosity piqued, Dr. Ito headed for room 302. The protocol was clear: unrestricted access to critically ill patients. Centuredo's silence. Not a murmur. He knew who was inside. The boy's mother, Inko Midoriya, and 2 of his classmates. He had seen them enter hours ago, their faces pale and their eyes red-rimmed. The thought of calling security and causing a scene with UA students, especially after the media nightmare of the attack, made his stomach churn. He made a decision. He pulled out his personal phone and made a confidential call, one he had hoped he would never have to make. 10 minutes later, the quiet hallway witnessed a surreal meeting. Principal Nizu, with his unsettling calm, and a haggard Tashinori Yagi in his skeletal form, appeared like ghosts. Their faces were two masks of grim concern. Dr. Ito, thank you for your discretion, Nizu said, his voice soft but carrying a weight that demanded attention. Principal All Might, the doctor greeted them with a nod, showing them a tablet with his Zucus vitals. Look at this. 3 hours ago, his organs were in a cascading failure. We were preparing for the worst. And now his vitals aren't just stabilizing. They're improving. It defies all medical logic. There is no machine connected to him that could do this. It's as if his body is rebooting from the inside. The doctor lowered the tablet. Cinchuredo, we have to get in. Maybe Recovery Girl can boost the effect. He was about to take a step toward the door, his instincts screaming at him to act, when Nizu's hand landed on his arm, stopping him cold. Stop, Tashinori, Nizu said with glacial calm. Think, an impossible recovery, 3 people very close to him, a locked door. Don't you see? Whatever is happening in there is not a miracle. It's a quirk phenomenon, a very personal one. We are not going to barge in as if they were criminals in their most desperate moment. Nizu turned to the doctor, his black eyes, normally kind, now as hard as steel. Dr. Ito, listen to me very carefully. This event, from this moment on, will be classified as an unidentified quirk anomaly. All records from tonight, all fluctuations on the monitors, will be sealed under my direct authority. Assign a new nurse to the morning shift, one who only knows that the patient is recovering from serious injuries. No one is to know he was on the verge of death. No one. The principal looked at the closed door, and for an instant, a look of deep empathy softened his features. Let's give these young people their privacy. Their sacrifice and desperation will not be turned into a laboratory spectacle. Whatever they are doing in there to save him, it is theirs, and we will protect it. Dr. Ito, a man of science, was faced with an order that defied all of his protocols. But in the UA principal's eyes, he saw a deeper logic, one that protected not just bodies, but souls. He nodded slowly. Understood, principal. The event never happened. The secret of room 302 was sealed in the silence of the night. At the other end of the city, in a rundown bar that smelled of stale alcohol and broken dreams, the atmosphere was one of fury and frustration. Tamura Shigaraki scratched his neck with a childish savagery, leaving red furrows on his pale skin. We failed, Sensei. We failed spectacularly. He shrieked, his voice as scratchy as sandpaper. He was addressing an old flat-screen TV hanging on the wall, showing only static. Kirojiri, polishing a glass behind the bar with imperturbable calm, tried to reason. Tamura Shigaraki, the mission had setbacks, but we gathered valuable data. Shut up, Kirojiri. You don't get it. Those brats. His voice jumped a couple of octaves, becoming a high-pitched wail. Their quirks were stronger than the reports said. Much stronger. The Gravity Girl became an unstoppable Barado in combat. She tore pillars out of the ground like they were daisies. And the one with the ponytail just kept creating complex weapons, shields, everything, like she had an infinite arsenal. They humiliated us. A bunch of kids made us look like fools. The static on the TV flickered, and a deep, calm, and terribly cold voice filled the room. It wasn't a voice coming from the speakers. It seemed to emanate from the air itself, a disembodied presence. Calm yourself, Tamura. Your anger is a luxury you cannot afford. The individual strength of a few children is irrelevant. Shigaraki froze, his hands stopping at his neck. His master's voice always had that effect. It was the only authority he recognized. But, master, they analyzed the failure. Tamura, don't wallow in it. All for One's voice continued, analytical and devoid of emotion. 2 different quirks, pushed beyond their known limits. In the same place at the same time, it's not a coincidence. It's a pattern. It's something strange. Interesting. There was a pause, as if the being on the other end was processing thousands of variables. Your mistake wasn't underestimating their power. Your mistake was underestimating their synergy. You found something, Tamura. Something that could be a key piece on a game board. But your mob of thugs was useless against them. They broke at the first sign of real coordination. You need allies, not pawns. Allies? Shigaraki asked, his interest piqued. Recruit, the voice commanded, with a finality that brooked no argument. Look for those with conviction, not just strength. Those whom the world of heroes has scorned, has broken. Those whose hatred burns with a purpose. The hero hunter, staying his ideology, though crude, connects with the popular discontent. He could be useful to us. His fame will attract others like him. Go, speak with him. Shigaraki's mission changed in that instant. It was no longer just about chaos. Now it was about building. Understood, sir, he said, a twisted smile full of a new malice spreading across his face. They'll go hunting, but not for heroes. For monsters. 37. Chapter 37. Old Legends and New Shields. All Might's office at UA was a sanctuary of silence and memories. At night, without the bustling energy of the students, it became a dimly lit cave, lit only by the silver glow of the moon filtering through the enormous windows. Tashinori Yagi, in his skeletal form, seemed like just another silhouette, a frail form seated behind a desk far too large for him. The weight of the world, which he normally carried on his muscular shoulders, now seemed to crush his very bone structure. With a slow, deliberate gesture, he picked up an old rotary phone, an anachronism in this age of technology, and dialed a number he knew by heart. The phone rang once, twice, 3 times. Finally, a gruff voice, sharp as a knife, answered on the other end. This had better be important, Tashinori. I was in the middle of an excellent dream about taiyaki, and they were the good kind, with the perfect red bean filling. Tashinori let out a sigh that seemed to carry away some of his exhaustion. Hello, master. I'm sorry to bother you. I need to talk. You haven't called me just to chat since Nana died. Gran Torino's voice replied, without a hint of softness. So spit it out. It's about the attack on UA, isn't it? I saw it on the news. A disaster. Hope none of your brats got too hurt. It was worse than a disaster, master. It was a massacre, narrowly avoided, Tashinori said, his voice a hoarse whisper. The villains were brutal. They were outnumbered and outmatched. Aizawa and 13 went down. They were lost. He paused, the memory of the scene at the USJ still fresh and painful. But then something happened. 2 of my students, Uraraka and Yayorozu, displayed a power and coordination that were extraordinary. They fought with incredible ferocity and intelligence. They held off dozens of villains on their own. Oh yeah? Sounds like you got a good crop this year, Gran Torino commented, a hint of interest in his voice. Good isn't the word for it, Tashinori continued, his tone shifting, filling with a reverent awe. One of the boys, young Midoriya, his injuries were fatal. The doctors had given up on him, and then, somehow he recovered. A miraculous recovery, they called it. Miracle dont existe, Toshinori. Only quirks we don't understand. I know. And, at the center of it all, there he was, young Midoriya, a boy who, until recently, I believed had a minor, almost useless quirk. But I saw him, Sorahiko. I saw him organizing them from a hospital gurney. I saw him sacrifice himself without hesitation to protect his classmate. I saw the loyalty he inspires. He has the spirit of a true hero, the greatest heart I've seen in a generation. Greater even than mine when I met you. Gran Torino was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was more serious. You talk about him with a special kind of fire. Sounds like you finally found your successor. It's about time. Tashinori's tone turned bitter, heavy with the weight of an unbearable frustration. That's the hell I'm in, master, he confessed, his voice breaking slightly. I can't. The boy, he already has a quirk. One he was born with. One for all can't be transferred to a vessel that is already full. It would be like trying to pour an ocean into a glass of water. It would destroy him. I have found the perfect candidate, the only one I see as worthy of inheriting Nana's legacy, and he's ineligible. Fate is laughing at me. It has shown me the purest hero I have ever known and told me I cannot give him the power to change the world. The silence on the other end of the line was long and heavy, filled with the shared history of 2 men who had seen too much. Gran Torino, for the first time in a long while, didn't have a quick answer. He could only process his former student's cruel dilemma. Dagoba Beach at sunset was their private dojo. The setting sun painted the sky in oranges and violets, and the sea breeze was cool and salty. Izuku was no longer just another participant in the training. He was, unequivocally, the coach. He stood before Inko, his posture relaxed but his gaze focused, while Ochako, Momo, and Toga watched from a safe distance, sitting on an old tire. "All right, Mom. Today we're going to work on Phase 2 of your manual. The Vector Shield," Izuku said, his voice clear and patient over the murmur of the waves. "You've already mastered attraction. Pulling objects toward you has become almost a reflex. Now we're going to learn to push. It's not about moving an object, but about projecting your power outward like an invisible wall of force." Inko wrung her hands, her expression a mixture of nervous determination. "But Izuku, I've never pushed anything in my life. My instinct is always to pull things toward me, to protect them, to protect you," she confessed, her voice trembling slightly. Izuku gave her a patient smile, one that conveyed absolute confidence in her. "I know, and it's a wonderful instinct. It's what makes you who you are. But to truly protect, sometimes you have to keep danger at bay. Don't think of it as pushing. Think of it as repelling, like planting your feet and telling the world, this is as far as you go." The training began. The plan was simple. Ochako, using her quirk with a finesse she had perfected in recent weeks, gently floated beach balls toward Inko. Inko's goal was to use her power to repel them before they touched her. She failed, again and again. The first ball floated toward her. Inko held out a hand, her face a mask of concentration. But at the last second, her maternal instinct won the battle. Instead of repelling it, she attracted it, and the ball hit her gently in the chest. "Ack," she complained in frustration. "I'm sorry, Ohako-chan. It's okay, Inko-san." Again, the girl encouraged with a smile. The second ball floated over. Inko gritted her teeth. Repel, repel, but again, at the final moment, her quirk did what it had been doing for 40 years. It pulled. The ball landed in her arms. After the 10th attempt, Inko dropped her arms to her sides, defeated. "I can't do it. It's useless. My brain is wired backward. Every time something comes at me, all I can think about is pulling it in to control it. It's like trying to unlearn how to breathe." Toga, who had been watching the scene with playful boredom, jumped to her feet. "Let me see, Centurato. I ain't KWSCN. Reject it with all your might." Inko stared at her with a mixture of horror and amusement. Ochako and Momo burst out laughing. Toga's absurd intervention broke the tension in Inko's mental block. For a moment, she forgot her frustration and laughed with them. Izuku smiled. This was the moment. He approached his mother. "Your mind is fighting your instinct," he said softly, his tone now serious and focused. "Theory isn't enough. I need to guide you, to help you feel the correct flow of energy, to recalibrate your instinct." Inko looked at him. She already knew what he meant. There was no shame in her gaze, only the determination of a mother who wanted to be stronger to protect her son and his strange new friends. She nodded silently. "Do what you have to do." Izuku moved behind her, into his familiar coaching stance. His hands rested on her hips to steady her, the gesture of an instructor, but also that of a son. Inko closed her eyes, preparing herself. Izuku leaned in and spoke quietly, so only she could hear, his tone focused and serious as he gave her guidance for the exercise. "Don't think about the ball. Don't think about the physics. Don't think about pushing or repelling," he told her, his breath brushing against her ear. "Close your eyes. Go back to the hospital room. Go back to the moment you saw me open my eyes. I need you to remember how you felt. That mix of infinite relief and protective fury. That feeling of no one will ever touch my son again." Inko felt a familiar warmth spreading from the points of contact where Izuku's hands rested. The calm he transmitted to her silenced the frustration in her mind and allowed her to focus on her heart. "Take that emotion, Mom," Izuku continued, his voice a guide in her darkness. "That lioness fury, that mother's love that is stronger than any quirk, and project it. Don't create a shield of Barato. Create a shield of love. Show the world that there is nothing Barato powerful." Izuku's words sank deep within her. The image of her son, hurt and struggling on that gurney, formed in her mind with painful clarity. The fear, the helplessness, and then the rage. A pure, primal rage, aimed at anyone who would dare harm her baby. "Momo, now," Izuku ordered without raising his voice. Momo, who was already prepared, nodded. The skin on her arm glowed, and from it emerged a small, metallic, and aerodynamic practice drone. With a gesture, she sent it flying at high speed directly toward Inko. Inko didn't flinch. With her eyes still closed, she raised a hand. There was no grand gesture, no cry of effort, just absolute calm. Her face was serene, but inside her burned the fire of a mother protecting her young. An instant before the drone hit her, a distortion in the air, like the heat haze on a hot day, appeared in front of her outstretched palm. It was almost invisible, a ripple in reality. The drone collided with the barrier. There was no explosion, but a dull thud and a flash of dissipated kinetic energy. The drone was violently repelled, as if it had hit an invisible concrete wall, and it slammed into the sand several meters away, a crumpled mess of metal and plastic. Silence. Inko opened her eyes. She looked at her hand, held out in the air, stunned. Then she looked at the shattered drone in the sand. She had done it. Ochako, Momo, and Toga burst into cheers and applause. "She did it! Ainkosien, that was amazing!" Ochako shouted, jumping with joy. A perfect manifestation of a telekinetic force shield. The efficiency was 100%. Momo analyzed, impressed. "Yeah, Mama Midoriya. Nobody messes with the boss." Toga roared, brandishing her knife in celebration. Izuku stepped back, letting his mother enjoy her moment. He watched her look at her own hand with a newfound sense of power, a smile of wonder and triumph illuminating her face. She did it, Izuku thought, a wave of pride washing over him. The greatest power doesn't come from physical training, or from logic, or even from instinct. It comes from the will of the heart. My team is getting scarier every day. He looked at the sun sinking below the horizon, casting Inko's long shadow across the sand. The shadow of a new, formidable protector. And this, he thought with a smile, is only the beginning. 38, Chapter 38. Visible spectrum. A week after the attack, the UA auditorium was a sea of tense silence. Class 1A, seated in the red velvet chairs, no longer looked like a group of enthusiastic teenagers. Their faces were somber, their postures rigid. They had seen hell, and the experience had aged them. On stage, under an austere light, Principal Nizu addressed them. His small figure emanated an immense authority. "As you know, UA has resumed its activities," he began, his voice calm but firm. "Security has been reinforced to unprecedented levels. A breach like the one at the USJ will not happen again. I personally guarantee it." Beside him, Detective Tsukachi stepped forward, his face tired and his trench coat wrinkled. He held a tablet with an air of professional gravity. "We have been investigating the organization that calls itself the League of Villains," he said, his voice filling the auditorium. "The two individuals who led the attack, the ones who identified themselves as Tamura Shigaraki and Kurogiri, are ghosts. They don't exist in any database. There are no birth certificates, no academic records, not even a traffic ticket. They are aliases, identities created to operate in the shadows. This tells us we are not dealing with simple criminals, but with an organization that has resources, intelligence, and a purpose we do not yet fully understand." The detective looked up from the tablet, his eyes scanning each of the students. "We have no leads on their whereabouts or their true identities. You must consider them an active and highly dangerous threat. Be on alert at all times, both on and off campus." A murmur of unease swept through the hall. The threat wasn't a distant nightmare. It was a shadow that now loomed over them. Then, a metallic screech caught their attention. Screech. Shota Aizawa, wrapped in bandages like a mummy and seated in a wheelchair, pushed himself toward the center of the stage. His eyes, barely visible between the gauze, were fixed on his students. "You survived a real battle," he said in his dry, monotone voice, which was somehow more impactful than any shout. "Don't waste the experience. Every scar, every moment of panic, is a lesson you can't learn in a classroom. But don't let fear paralyze you. He paused, letting his words sink in. The sports festival is still on. More than ever, the world will be watching us. They'll want to see if UA is weak, if its future heroes are scared. Show them why messing with us was the worst mistake of their pathetic lives. The speech wasn't inspiring. It was a challenge. A harsh, direct order that ignited a spark of defiance in the heart of every student. They weren't just victims. They were survivors, and they were ready to fight. The atmosphere in the UA hallways after classes was heavy. The serious speeches, the police presence, and the fresh memory of the attack had left a patina of tension over the school routine. Toru Hagakure, with her cheerful and optimistic personality, felt like she was suffocating in it. Ugh, what a depressing day, she thought to herself, leaning invisibly against the wall of a little-used side corridor. Villains, detectives, serious speeches about duty, I need some fun. This place is more wound up than All Might spandex. Okay, plan of action. The next person who walks down this lonely hallway is going to get the scare of their life. We need to lighten the mood. Operation Adorable Scare is a go. The sacrificial lamb didn't take long to appear. Izuku Midoriya was walking down the hall, head down, and completely absorbed in his analysis notebook, muttering to himself about the possible applications of thermodynamics in Boruto quirks. He was using a shortcut he had discovered, one that would save him a few minutes to get to his training Boruto sooner. He was the perfect target. Toru smiled to herself, a smile no one could see. She positioned herself in the center of the hallway. Her plan was elegantly simple. She waited, holding her breath, feeling the playful adrenaline build. He was getting closer a little more. He was almost next to her. She braced herself, took a breath, and BOO. The shout was sharp and sudden. But Izuku's reaction was not that of a normal person. He didn't just flinch or let out a frightened squeal. His new reflexes, assimilated from Toga and perfected by his biovectorial control, didn't distinguish between a prank and a deadly attack. His form went into combat mode before his brain could process the sound. In a fraction of a second, he spun on his heels, bent his knees, and leaped backward in an evasive move of impressive fluidity, a defensive pirouette that would have made his own teacher, Aizawa, proud. The problem was the power. His reaction was so explosive that he lost his balance in midair. Toru, meanwhile, stood frozen in place, completely stunned. What kind of person reacted to a simple boo? As if a grenade had been thrown at them? Izuku fell backward, his arms flailing through the air in a desperate search for something solid to catch himself on. And his hands found the floor just in time to brace his clumsy landing. He clung to them with the strength of a drowning man. For a fleeting instant, his hands registered a sudden, unexpected contact. Wham! His back hit the floor, and the weight of Toru fell directly Boruto of him. The contact was total. Firm, skin to skin. In the instant of impact, Izuku's quirk activated at full power. A torrent of data, a tsunami of information about light refraction, photonic manipulation, and particle physics flooded his brain, leaving him completely dazed on the hallway floor. The intrusion of Izuku's quirk into Taurus was like a power surge in a delicate system. Her invisibility, which had been a constant in her life, flickered. Once, twice, like a faulty light bulb about to burn out. And then, with a final sizzle that only she could feel, it went out. Beezthi, Centurato, a messy whirlwind of vibrant green with pink streaks, fell across her face. But she didn't know it yet. She was Boruto worried about the fall and her classmates' ridiculous reaction. Hey, what an overreaction, she complained, trying to sit up. Are you okay? You almost ruined my art project. She stopped cold, her complaint Boruto in her throat as she realized where his hands were, still clamped firmly to her shoulders. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, his mind still swimming in an ocean of data about photons and wavelengths. He saw a face he didn't know, a pretty girl, with greenish hair and beautiful sky-blue eyes that were now looking at him with a mixture of annoyance and concern. His gaze lowered. He saw his own hands, and he saw what they were attached to. He was about to let out a scream of apology when he realized the impossible. He could see her. Cincheredo, what? Did you hit your head? What are you talking about? She followed the direction of his gaze, confused. She looked down at her own Barado. She saw skin. She saw hair. She saw the color. She saw herself. Reality didn't hit her. It Barado her. The shockwave of understanding left her breathless. She wasn't invisible. He was seeing her, completely exposed. And his first comment had caught her completely off guard. Her reaction was a shriek that could have Barado the reinforced glass of UAHHH. You can see me. You're looking at me. What did you do to me? You creep. Total chaos took over the hallway. Toru shot to her feet, now trembling with hysteria and shame. She panicked and waved her arms in distress, a gesture as futile as trying to stop a tsunami with an umbrella. My quirk. It's not working. I don't know how to turn it on. Give me back my invisibility right now. Izuku, also panicking, scrambled to his feet. Survival overrode shame. He hastily pulled off his UA uniform jacket and threw it to her. Cover yourself. You didn't do anything, I swear. It was an accident. You fell, we made contact, and suddenly I could read your manual, trying to calm her down. And while avoiding looking directly at her, now barely covered by his jacket, he began to frantically recite what he had seen in his mind, his trainer mode activating as a defense mechanism. Your power isn't just invisibility. It's so much more. It's light manipulation at a photonic level. You could create flashes to blind your opponents. You could refract light around you to create mirages. Even distort your silhouette to appear larger or smaller. Your potential is incredible. You could be the ultimate stealth hero. Toru, who was still hyperventilating from shame, stopped. Her sobs caught in her throat. In the midst of the most humiliating moment of her life, Cincheredo tears of panic and shame streaming down her cheeks. No, I didn't break it. Izuku hurried to say, waving his hands. I just rebooted the system. I can help you. I know how to train it. It's my quirk, I told you. It's called Trainer. Toru froze. Her sobs ceased. The word hung in the hallway air, charged with a new and terrible implication. She processed the information, the name of the quirk, the fact that he had used it on her, the general school knowledge about the nature of Izuku's power. She looked at Izuku, wrapped in his jacket, her sky-blue eyes wide with a new kind of horror. Wait, Trainer, she said softly, her voice barely a thread. Like for training animals? She looked at herself, uncertain, and then back at him, her mind connecting the dots. Am I supposed to be some kind of assistant? 39. Chapter 39. A manual for a visible girl. Toru's question. Am I a dog? Hit Izuku like a gut punch. He froze, processing the terrible and perfectly logical implication of his quirk's name. The horror on his face was so absolute that, for a moment, he forgot his own shame. No, of course not, he exclaimed, his voice a frantic squeak as he waved his hands wildly, as if trying to bat the idea out of the air. I swear, Hagakure-san, the name is stupid. I know, they gave it to me as a kid because the only thing I could do was make the neighbor's dog sit. It works on people. It analyzes human potential. It doesn't treat you like an animal. Please don't think that. His denial was so sincere, so abjectly desperate, that it broke through Toru's hysteria. She was still on the verge of tears, her body trembling inside his jacket, but a shaky laugh, a little broken and completely out of place, escaped her lips. It was the sound of the situation's sheer absurdity winning out over panic. So, she said, between a sob and a laugh, I don't have to sit and give you my paw to get my invisibility back. It was a dark joke, born from the deepest humiliation, but it was the first step of her cheerful, optimistic personality re-emerging. Izuku, immensely relieved that she wasn't screaming or trying to hit him, allowed himself a nervous laugh that sounded more like a squawk. No, unless you want to. I want Judge. For an instant, the tension broke. They looked at each other, she wrapped in his oversized jacket, he with his face still the color of a stop sign. They were just two teenagers trapped in the most ridiculously impossible situation they could have ever imagined. And just as a strange calm seemed about to settle, a sound froze the blood in their veins. The sound of footsteps. They weren't the hurried steps of a student. They were rhythmic, heavy, deliberate. Regulation boots walking down the main corridor that connected to theirs. A teacher on patrol. Or worse, Aizawa, whose expert hearing could detect the slightest anomaly. The panic returned, but this time it was a shared panic, Senchuredo. Searching for an escape, a solution. And he saw it. A dark, deep niche in the wall, designed to hold a fire extinguisher. "Quick, in here! Now!" he hissed, gently grabbing her arm. He pushed her unceremoniously into the small, dark space. It was tiny. To fit inside without being seen from the hall, Senchuredo sharp hisses of air, the sound dangerously loud in the silent hallway. Izuku reacted on pure instinct. To keep her quiet, he covered her barato with one hand and held her steady against the wall with his other arm, bracing himself. They were trapped together, unable to move without drawing attention. Senchuredo, a tense reminder of how close they had just been. That was close, Toru whispered, still shaking from the ordeal. "Thank you." Batemim still visible. "Why? What did you do exactly?" It was the perfect moment for an explanation. "I think my quirk, when it read yours, it interrupted something," Izuku explained, his own voice a hoarse whisper. "Like it forced the system reboot, and now your brain doesn't know how to turn it back on. Like you've forgotten how." He hesitated for a moment. "My quirk has two ways of reading people." Toru remained silent, her panic replaced by intense curiosity. "Normally," he continued, his voice dropping even lower, as if confessing a sin, "if I had just taken your hand or touched your shoulder, I would have gotten a basic reading. Pure theory. The instruction manual, but with no pictures. It wouldn't have been enough to cause this." He swallowed, the difficulty of the disclosure palpable. But the physical proximity during the fall, his voice was barely a breath. It was complete. "On direct surfaces. My quirk is significantly barato efficient that way. It's a terrible design flaw, I know. The closer the proximity, the barato detailed the information. It was a maximum level analysis. Senchuredo, 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 Senchuredo. If you know how my power works better than I do, can you help me become invisible again?" "Yeah," he replied, a new, steely determination in his voice. "They'll teach you how to use your own manual." They cautiously stepped out into the now empty hallway. She looked down at herself, at her visible hands, arms, and legs. Senchuredo, who had been on the verge of succumbing to his own panic attack, felt his coach mode override his embarrassment. He scratched the back of his neck, a furious blush still painting his cheeks, but his expression was serious, analytical. "Okay," he croaked, trying to make his voice sound professional and not like the shriek of a terrified teenager. "To guide you in activating your quirk, I need to understand it properly. The information I received was a flood, and I need to sort it out. There are two ways to do this. The first is the basic manual." He held a trembling hand out to her. "You just have to take my hand." But he paused, the difficulty of what he was about to say evident on his face. The connection will be weak. The information, scarce. It might work, but it could take us hours, and it's not certain we'd manage it today. Senchuredo, ID have all the information to help you in minutes. To understand the fastest and safest path for you to regain control. Toru stared at him, incredulous. Her sky-blue eyes, which moments before had been filled with panic, now reflected a cosmic exasperation. She let out a groan of frustration that was half sob, half complaint. "Are you kidding me?" she said, her voice an octave higher than usual. "Are you telling me that to fix the problem you caused by accidentally bumping into me, you have to bump into me again? This is the worst tech barato in history. It's like calling a plumber because your house is flooded and having him tell you that to fix it, he needs to flood a barato." But then, her pragmatic side won the internal battle. She looked around at the empty but potentially dangerous hallway. Every second she remained visible was a risk. "I hate with all my soul that the most underhanded option is also the smartest one," she muttered, letting her head fall with a dramatic sigh. She looked up, a nervous, trembling smile crossing her face. "All right, let's go with the premium download." But she looked at him with a nervous smile. "Be careful, will you?" I've never been through a scientific evaluation before. Izuku nodded with the solemnity of a surgeon about to perform a Barado procedure. Her humor had, somehow, centered him. "They'll be professional," he promised, his voice now firm. He approached her. Toru Barado, her eyes shut, Barado, her fists at her sides, bracing for impact. With a hand that trembled like a leaf, Izuku gently brushed aside a fold of her uniform jacket and placed his palm flat against her side, steadying her as the shock hit. Senchuredo, they both froze, their faces burning in the dim light of the hallway. Izuku was about to pull his hand back, to apologize and run for it. But her eyes, now wide open, gave him trembling permission. He saw the fear and the shame in them, but also a determination that matched his own. Izuku's eyes went blank for a second. The information flowed. "I've got it," he exclaimed, as if he had just solved an impossible equation. He pulled his hand away abruptly, took his notebook and a pen from his pocket, and, using the wall for support, began to write frantically, his hand flying across the paper. But when he removed his hand, the signal was cut. The stream of data vanished from his mind as quickly as it had arrived, leaving only confusing fragments. "Oh no," he muttered, looking at the half-empty page. He looked at Toru with an expression of infinite apology. "Hagakure-san, I'm so sorry, but I need to stay within reach to keep using my ability. The effect fades if I lose physical proximity to you." Toru's expression shifted from embarrassment to horror and back to a comical resignation. "Is this a joke?" And so began the strangest, most awkward routine in the history of Yue. Izuku would approach and place his hand near her Barado. Toru would tense up, sometimes letting out another small, surprised sound. Izuku's eyes would go blank as he memorized a section of the manual. Head Barado, his hand away to scribble furiously in his notebook propped against the wall. Head, lose the connection. Senchuredo, Izuku focused intently on the demonstration, carefully studying each movement of her quirk. His coach brain was marveling at the elegance and potential of her abilities. His teenage brain, however, was racing. Don't lose focus. Don't get distracted. Don't let your mind wander. It's science. Data. Photons. Refraction. Science. Very, very important science. Focus, Midoriya. As he wrote, the information filled the pages, clear and precise. Quirk analysis. Evolved coach mode, quirk name. Light refraction user. Toru Hagakure linked physiology. The user's quirk allows her to bend the trajectory of light around her body, rendering her completely invisible to the visible light spectrum. This process originates from specialized epidermal cells that can generate and modulate a photonic refraction field at a microscopic level, directly on the surface of her skin. Detailed mechanics. Sensory input via direct contact permanent refraction field. Unlike other quirks, the user's is a passive and autonomic state, similar to breathing or blinking. It does not require conscious concentration to remain active. In fact, the interruption of this autonomic state is what causes her visibility. Her body has been doing this since birth. Dermal limit. The refraction field is extremely efficient, but has an effective range of only a few millimeters from her skin surface. This explains why she cannot turn clothing or objects she is carrying invisible. Vulnerability to short-circuiting, direct contact, and the intrusion of an energy analysis quirk, like Coach, can overload the delicate autonomic control. This forces the system into a safety reboot, deactivating the invisibility and requiring the user to learn how to consciously reactivate the process for the first time in her life. Absence of heat emission. The process is highly energy efficient and does not generate a discernible heat signature, which also makes her invisible to most thermal sensors. Base physical attributes. The user possesses remarkable natural agility and stealth. Senchuredo, her control over the quirk has gone from 100 autonomic to 0 conscious. Dependence on visible spectrum. Her ability is limited solely to visible light. Psychological impact. Her confidence and combat effectiveness depend entirely on her invisibility. Upon being made visible, she suffers from a severe crisis of confidence. Latent potential, attainable blinding flash, flashbang potential to reverse the process. Instead of bending light away, she could learn to absorb it and release it all at once, creating an intense, disorienting flash. Mirages and distortion. With finer control, she could learn to bend light imperfectly to create simple mirages, making it appear as though she is a meter to the left, or distort her silhouette to look like an unrecognizable blur. Focusing lens. Potential to manipulate the refraction of light in front of her eyes to act as a biological telescope or microscope. Spectral invisibility. Learning to extend her ability beyond the visible spectrum, including infrared and ultraviolet, turning her into a true ghost. Suggested evolutionary path. 1. Phase 1. Conscious reactivation through guided meditation and concentration, with the help of coach. She must learn to feel her skin cells and consciously command them to start bending light again. Begin with small parts of her body, a finger, a hand. 2. Phase 2. Intensity control. Flash practice accumulating light and releasing it in controlled bursts. 3. Phase 3. Fine control. Distortion precision exercises using mirrors for direct visual feedback. 4. Phase 4. Study and expansion study advanced optical physics. Theoretical knowledge will exponentially enhance her practical ability. Analysis complete. Finally, with one last scribble, Izuku was done. He tore the pages from his notebook and handed them to a wide-eyed Toru. "This is your manual," he said, his voice a little hoarse. She took it, fascinated. It was the first time anyone had seen her power as more than just a trick. But they had a new, much more immediate problem. "Okay, so now we know how your power works. And it's incredible," he said. "But reactivating it consciously for the first time won't be instant. You'll need to practice in a safe place." Toru's face fell again. The panic returned with a vengeance. "What? But I can't go home like this. I live half an hour away by train. I can't walk down the street in just your jacket. He'll be arrested. Or worse." Izuku's mind raced. He needed help. Real help. Someone he could trust blindly, who wouldn't ask too many questions, and who understood loyalty over logic. There was only one option. He pulled out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he found the contact. "Uraraka-san, it's me," he said when she answered. "Don't ask questions, please. I need the biggest, weirdest favor of your life. Can you bring a change of girls' clothes to the secondary hallway of the West Wing, 3rd floor? And come alone. It's a level you're not gonna believe this emergency." They heard Ochako's hurried footsteps long before they saw her. Toru, in a reflex born of pure panic, hid completely behind Izuku, using him as a human shield, peeking just her head over his shoulder, her sky-blue eyes filled with terror. Ochako arrived, running and out of breath, a cloth bag in her hand. "Deku-kun, I came as fast as I could. What's wrong? Are you okay?" "Who's?" She stopped. She saw Izuku, and then she saw a stunningly beautiful girl hiding shyly behind him. Her first reaction wasn't jealousy, but pure, simple awe. "Deku-kun, who is she?" She's gorgeous." Izuku, in an act of social heroism, decided to protect Toru's dignity above all else. "Uraraka-san, thanks for coming. This is Hagakure-san," he said, his voice sounding much calmer than he felt. "There was a terrible accident. I tripped in the hall and bumped into her while trying to keep my balance, and her invisibility quirk, which is automatic, deactivated. And since she's never had to consciously activate it, she can't turn invisible now." He completely omitted the part about the prank. He made it sound like he was the only one at fault. Toru, from her hiding spot behind Izuku, heard the white lie and felt a wave of gratitude so intense it almost brought her to tears. He could have made her look like a fool, but he protected her. She gave a shy nod. "Hello, Uraraka-san. Sorry for the trouble." Ochako, whose mind processed accident and quickly understood what had happened to her friend, nodded with immediate understanding and held out the bag. Senchuredo, spreading his arms out as if he were a wall. "Don't peek, Uraraka-san. I wasn't going to," Ochako replied, turning around and covering her eyes just in case. Behind the improvised human dressing room, Toru awkwardly changed into Ochako's clothes. When she emerged, dressed and a little more composed, the immediate crisis was over. "So is it true, Dekakuen?" Ochako asked, looking at the now visible Toru. "You can help her control her quirk?" Izuku didn't answer. He looked directly at Toru, giving all the power to her. "I have her manual. I know the path, but I'm not going to force her. The decision is hers." He addressed her with a seriousness that contrasted with the madness of the last few minutes. "Hagakure-san, you don't have to do anything you don't want to. You have the information now. You can try to practice on your own, or we can meet up tomorrow after class, at the beach, with the other girls, and start your training. It's your call." It wasn't an obligation. It was an offer between equals. Toru looked down at the notebook pages in her hand, filled with a potential she never knew she had. Then she looked up at Izuku's sincere face and Ochako's kind, understanding smile. A brilliant, genuine smile lit up her face, an expression of pure joy that eclipsed all the previous embarrassment. "I'll text you," she said, her voice regaining its cheerful tone. "Thank you both. Really." 41. Chapter 41. Family dinners and late-night messages. The new normal in the Midoriya apartment smelled like Katsudon. The sound of knives chopping vegetables, the cheerful sizzle of oil in the pan, and the laughter that filled the air had become the soundtrack to their evenings. It was no longer a special event. It was the routine, a chaotic, strange, and wonderfully alive routine. Inko Midoriya ran the kitchen with the efficiency of a five-star general and the warmth of a grandmother. At her side, Ochako Uraraka, wearing a floral apron that was a bit too big for her, followed her instructions with an ear-to-ear grin, learning the secrets to making the pork cutlet crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. Just like that, Ochako-chan. The breading should be a thin but complete layer, like a bread hug for the meat, Inko said, gesturing with a spatula. "Got it, master," Ochako replied, her enthusiasm seeming to infect the entire room. On the other side of the counter, Momo Yaoyoro's culinary adventure was of a very different nature. She was trying to cut carrots, and she was doing it with the precision of a nuclear engineer. She had taken a small metal ruler out of one of her pockets and placed it next to the vegetable. According to the Art of Japanese Cuisine, Volume 2, consistency and size is crucial for uniform cooking and optimal presentation, she muttered to herself, her gray eyes fixed on the task. Each piece must be exactly 3 millimeters thick. Ochako turned and watched her for a moment before letting out a laugh. "Yamamo, it's just a carrot, not a reactor core. If you keep that up, we'll never have dinner. Just chop it." Momo, frustrated by the inherent inaccuracy of manual labor, gripped the knife a little harder than necessary. She felt a tingling in her hand and, to her horror, a tiny, perfect replica of the knife she was holding, made of a gleaming metal, sprouted from her fingertips. She stared at the miniature knife, blushed violently, and quickly hid it in her pocket, as if she had just committed a state crime. Meanwhile, Toga had finished setting the table. She moved around the apartment with a familiarity that was still jarring. She approached Izuku, who was sitting at the dining table trying to do his math homework amidst the cheerful chaos. She leaned over him from behind, resting her chin on his barato with a playful smile. "Hey, Itsuko-kun, I've been a very good girl all day. I haven't caused any trouble or even thought about sneaking an extra treat from the delivery. Can I have my supplement?" Izuku sighed, but a smile of amused resignation formed on his barato. The strange had become his normal. He put down his pencil and pulled a small medical device from his pocket that Momo had created for him the week before. It looked like a glucose meter, but it was far more sophisticated. He pricked the tip of his index finger. A single drop of blood, red and bright, welled up. "Sensuredo," she said nothing. There was no judgment in her eyes. She simply shook her head, a small smile forming on her face. The image of a fugitive former villain taking her dose of her son's blood at the dinner table no longer alarmed her. It was simply part of dinner. The meal passed with laughter, the sound of chopsticks against bowls, and lively chatter about classes, teachers, and the impending sports festival. They talked about strategies, their classmates' quirks, their fears, and their hopes. At that moment, in that small, warm apartment, they were more than a team of heroes in training. They felt like a real family. A very, very strange family, but a family nonetheless. That night, the darkness in Izuku's room was comfortable and silent. He was lying in bed, reviewing the notes he had taken on Toru's quirk. The words refraction, visible spectrum, and latent potential filled the pages. He was about to turn off the light when his phone, on the nightstand, vibrated with a soft buzz. He picked it up, expecting it to be a message from his mother reminding him to brush his teeth. But the sender was an unknown number. Senchuredo, is everything okay? Your quirk hasn't started acting up again, right? Izuku waited for the reply, his thumb hovering over the screen. He felt strangely responsible for her. Toru, no, it's not that well, it is that. The problem is, it's still not acting up. I'm still visible. Izuku, is that a bad thing? I thought you were happy to be able to be seen. There was a longer pause this time. Izuku pictured Toru on the other end, maybe in her room full of stuffed animals, fidgeting nervously as she typed. Toru, it's weird. Really weird. Guys stare at me on the train. 3 of them asked for my number today. 3. And one of them was from another school. It's super awkward and exhausting. Having to smile and say no, thank you when I really want to turn invisible and run away. Another message arrived immediately after. Toru, sometimes I miss being invisible. Nobody looks at you. Nobody expects anything from you. You're just there. Izuku read the last message and felt a pang of empathy so sharp it almost hurt. He realized that, in his excitement over her quirk's potential, he hadn't stopped to think about the human consequences of her new visibility. Izuku, I can imagine. It must be a huge change, going from being an observer to the center of attention overnight. I'm sorry, I hadn't thought about that. Izuku, how are you feeling about all this? And if you don't mind me asking, how did your family react when they saw you for the first time? He knew it was a very personal question, maybe too personal, but he felt he needed to understand her, not just as a core project, but as a person. Toru's reply took a little longer to arrive, and when it did, it was tinged with a melancholy he hadn't expected. Toru, my parents cried a lot. My mom didn't let go of me all night. It was really nice. She hadn't hugged me like that in years because she was never sure exactly where I was. Toru, but now they don't stop looking at me. All the time. Like they're afraid it'll disappear again if they blink. I feel like an expensive vase they just got back. Like a weirdo. The girl who appeared out of nowhere. Senchuredo after that. I think there are no more secrets between us. Izuku blushed violently in the darkness of his room, but he also smiled. He understood what she was doing. She was using humor, her moment of ultimate humiliation, as a bridge. It was her way of saying, we've been through the worst. Now we can talk about anything. It was brave and strangely endearing. Toru was lying on her bed, surrounded by pastel-colored stuffed animals. A smile played on her lips as she looked at her phone screen. The blush on her cheeks wasn't from embarrassment, but from something new, something she didn't quite know how to name. The conversation stretched on. They talked for hours, well into the early morning. Her honesty had opened a door, and his kindness had invited her to walk through it. They talked about their favorite heroes. She loved underground rescue heroes because they worked in the dark, just like she used to, funny stories from middle school, and their fears for the sports festival. Izuku, you need to think of your invisibility not as an on or off state, but as a dimmer switch, like the volume on a radio. Toru, a dimmer switch? Izuku, yeah. Instead of trying to go 100 invisible all at once, try starting with something small. Tomorrow, when you wake up, look at your hand and try to make just the tip of your pinky finger a little translucent. Just 10. Focus on the feeling. ITLL be your first step. Toru, while that sounds possible, you're a good coach, Midoriya-kun, even over text. Izuku, it's my quirk, I guess. And call me Izuku. I think after everything we can be on a first-name basis. Toru's heart did a little flutter. Toru, okay, Itsuto-kun. And you can call me Toru. Finally, with heavy eyelids and a feeling of warm complicity, they said goodnight. Cinchuredo. She had never talked to a boy like this before. She had never felt so seen and heard. The other boys looked at her new body, at her face. But Izuku, he had truly seen her. He had seen her power, her potential, her fear, and her shame, and he hadn't run away. On the contrary, he had offered her a hand. He didn't look at me like, well, he did look. She corrected herself with an internal giggle, but not like that. He listened to me, and he made me laugh, even after all the embarrassment. Izuku Midoriya, a soft, genuine smile formed on her lips, one that, in the darkness of her room, was for her alone. Is a very, very nice boy. She remembered his offer in the hallway, the beach, training with the other girls. Maybe, she thought, as sleep finally overcame her, I should take him up on his offer to join their training. The idea no longer scared her. It gave her hope. 42. Chapter 42. A new face and an old challenge. The Class 1A classroom was a pressure cooker of forced normality. Some time had passed since the USJ attack, and although conversations had returned to homework and the latest video games, an undercurrent of tension persisted. You could see it in the furtive glances toward the door, in the silences that fell from time to time, in the way everyone seemed a little more alert, a little less like kids. Dude, I swear, Aizawa-sensei is even scarier now with all those bandages. He looks like a pissed-off mummy, Kaminari whispered to Shiro, who was leaning back in his chair. Well, I think it's super manly, Kirishima chimed in from the other side. Ignoring those injuries to keep teaching us. That takes guts. I just hope we don't have physical training today, whimpered Mina Shido. I'm still sore in muscles I didn't even know I had. Just then, the classroom door slid open with a soft creak, and a murmur of conversations came to a dead stop. A girl no one recognized walked in. She wasn't a teacher. She wore the immaculate UA girl's uniform. Her figure was slender, and she moved with a cheerful grace. The most striking thing about her was her hair, a light greenish color peppered with fun pink streaks, and her bright sky-blue eyes, which scanned the classroom with a hint of nervousness. A shy but genuine smile played on her lips. The silence broke, transforming into an explosion of whispers and speculation. Hey, who's that? Kaminari hissed to Shiro, leaning over his desk. Is she a transfer student? She seems really, really nice. Mineta, a few seats away, stared with wide, fascinated eyes. A new kid, he said quietly, clearly impressed. A new, beautiful flower in our garden. A goddess has descended upon us. I hope she's friendly. Wow, she's so cute, Mina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. And her hair is amazing. I have to ask her how she gets that color. And her eyes, they're like the sky. Jiro rolled her eyes, looking at Kaminari and Mineta with absolute disdain. Control yourselves. You look like a pair of desperate losers. She's just a girl. A new classmate. Awesome, Kirishima said with his usual enthusiasm. A chance to make new friends. I hope she's super energetic. The entire class was in a state of maximum speculation. Who was she? Why would UA accept a transfer student right after a villain attack? And why hadn't anyone told them anything? The mysterious girl seemed to ignore the dozens of eyes locked on her. Her sky-blue eyes weren't looking for an empty seat, but for the door. And when it slid open again to let in Izuku, Ochako, and Momo, who were chatting animatedly about present Mike's homework, a radiant and genuine smile lit up her face. With a confidence that betrayed her initial nervousness, she walked directly toward them, passing between the desks of her stunned classmates. Good morning, everyone, she said first, her voice bright and clear, greeting the class as a whole. Then, her attention focused completely on the trio. Good morning, Izuku-kun, Ochako-chan, Momo-chan. The silence that fell over the class was absolute. Solid. You could have cut it with a knife. The use of their first names, the familiarity in her tone, the way her eyes sparkled when she saw them. None of it made sense. Izuku smiled back with a naturalness that bewildered his classmates even more. Good morning, Toru. Did you sleep well? Toru-chan. Ochako greeted with the same joy. That blouse looks great on you. It looks better on you than it did on me. It was Kaminari, whose mind sometimes worked in short circuits of genius, who connected the dots out loud. "Wait a minute," he said, his voice sounding strangely loud in the silence. "You said Toru, and you called him Izuka-kun? Since when do you know each other? And hold on a second." He narrowed his eyes, his brain working at full speed. The invisible girl's last name wasn't Hagakure? Toru Hagakure. No way. The realization rippled through the class like a shockwave. Every student looked at the new girl, her smiling face, her now visible form, and then to the empty seat that had always belonged to their invisible classmate. Jaws dropped, eyes widened, choked gasps got stuck in their throats. The new, beautiful girl was Toru Hagakure. The most dramatic reaction, of course, came from Mineta. He shot to his feet, his face contorted by a revelation that had shattered his soul into 1,000 pieces. "It's not fair," he screamed, his voice a wail of pure agony. The invisible girl was a total beauty this whole time, a goddess hiding in plain sight. I've wasted so many chances to get to know her, not knowing someone so wonderful was right in front of me. This is the greatest tragedy of my life. I have lived in ignorance, surrounded by glory without knowing it. Just as the class was about to erupt into a massive interrogation of the now very visible Toru, the classroom door slid open again with an ominous creak. Shota Aizawa entered, pushing his own wheelchair. He was covered in bandages from head to toe. He looked like a mummy that had just lost a fight with a truck. Only his tired, weary eyes were visible through a small opening in the gauze. They were the eyes of a man who refused to rest. The silence that fell over the room this time was total and reverent. "Aizawa-sensei," Kaminari whispered, his voice tinged with respectful panic. "What are you doing here? You should be in a hospital bed." "My condition is irrelevant," Aizawa said, his voice muffled and raspy from the bandages, but loaded with unbreakable authority. "Your training is not. Sit down." His incredible determination and professionalism instantly quelled the chaos. No one dared to say another word about Toru's miraculous appearance. Everyone returned to their seats in a deathly silence. Aizawa got straight to the point, without beating around the bush. "Put aside your distractions. There's something important you need to know." His gaze swept across the classroom. "The UA Sports Festival is approaching." The class grew excited again, but this time with much more subdued murmurs. No one wanted to provoke the wrath of the mummy teacher. "This isn't just a school event," Aizawa continued, and his tone made everyone fall silent again. "With the threat of the League of Villains upon us, this festival is now a statement. It's UA's chance to show that we are not weak, and that our future heroes are not afraid. It is your chance to show the entire world what you're made of." He explained the importance of the event, and every word landed on them like a slab of responsibility. "Pro heroes from all over the country know, from all over the world will be watching. This is your greatest opportunity to get noticed. A good performance here can define your entire career. You could get internship offers from the best agencies. You can secure your future before you even finish your first year. Don't take it lightly. This is a battle where you have to give it your all." He paused, letting the magnitude of the opportunity sink in. "You have 2 weeks to prepare. 2 weeks to push your quirks and your bodies to the limit. Don't waste a single day." With that, he concluded the introductory class. The atmosphere in the room had completely changed. The curiosity about Toru had been replaced by a fierce ambition and a palpable determination. But Kogo had a savage grin on his face, his hands already itching for the thrill of battle. Todoroki stared straight ahead, his expression cold and focused, as if he were already visualizing his victory. Ito was adjusting his glasses with renewed vigor, probably already planning a 20-hour-a-day training regimen. The focus then shifted to Izuka's group. Toru had already taken a seat at the empty desk next to Ochako, chatting animatedly with her and Momo about what they could do in the festival. Izuka watched them, his mind already working, analyzing, planning. The sports festival, he thought, a determined smile forming on his lips as he looked at his friends. It's the perfect platform for the world to see Ochako not as a victim of the attack, but as the powerful and determined hero she is. for Momo to demonstrate her tactical genius and leadership to the best agencies. For Toru to shine before everyone for the first time, and not just for her beauty, but for her incredible potential. He looked at his friends, saw the determination in Ochako's eyes, the calm resolve in Momo's, and the new, bright excitement in Taurus. He thought of Inko and Toga at home, training as well, pushing their own limits. This isn't just about me getting noticed anymore. He reflected, his gaze fixed on the future. It's about the world seeing what we're capable of, all of us. As a team, the challenge has been set, and we're going to accept it. 43. Chapter 43. The Vice Rep's declaration of war. Aizawa-sensei's wheelchair had barely finished squeaking its way out of the classroom when the atmosphere, previously tense and solemn, exploded. The sports festival announcement had been like tossing a match into a powder keg. Ambition, raw and electric, crackled in the air. "Hey, Bakugo!" Kirishima yelled over the uproar, slamming his hardened fist into his other palm. "This is the perfect time for the world to see your power. It's going to be a super manly battle." "Shut up, spiky hair," Bakugo retorted, though a fierce, eager grin spread across his face. "I don't need you to tell me. I'm going to crush them all. Girls, we have to think about how to make our quirks look spectacular." Mina Ashido exclaimed, gesturing enthusiastically to Toru and Ochako. "We have to get the attention of the hero agencies. Costumes are key. And the final moves?" In the midst of the chaos, Izuku's small group instinctively gathered. "The key will be endurance and versatility," Izuku muttered, his pen already flying across the pages of his notebook. "The first rounds are usually mass elimination events. Obstacle courses Uraraka. Your control over your own gravity to lighten your weight will be crucial. Momo, your ability to create specific tools on the fly will give you an immense tactical advantage. And Toru, your potential for stealth and misinformation is to escape the growing chaos and be able to talk more calmly." They decided ahead of lunch. Izuku, embracing his role as class representative, walked to the door, closely followed by his friends. He opened it with a determined gesture and froze. The buzz from Class 1A died instantly. The hallway was completely blocked. A huge crowd of students from other classes, mainly from 1B and the general studies courses like 1C, stood there. They weren't shouting. They weren't booing. They were just there, watching them. A wall of bodies and silent stares. A mixture of curiosity, envy, and a barely contained hostility. It was far more intimidating than any shout. Bakugo, true to his nature, was instantly irritated. The hallway was his class, and these nobodies were obstructing it. With a snort of disdain, he tried to push his way through the crowd. "Move it, you lousy extras. I don't have time to waste on a bunch of gawkers." A Barato stepped forward, physically blocking his path. It was a guy from the General Studies course, with messy purple hair, deep dark circles under his eyes that spoke of many sleepless nights, and a gaze that was sharp and intelligent. Hitoshi Shinso. Well, so these are the famous members of Class 1A, he said, his voice a lazy drawl, yet laced with irony. The ones who survived a villain attack. From what I can see, the experience has made you Barato arrogant. Bakugo stopped, his sharp smile replaced by a scowl of pure rage. "And who are you to talk to me? Get out of my way before I make you regret it." "He's right," another voice exclaimed. A boy from Class 1B, with silver hair and a sturdy build, joined Shinso. It was Tetsu, and he was Barato his fists. "Don't Barato like you're all that just because you got lucky and fought some villains. We've been working ourselves to the bone too. Don't think you can just relax." The tension was so thick you could feel it on your skin. Bakugo began to lower his hands, small sparks already crackling in his palms. He was a second away from starting a war in the hallway. But before he could respond with an explosion, a hand rested on his shoulder. The gesture was gentle, but with a firmness that surprised him. "Bakugo-san, please," said Momo Yaruzu, her voice quiet but with a tone that brooked no argument. "Let me handle this. You are a key part of our class. Don't lower yourself to their level." Bakugo turned, staring at her in disbelief. The rich girl was giving him orders? But there was something in her eyes, a steely calm he had never seen before. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, but to everyone's amazement, he took a step back, ceding the spotlight to her. Izuku, seeing the play, silently moved to Momo's side. He said nothing, but his posture was a clear gesture of support from the class rep to the vice rep. He was giving her the stage. Momo took a step forward, her posture impeccable, her chin held high. She addressed Shinso and the crowd, her voice clear and devoid of emotion. Please excuse my classmate. The tension before the festival is high for everyone, she said, her tone so formal and polite it disarmed the initial aggression. I am Momo Yairozu, the vice class representative of Class 1A. I understand your curiosity and your competitive spirit, but you are obstructing the hallway. May I ask the purpose of this congregation? Shinso smirked, a twisted smile that didn't reach his tired eyes. I came to see the competition, and to tell you not to get complacent, he said, drawing out his words. Many of us ended up in other courses not for a lack of power, but because of a biased entrance exam that doesn't value all types of quirks. The sports festival is our chance to prove that the initial class assignments were a mistake, and for those in the hero course who rest on their laurels to be replaced. This, Yairozu-san, is a declaration of war. Momo listened attentively to every word. She didn't interrupt him. She nodded slowly, as if considering his words with the seriousness they deserved. And then she began her counter-argument. There was no anger in her voice. No dizdan. Only a cold, precise, and absolutely crushing logic. I understand your frustration with the exam system, and your competitive spirit is precisely what UA aims to foster, she began, her voice maintaining an even and calm tone that was somehow more intimidating than any shout. However, your premise, and that of this congregation, is fundamentally flawed. She paused for a moment, capturing everyone's attention. First, you assume that we feel superior for having survived the attack. I assure you, it is Barato the opposite. The incident at the USJ showed us in the most stark and direct way just how far we are from being true heroes. It showed us our fear, our weaknesses, and the real price of failure. We watched our teachers nearly fall to protect us. What we feel isn't arrogance. It's the weight of a responsibility we may not yet be ready to bear. Her gaze swept over the crowd, and several students looked down, uncomfortable. Second, she continued, her voice gaining a steel edge, you speak of this as a declaration of war. It's a dramatic but redundant metaphor. The sports festival is already, by its very nature, the battlefield where all of us, without exception, will prove our worth. Coming here to block our door and issue verbal challenges is not the act of a strong and confident rival. It is a manifestation of insecurity, an attempt to intimidate because you fear that what we saw, what we lived through, has given us some kind of advantage. The blow was direct and precise. Shinso's brow furrowed, his confidence wavering. And perhaps we do have one, Momo admitted, her voice now a whisper that forced everyone to lean in to listen. Because we have seen the true face of danger. We have already fought for our lives. That experience doesn't make us better than you, but it has made us different. She straightened up, her gaze now hard and defiant. So I suggest to you, and to everyone else, that instead of wasting your time and energy here, in this hallway, you go back to your classrooms and train. Because we will be, and in 2 weeks, in the arena, we will not face you with arrogance. We will face you with the determination of those who have already looked death in the face. Compete with that. Momo's speech, delivered without a single shout, without a single insult, left the crowd in stunned silence. She had completely disarmed their hostility, not with a threat, but with an uncomfortable and utterly respectable truth. She had told them that yes, they were different, but not because they were better, but because they had been broken and had begun to rebuild themselves. Shinso and Tetsu were speechless. There was nothing they could say in reply. Slowly, like a receding tide, the crowd began to disperse. There were no more challenging looks, but rather thoughtful expressions, a newfound caution. They had come to intimidate and had left being lectured by a girl with a ponytail who hadn't even raised her voice. Jiro, who had watched the whole thing from the back of the group, let out an appreciative bravado. Wow, Momo's scary when she gets serious. That was amazing, Ochako whispered to Izuku, her eyes shining with pride for her friend. She didn't shout once, but she completely shut them down. Bakugo, furious at being upstaged and at the fact that Momo's strategy had worked perfectly, simply grunted a TSK and pushed his way through now that the hallway was clear. Now that the adrenaline had passed and the crowd was gone, she let out a small, trembling sigh, almost imperceptible. It was the only sign of the enormous tension she had endured. Izuku gave her a proud and supportive smile. She saw him and returned a small, tired smile, a gesture of silent gratitude. 44. Chapter 44. A consolation kiss. He felt the rush of air a second before the fist grazed his cheek. The sound of its displacement was a sharp whistle in his ears, a promise of an impact that never came. Izuku rolled across the sand of Dagoba Beach, his body moving on pure instinct, but his mind was chaos. His new senses, that permanent synergy with the quirks he had assimilated, were a torrent of unfiltered information. He could feel the change in air pressure Ochako generated as she moved, smell the sea salt mixed with the scent of her determination. He could almost hear the vibration of her steps in the sand before she landed. It was like trying to hear a whisper in the middle of a rock concert. He was overloaded. From a distance, Ochako's clear, cheerful laughter reached him. Almost. But almost doesn't count, Dekikun, she shouted, her voice full of a playful confidence that was both thrilling and exasperating. My promise is still safe. You'll have to be faster if you want to claim your prize. Izuku got up, spitting out a bit of sand and huffing. That's not fair, he complained, though a smile pulled at his lips. Ever since I gave you that boost at the USJ, your control over your own gravity is on another level. You don't float anymore, you glide. It's like trying to catch the wind. The bet had been her idea to motivate him in his own reflex training. If he managed to touch her just once in a 10-minute match, she would grant any reasonable request he wanted. The ambiguity of the word reasonable had been troubling his teenage imagination all morning. Less complaining and bravado speed, coach, she retorted, adopting a relaxed fighting stance. Izuku made one last effort. He lunged forward, channeling everything he had learned. He used the feline agility assimilated from Toga, his mother's biovector control, to optimize every stride, and his own analysis to predict her trajectory. But Ochako was simply too good. It was no longer just a matter of power, but of grace. She altered her own weight in fractions of a second, not to fly, but to pivot, to dodge, to flow around his attacks with insulting ease. In a final act of desperation, he launched into a tackle, aiming for where he thought she would be. He ended up with his face in the sand, grabbing a handful of nothing. He had lost. He heard her laughter approaching. A few seconds later, he felt her hand on his back, helping him up. Nice try, she said, her voice soft now that the game was over. He turned, wiping the sand from his face with a look of playful disappointment. She saw it, and her smile softened, transforming into something tender. She stood on her tiptoes, closed the small distance between them, and leaned in toward him. It was a quick, tender moment, a soft, warm closeness, but for Izuku, it was as if a bolt of lightning had split him in two. Consolation prize, she whispered, her bravado tinged an adorable shade of pink. For the effort. Izuku froze, completely blushing. Censuredo, at least make it bravado. Izuku and Ochako stepped back from their sparring bravado. Toru Hagakure stood at the edge of the training area, hands resting at her sides and a bright smile on her face. She wore athletic shorts and a bravado that suited her active style, and her greenish-pink hair waved in the sea breeze. Beside her, Inko and Toga were approaching, carrying a cooler. Toru, Izuku exclaimed, still dazed from the affectionate exchange. Mom, Toga. And Toru-chan, Ochako greeted, her face still flushed. Welcome, dear, Inko said, greeting Toru warmly as soon as she arrived. Any friend of my son is welcome here. Would you like some iced tea? I made it this morning. Thank you so much, Midoriya, and Toru replied, Barato overwhelmed by the warmth. Yes, I'd love some. Toga, however, approached Toru with the sharp curiosity of a cat watching something new. She smiled at her with a mischievous glint that made Toru feel strangely self-conscious, despite being fully visible. So you're the visible girl? Toga said, her voice light and bravado. The one with the famous green hair. Izuku-kun told me all about it. He's a first-class gossip. Toru turned red as a tomato, while Izuku wished the earth would swallow him whole. Don't worry, Toga added, throwing an arm around Toru's shoulders with instant familiarity. He analyzed my power sources too. We're like manual sisters now. Welcome to the club. During the rest of the break, before the group training began, Toga was very affectionate with Izuku. She stayed close by his side while he tried to explain the basics of meditation to reactivate Toru's quirk, leaned against him while he drank water, and generally acted like a blonde, slightly unpredictable koala. All to Inko's amusement, Toru was blushing, and a strange mix of annoyance and fun from Ochako. The psychologist's office was an oasis of calm. The light was soft, the sofas were comfortable, and the air smelled of herbal tea and professional neutrality. Dr. Arisawa was a middle-aged woman with a kind gaze and infinite patience. Ochako sat on one of the sofas, her hands clasped in her lap. Beside her, Izuku was a silent, solid presence. He wasn't there as a spectator, but as a pillar. He held one of her hands firmly, his thumb tracing gentle circles on the back of hers. His other arm was around her shoulders, a refuge in her emotional storm. I know, there were villains, Ochako began, her voice broken, barely a whisper. And I know they were going to hurt us, to hurt him. Her gaze shifted to Izuku for an instant, a universe of fear and love in her eyes. But when I saw him on the ground, when I saw him hurt like that, something inside me broke. I stopped thinking. There was no strategy, no plan. I just acted, and I didn't stop. I used my power to hurt them, to tear them apart, not just to stop them. I wanted them to suffer for what they had done to him. Tears began to roll down her cheeks, silent and hot. And what scares me the most, Doctor, she continued, her voice trembling, is that a part of me doesn't regret protecting him. I'm afraid of that rage, of what I became in that moment. I saw the panic on their faces, and I didn't care. Does that make me a bad person? A monster? Can I be a hero if I have that inside of me? Throughout her entire account, Izuku said nothing. He offered no solutions or empty words. He simply held her gently against him, stroking her shoulder. His silent presence said more than any klitsch ever could. He was there. He wasn't going to leave her alone, and that was all she needed. They walked in silence down a quiet street at sunset. The setting sun stained the clouds an orange, melancholic color. The therapy session had left Ochako emotionally exhausted, fragile, and vulnerable. She stopped suddenly and turned to face him, her brown eyes, normally so bright, now filled with a painful insecurity. Deku-kun, her voice was barely a whisper. Be honest with me. Now that you've heard everything, that you know what I did, what I felt, are you disgusted with me? Do you think him a murderer? The question hung between them, heavy with the weight of her greatest fear. Rejection from the person who mattered most to her in the world. Izuku looked at her. He saw her pain, her fear, the way she shrank into herself as if expecting a blow. And he knew that words wouldn't be enough. Logic couldn't heal a wound of the heart. Without a second's hesitation, he closed the distance between them. His hands went to her waist, drawing her gently toward him. He reassured her with a calm, steady presence. It wasn't quick or playful like the moment at the beach. It was unhurried and protective, conveying a quiet promise. He was not disgusted with her, and he was there for her. And I accept you completely, with your light and with your darkness. They were you are not alone. Ochako was startled for an instant, her body tense with surprise. And then she melted. The wall of fear and shame she had built around herself crumbled. She returned the kiss with all the affection, relief, and love she had been holding back. her arms wrapped around his neck, clinging to him as if he were the only stable point in a world gone mad. It was the answer her heart desperately needed, one that no words could have ever given her. When the kiss ended, it left them both breathless, their foreheads resting against each other. He guided her to a solitary bench in a small, nearby park bathed in the golden light of dusk. He sat down and, with a natural, possessive motion, sat her on his lap, enveloping her in a safe and complete embrace. The crisis had passed. Now, there was only refuge. She rested her head near his barato, taking in his familiar smell, finally feeling safe barato in days. "Thank you, Izuku," she whispered, using his first name in a quiet moment of emotional closeness. The sound was as natural as her own heartbeat. "I was so scared to come to therapy. Scared of what I would say, of what I would feel. Scared that you would truly see me and not like what you saw. But you were there. You didn't leave me alone." She looked up at him, and her eyes, now free of tears, shone with a deep and sincere love. In that moment, on the floor of the USJ, I wasn't a hero or a monster. I was just a girl, terrified that the boy she likes could die. She confessed, the words flowing with a surprising ease. And today, I was just a girl who was afraid that same boy would see her as a monster. "Thank you for not." He didn't answer with words. It wasn't necessary. He simply held her tighter, Centuredo before gravity could claim it. The slice stopped mid-air, wrapped in a nearly imperceptible distortion, and landed as gently as a leaf on the plate his mother was holding. "A vector shield for the toast, Mom?" Izuku asked with a smile, sitting down at the table. "That's new. It's good practice for fine control," Inko replied, turning around. A glimmer of pride was in her eyes, though she quickly hid it as she placed the plate in front of him. "I don't want breakfast ending up stuck to the ceiling. You're doing amazing. You get faster every day." Inko poured coffee, and her smile faltered. She sat across from him, her hands clasped on the table. "Not fast enough. I feel like I've hit a plateau." "Izuku." He put down his fork. "A plateau? What do you mean? My quirk is still reactive. I stop what I see, what I can process. But if something were truly fast," unexpected her voice trailed off, laden with a frustration he knew all too well. "It wouldn't be enough. It's a latency issue," Izuku analyzed aloud, his mind already whirring. "The command has to be conscious. For it to be a reflex, your body needs to memorize the feeling of the quirk activating, almost before you even think it." Inko looked at him, understanding instantly. "You're talking about advanced calibration. We could try it this afternoon at the beach. If we can get in sync, it might give you that push." She nodded, her determination erasing any trace of doubt. "All right, but this time, Izuku, warn me before you apply the science." Centuredo, Centuredo, Centuredo. Aware that time was running short, when he walked in his room, he found Toga already there, sitting on his bed and examining an all-might figure. "So, the big festival," she said, turning the figure over in her hands. "You're going out there for everyone to see you. You and your superpower girls. It's part of what we have to do," he replied, putting some notebooks into his backpack. Toga set the figure aside gently. She hugged her knees, and her voice became a barely audible whisper. "I wish I could go, just to watch, to be a normal girl in the stands, eating cotton candy." Her gaze drifted to the wall, to that future that seemed so far away. "It'd be nice to shout your name without anyone giving me a weird look," she added in a whisper. Izuku's heart skipped a beat. The longing in that simple phrase was so pure and painful it silenced all the logical responses his brain was formulating. He left the backpack on the floor and walked over to the bed. Toga didn't look up, remaining curled into herself as if she feared her own confession might break her. He leaned down and, with a gentleness that surprised even himself, kissed the crown of her head. He felt her tense for an instant. "And you won't have to hide," he said, his voice firm and full of absolute conviction. "One day, you'll be able to shout whatever you want from those stands. That's a promise." Toga slowly raised her head. Her golden eyes, normally full of a playful madness, glistened with an unfamiliar moisture. She said nothing, but the way she looked at him was a more eloquent answer than any words could be. A throat-clearing broke the tense silence. It was Toga herself, composing herself with astonishing speed. A flash of her usual mischief returned to her eyes. Well, if I'm going to be your number one cheerleader, I have to practice, right? Come on, we got 10 minutes. Izuku blinked, snapping back to reality. All right, practice. Ochako's voice. Just say hello. Toga took a deep breath, and a sweet, warm voice filled the room. Dekikuin, I think you're the coolest boy in the whole wide world. That's not the line. Izuku protested, taking a step back, his face burning. The line is hello. Focus. But this one is truer, she retorted, still in Ochako's voice. Suddenly, her posture straightened and her voice shifted again, taking on the formal tone and studied elegance of Momo Yaoyorozu. Your request lacks specificity, Midoriya. A hero must be precise. Izuku ran a hand through his hair, overwhelmed. Toga, please. Yes, dear? She asked, and the warm, concerned voice of his own mother was the final blow. Did you pick up your dirty socks? All right, you win. Izuku surrendered, slumping into his desk chair. Toga let out a small laugh, her own voice returning. She got up from the bed and paused as she walked past him. Thanks, she murmured. Izuku looked up, confused. For what? For the promise, she said, and before he could answer, she slipped out of the room, leaving him alone with the echo of her words. He sat in his chair for a moment, processing the emotional roller coaster that was living with Himiko Toga. A glance at the clock brought him back to reality. He grabbed his backpack and headed for the entryway, where his mother and Toga were already waiting. The farewell ritual was quick. Inko handed him his bento and adjusted the knot on his tie, a gesture full of silent affection. Take care, and take care of the girls. I will. Toga was leaning against the doorframe, her arms crossed and a smirk that was pure challenge. Hey, hero. He turned. What's up? Show them what you've got for me. And if you see an interesting Barato quirk, she winked. Bring me back a sample. For science. Izuku rolled his eyes, but the smile he gave her back was genuine. I'll keep it in mind. He opened the door and walked out. As he headed down the hallway, a strange warmth settled in his chest. His team, the one he was leaving behind and the one he was about to meet. And him, Centuredo, a fortress of information they had built over the last hour. Material efficiency is the key, Momo murmured, her finger tracing a line on the tablet surface. If I can reduce the lipid mass needed to create complex alloys by 5%, the creation time under pressure could decrease by 12%. But the formula is volatile. It's not the formula, it's the catalyst, Izuku replied without looking up from his own notes. You're using a standard carbon stabilizer. For a titanium-tungsten alloy, you need a polymer bond to act as a scaffold at the molecular level. It will give you the base structure without consuming excess lipids. Momo looked up, her dark eyes shining with understanding. She met Izuku's gaze, and for an instant, the quirk analysis vanished. He noticed the slight blush that colored her cheeks before she looked away, back at the screen. A polymer scaffold. Of course, the initial structural rigidity would allow for. Her fingers flew across the tablet, inputting new data. As she worked, Izuku allowed himself to watch her. The way her brow furrowed in concentration, the lock of black hair that fell across her forehead. She was brilliant, dangerously brilliant. He realized he had been staring when, feeling his eyes on her, she looked up again. This time, neither of them looked away immediately. Do you need something, Midoriya-san? No, nothing. I'm just admiring your process, he said, feeling awkward. He reached for his own tablet, just as she made a similar gesture to point something out on hers. Their fingers brushed. It was a fleeting barato, barely a whisper of skin against skin, and a sudden jolt ran up Izuku's arm. He saw Momo's shoulders tense for a fraction of a second. Whoa, you guys are super intense. Kaminari's booming voice broke their bubble. He approached their table with Jiro in tow, who wore her usual air of resignation. It's like you're sharing a brain or something. Studying for the festival? We're optimizing our team strategies, Momo answered, regaining her usual composure. though Izuku noticed she discreetly tucked the hand that had touched him under the table. Jiro raised an eyebrow, her gaze shifting from one to the other. She plugged one of her jacks in her phone, which was on the table. "Yeah, one brain," she said, her tone sardonic. "Let's go, Dinky. They're generating enough heat here to recharge my phone." Kaminari laughed, missing the jab, and let her drag him away. Izuku and Momo were left in silence. He didn't dare look at her. The mood between them had shifted. It was no longer just the focused energy of two minds working in perfect sync. There was something else. Something new, unknown, and strangely thrilling. "The polymer scaffold," Momo said finally, her voice slightly lower than usual. "Show me the structure you had in mind, please." They returned to their work, focused on the task at hand. An undercurrent beneath the surface of their analysis. Dagobah Beach was bathed in the golden light of dusk. The full team was training, running combat drills with fierce energy. "Now, Momo-chan," Ochako shouted, dodging a feint from Toru. "We need a high-tension containment net. Quick." "Got it," Momo replied. She pressed her palms together, her face a mask of concentration. Izuku watched her from a distance, analyzing every move. He saw the skin on her arms glow as her quirk activated. The black material began to emerge, twisting, trying to form the complex knots and filaments of the net. But something was wrong. The process was slow, forced. The net formed in fits and starts, and just when it seemed it would complete, the structure collapsed, dissolving into a pile of black dust on the sand. "Damn it!" Momo exclaimed, her voice laced with sharp frustration. She dropped to her knees, slamming a closed fist into the sand. It wasn't just the failure. Izuku saw it in the tension of her shoulders, in the way she clenched her jaw. It was the humiliation. She felt everyone's eyes on her, but above all, she knew he was watching her. And that awareness of his gaze, of his incessant analysis, seemed to add an unbearable pressure. It was a vulnerability she rarely showed. "You were close, Momo-chan. You'll get next time," Ochako encouraged, walking over. "Yeah, that was a great try," Toru added. But Izuku remained silent. Words of encouragement wouldn't solve the bottleneck in her creation process. He waited, watching as she stood up, brushed the sand off, and returned to her position, her face stubborn and determined, but with a shadow of doubt in her eyes. Later, while the rest of the team took a break by the cooler Inko always prepared for them, Izuku approached Momo. She had separated herself from the group, standing at the water's edge, letting the waves lap at her feet as she stared at the horizon. The sea breeze fluttered her ponytail. "It's not your concentration," he said quietly, stopping beside her. She didn't turn. "Then what is it?" "My knowledge is perfect. The formula is correct. But at the key moment, something jams. Your quirk is like an incredibly powerful computer." He began, using an analogy he knew she would understand. "You have all the hardware and software. But over time, with each new creation, the data gets fragmented. The information is there, but the access isn't linear. It's slowing you down." Momo finally turned to look at him, her expression intrigued. "Data fragmentation?" "Exactly. What you need isn't more practice, not right now. You need an optimization, a defragmentation. I would need to give you a direct boost, to transfer my analysis of your own quirk directly into your system." Centuredo, his own voice sounding deeper than normal. "For it to work, for the update to install correctly, I need to establish a direct link to the source of your quirk." The silence stretched between them, filled with unspoken words. The sand, the sea, the rest of the team, it all faded away. It was just the two of them in a secluded corner of the beach, with a proposal that transcended strategy. It was a matter of trust, absolute and total trust. Momo looked at him intently, scrutinizing his face, searching for something. What she found seemed to satisfy her. She exhaled slowly, a cloud of vapor in the cool evening air. "I understand the logic," she said, the firmness in her voice contrasting with the vulnerability in her gaze. "If you think it will work, I trust you, Izuku." The use of his first name, without the honorific, was like a switch, a sealed agreement, a sense that what was about to happen was an important part of their training. They made sure the spot was as private as possible behind a large rock formation that hid them from the rest of the team. The setting sun painted the sky in oranges and purples, but for Izuku Centuriato,